When the top comics on the planet aren't on stage,
just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
They can be found hanging out on the Opie and Anthony show.
This show got me in trouble. Of course it did.
This holiday weekend, we're proud to present their most memorable appearances.
I took his hand. And
Oh my God!
And bringing it all to you is a man of razor-sharp wit. A man who knows funny. His mother says so.
Double guns, motherfucker.
This is a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
What's up, cocksuckers? It's Chipper for a Chipperson Thanksgiving. I'm going to be with a bunch of friends. It's going to be fucking hilarious. My mother would always say, the drumstick, Chipper, save that for Lamar. And I would go drumstick, but I would always think she was saying drumstick, and I would laugh. Why does the drum have a pecker? It's going to be just like that for the next couple of days. Big laughs. We're going to play some appearances by comedians on the Opie and Anthony show. Segment 01-. Bob Levy / Jim Florentine. Jim Florentine is in studio. Bob Levy calls in to share stories about getting girls on the road. They're a bunch of bullshit stories. I fucked a lot on the road.
Bob Levy's on the line.
What?
Bob, are you allowed to even call our show? I'm scared.
I don't know. It's halfway. I don't know. I talked to Howard Stern. He said you guys were good guys. So.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, but I want to talk now, Anthony. You would definitely bang her on the road. There's no doubt about it because we've all been on the road. I've been on the road with Florentine, and he is probably one of the creepiest motherfuckers I've ever been on.
Wow, what a compliment. That's nice.
That is a compliment.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
Listen to the greatness he would do. Every time we got to a hotel, we would start moving out tables and chairs. And so the women couldn't sit there. They'd have to sit on the bed.
You would set up the room ahead of time?
Yeah. We take all the furniture out of the room because you get a girl back. They'd go all the way in the corner and sit in that little chair that they had.
So where'd you put the furniture?
We'd throw it in the MC's room, whoever was opening. Like, you chuck everything in there.
So
you bring them back, they got to go right to the bed. That eliminates that step.
Brilliant.
From them sitting in the chair like, hi.
It's a time saver.
Huh?
And what we do is it was a half hour that was out of the game that we didn't have time for them to sober up. We always had liquor. The bathtub was full. We smelled like dog shit after the first day, but we didn't give a shit. And fucking, we would bring furniture in the hallway, and people would go, like, are you going to do that to our room? We're like, no, we don't work here.
Yeah, we'd have couches. There was couches lined up in the hallway. We'd be taking out like movers. Like, get this one out of here too. And if the MC, we didn't have an MC, we just leave it in the hallway. Because chicks would always go to that couch or that chair, and you can't get them to the bed. It's a creepy move.
So you're getting rid of 2 hours easy, right there.
They have to sit right on the bed.
That's brilliant, Jim.
Wow. What Jim would do was I'd have one like with my arm around her, and Jim would tell a horrible joke, and I would laugh out of control, and I would choke her backwards onto the bed.
What a move!
We lied to women out in Canada. We told them we were in bands from England. We would do shitty English accents and that shit. And I'm telling them I'm in a band. I'm just playing here.
It's great.
And then we're going back. Yeah. We're fucking pulling out strippers out of the club. Jim would call up and goes, what time is the last girls go on? 11 o'clock. Let's get ready. We got to be there at 10 too because we got to get them fresh when they're off the stage for fresh meat. Next thing you know, we're dragging out 2 at a fucking time. It was unbelievable.
Wow, yeah.
Well, Levy's move with girls after a show was he would give them his hotel room key. And go, hey, come back to my room at 3:24. I got to make a phone call. I got to call my son or something like that. He'd make up something because he didn't want to go to the other bar with them, the local bar where they always wanted to go party because you don't want to go to, you're going to get in a fight.
Yeah.
Because all those guys in that bar have been trying to fuck her since high school, and all of a sudden the comedian comes in, and she comes in trying to show him off. It's trouble. So Levy go, look, I got to go back, call my son. He's been sick or whatever. So why don't you come back to my room later? I'm in 324. Here's my room key. He would get like 5 room keys when we check in. How many you need? I need 5. 5? Yeah, I lose a lot of them. And he would just hand them out to chicks. Here, 324. And Levy's like, I'm not doing the work. If they show up, they show up. If not, so Levy's like, I waited to jerk off till like 3 in the morning when I knew they weren't going to show up.
That was your out time, 3 o'clock.
You gotta have a time set. One time I went down to get another key because I actually did lose it, and they go, "Sir, we don't have any more."
Yeah, we don't have any more.
Wow.
That's great.
It was a good move, and at like a 1:30 or so, a girl would show up, and he's like, "Beautiful."
Quantity.
I didn't have to go buy her more drinks, none of that stuff.
Yeah, why fucking just bank on one?
For anything. And the best thing was one show we did in Baltimore. I get off stage. I'm making out with this hot blonde within 3 seconds, Jimmy. Remember that?
He didn't. He just walked off the stage. In 2 feet, he starts making out with this girl in front of the whole crowd.
Jesus.
So she goes, "Look, I got to go out with my friends. We're having a bachelorette party. So meet me at my hotel room. I'm in 324 in like an hour." So I drive Levy. It's like 20 minutes away. I drop him off. He goes, "All right, I'll see you in the morning." The chick was really hot. He gets there, and I pulled away. I'm like, "All right, he's good." I pull away. He knocks on the door.
Trying to be before phone, like cell phones, basically.
Yeah, so he has no idea. So he knocks on the door. A guy answers the door in the hotel room. He's like, "Who are you?" And the guy's like, "Who are you?" He's like, "Who are you? Who are you?" He's like, "Is Amanda here?" He's like, "Yeah, she's sleeping." He goes, "Well, who are you?" He goes, I just met her a little while ago. She brought another guy back."
Oh, man.
So Levy shows up, and the guy's like, "Well," he goes, "Well, I'm not leaving." And Levy's like, "Well, I'm not leaving." So the guy's like, "I don't know what."
I couldn't get a ride.
He couldn't get a ride. I dropped him off, so I didn't have before cell phones. So Levy's like, "Fuck it, I'm not leaving." So he goes in the chair in the corner of the room and just sits there as that guy goes back in bed with her. And then he's like, "Fuck this, I'm not doing it." So then he crawled in bed and he slept with the couple. I swear to God. And they woke up in the morning, the girl's like, Levy's still sleeping. She's like, "Who is that guy?" And the guy's like, "I don't know. He said he knows you." She goes, "I never saw him before." And Levy wakes up, I was the comedian last night." It was beautiful. What a fucking creep to go into bed with a couple.
That is pretty fucking creepy, dude.
Sleep in a fucking chair. The bitch invited me over there. I should be fucking comfortable.
Like he's yelling.
It's not my fault she's a fucking filthy whore. I mean, Jesus Christ. One time Jim's in Canada, this girl comes up to him. She uses a guy's name that was probably the stupidest, weirdest name. I don't know if you remember it, Jim, but she goes...
It was Curtis.
"You? Curtis, that's it."
Curtis.
"You, Curtis?" And Jim goes, "Yeah." And tell him that story, what you did. We're going to somebody's wedding. We're on their way to the wedding.
She thought I was this guy Curtis from some band in Canada.
Right. Yeah.
I think I told the story on the air
That's fine.
before.
Tell it again, though. It's great.
Yeah, so she thought I was Curtis. She's like, "Are you Curtis?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "You remember me?" I'm like, I think so. Your hair's a little different." That's what you always say to chicks.
Because their hair
Even the day before, it's different.
Your hair's a little bit. Oh, yeah.
It is. I just got it. Yeah, you notice. Yeah. See,
I noticed you got the blood stain out of your
You're a magic maker. Goddamn, Florentine is great.
So, long story short, next thing I know, I'm like making out with her, and she's like, she says to Levy, "Can you believe what he did to me? Can I tell him?" I go, "Yeah, I don't know what I did to her."
Oh, shit.
She's like, "I met him. He was in a band. I met him one night. We went back to his apartment. We had sex, and it was a blizzard. It was up in Canada." She goes, "And then he told me I had to leave, and he made me walk home in a blizzard, like 3 miles. And you never called me again." I'm like, "I'm sorry." It sounds like something I would do.
It is definitely something you would do.
Curtis is just as big a scumbag.
I know.
I thought I was working with Curtis, the real Curtis. It's so easy to lie. I'm telling you, you go out of town and just go into a bar and tell them you're a doctor, you're anything. You know what I mean? Why waste time? You know what I mean? I wanted to get laid on stage so bad one night, right? A while back, and I go, they go, "How do you want me to bring you up?" I go, "Say I'm going to be Joey's cousin, Joey's brother on Friends next year." They bring me up like on that. I got fucking 10 women all over me. I pick one and get out of there. It is so simple. So money hungry fucking whores. It is the greatest fucking thing.
Holy shit.
Just to think of this shit is brilliant.
Huh?
When Norton would get upset when he goes, "I gotta come, we're gonna get laid and that shit," and fucking he comes on the gig, he's fucking kicking and screaming because just nothing happened that night. And Jim actually got a girl, and that's the night that you came up with a great idea to jerk off on a TV. That'll teach Jim when he comes home to watch Sports Center. So we both jerked off on the TV, and Jim walks in and looks at it and goes, "Nice." And just goes to bed. Yeah,
because we were all sharing a room. There was 2 beds and 2 double beds. And I wound up going out with this girl, and they stayed there. So they get to get even at me. They say we're gonna jerk off on the TV screen in the hotel. Like, and I come back and I go, "What is that on the screen?" They go, "We jerked off on." I'm like, "Nice." And I just went to bed like it's gonna bother me. Even if it was my own TV, it wouldn't bother me.
I think it bothered me more watching Norton do it than when you see it.
Jerking off.
I know. What did the TV have
Who
to
comes
do with
up with that? Holy fuck.
It happens. That's what makes our life so great. When we were on the road, we were called the Load Warriors.
Who called you the Load Warriors?
Bob made that up.
Okay,
yeah. Great.
I don't think people walk around going, "Uh-oh, here's the Load Warriors."
It was a good
One time, Bob. One time we're doing this gig like in upstate New York, and this girl was talking to Bob after the show, and he was sure she was going to come back to the hotel room, and I knew she was, and I could see the vibe. It wasn't happening. He's like, "No, she's definitely coming back," and I was in the room next to him, and he's like, "I'm telling you, she's going to come back." I go, "Bob, she's not." So I was like, "You know what? I have to do this." I went to the friggin' phone book. I called the friggin' escort service up, and I ordered a hooker to leave his room. So like 45 minutes later, I hear I'm almost out sleeping. I hear this screaming in the hallway. Who are you? I'm not fucking paying. She's like, "Yes, you are. You made it. I drove 45 minutes. Somebody's paying. I didn't order yet." And screaming going on, and I'm in my bed friggin' giggling.
You didn't have to leave a credit card, and I got Shirley Hempel at my
some big fat black chick showed up. He's like, "I'm gonna go get my pimp, and you don't pay me. I know your hotel room." He's like, "I didn't order you."
Wow.
A bucket of chicken and a fucking condom, and I got to pay this fucking bitch because of Jim.
Oh fuck, that's great.
We did all the fucking time to each other, and that's what made it. That's what made it so much fun to be on the road.
No
going
shit.
on there, being creepy fucks and picking up women was such an easy thing. People make it seem like it's so fucking hard. All you got to do is bullshit them, and it was so simple.
Sound like you were trading quality in though for a little bit of quantity, but you know it's the road.
Yeah,
Who cares?
Fucking hot chicks, man.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you. Really fucking, we were pulling strippers out of Canada. We went to a strip club. I don't know how we found the hotel next to it. There was only 7 people in the whole place, and they were all Canadian and had like flannel shirts on and missing teeth. We walk in there, we're like fucking Brad Pitt. We would get like fucking 3 of them. How many back in the room?
Yeah.
Night, you remember? Until you got the fat one the last night, embarrassed us.
Wait, what happened?
Wait, Voss has the creepiest story. My favorite story of all time. He's doing like a Tuesday night at Rascals down at Jersey Shore. Picks this girl up in his little motel, $60 or whatever, right? So he pulls and she goes, "Yeah, let's get a room." He's like, "Okay." So they get in the parking lot. And they fool around in the parking lot. So she must have blew him in the parking lot or whatever. So now she's like, "Okay, well, you're gonna go get the room." He's like, "Yeah." So he's walking to the front desk. He's like, "Well, I just blew a load. I don't need to get a room now."
Yeah.
So he's trying to figure out how to get out of it. So he comes back to the car. Meanwhile, there's no cars in the parking lot.
It's
a
one
Tuesday.
of those motels where you pull the car right up to the doors.
Yeah.
In the parking
lot. There's nobody there because it's a Tuesday. Nobody's staying at that shitty motel.
Yeah.
It's in the winter in the Jersey Shore, so nobody's there. So then he comes back to the car. He's like, "They're sold out." She's like, "What are you talking about? There's no cars." He goes, "No, there's a bunch of buses in the back for them tours, so there's no rooms."
Now walk home in the snow.
Oh God!
What a creep!
We had strippers like every night, 7 nights. We got them, boom, boom, boom. The 8th night, we're ready to leave the next day, right? Nothing. We can't do nothing. I look up. I'm looking for Jim, and I see Jim. What looks like he's standing next to a cigarette machine. It was actually a woman. And he gives me this creepy smile and wave.
Oh.
And we drag her to the room. You know, we said we had food or whatever. We got her into the room, and Jim starts making the train noise, like we're going to pull a train, like I'm going to be part of this
God.
train. We've pulled many trains. There's no way I'm going on that fucking train.
Yeah.
You know? But like in the morning, the guy thought we were idols, the guy that worked at our front desk. So Jim tells her in the car, he goes, "I need you to duck because we're not allowed to have guests." He had her duck for 7 miles. And so she wouldn't be seen. He had what a scumbag.
Oh God!
I mean, that's like, you know what I mean? That's fun. I mean, to me, that's fun. I don't.
Well, of course. Yeah. No, it's,
it's a long time ago. You grow up.
Yeah, there you go. That's always the excuse. Well, that was long ago.
I mean, of course, it's like your college years. You do that stuff.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
I didn't go to college, so.
You got your college in on the road.
Yeah.
Fucking leave.
That's
Killing it.
Great. Hey, isn't it going to be great stories for our kids when they grow up?
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that one.
Yeah, how do you tell those?
My son, look, get a fatty every once in a while. You want to bust out of a slump.
You want to bust out of a
slump. I'll tell you what, Jim, those Canadian women love bourbon, didn't they?
Yeah.
They love bourbon. We brought one MC. We wouldn't even we wouldn't get him in another room because he just wanted to come to see his family. We made him sleep in the bathtub, and he started screaming because the girl wouldn't fuck him. He's cursing her out from the bathroom. I mean, it was just a total fucking wreck. But he just didn't care. I mean, Jim, the first time we pulled a train together, he's like with the girl, and he's like, take your dick out. And I'm like, what? He's like, take your dick out. And I'm like, what are you saying? He goes, take your dick out. And I took my dick out, and he looks at it, and he goes, I can't follow that.
Yeah, Levy's packing like eight and a half.
Oh, shit.
It might have shrunk over the years, but
you got a hammer, huh, Levy?
It got bigger. It got fucking bigger, man. After every marriage, I make sure it gets fucking bigger.
Is this another ploy? You go on the radio and tell people you got a big dick. And, you guys work like
he's now using us.
You're the fucking perverted Martin Lewis.
He's fucking using us now, man.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. How many times
you used to go on a radio show and I'd talk about my dick and he'd go, no, it's huge. It's bigger now. It's bigger.
Yeah, it doesn't grow.
No.
Everybody shrinks eventually.
How many times you been married, Levy?
I don't want to brag, but
how many times are you
I
up
killed
to?
a dinosaur with my dick.
3.
Okay?
Yeah, I got it in my yard.
You're up to your third marriage?
Yeah. Guess what the good thing is? She told me, it was like she told me bad news. Like she just got, she works with the elderly. I guess that's why she likes me. But she got a raise where she's taking over buildings in Cleveland. And she goes, I'm going to have to move there. And I'll be away for 6 months. And I'm like, oh, my God, that's horrible. And actually, I'm just like fucking jumping up and down, fucking giggling.
So the marriage is going well?
It's going well. I think it's going to be better. I can see, if you live next door to each other, that's cool. But fucking another state, how fucking great is that?
Jesus.
Nothing tops this story. All the stuff that I did, Voss, whatever. Levy, one of his marriages. The first day he gets back from his honeymoon, we have to drive to South Carolina in the car. So I'm in the car with him for 14 hours saying how he's a changed man. He's never going to do it again. He finally found the love of his life. I'm so happy. I don't have to screw girls on the road anymore. I'm going to focus on my career.
Great.
I'm going to go right back to the hotel room after the show and write new jokes and get some sleep and get up early and start exercising. I can't, but Jim, you don't understand the feeling of meeting your matchmaker, your whatever, fucking soulmate or whatever. He's going, I'm like, all right, enough. Enough. He's like, no, you don't understand. I am just the happiest. I am so happy. I don't have to do that stuff anymore. I don't have to flirt with girls, talk to them.
True freedom. Look at that.
That night.
It was the greatest feeling.
That night, after the show, he gets blown by a stripper.
Jesus. What happened?
The day he's back from his honeymoon.
What happened?
The 16-hour ride, I had to listen to that shit. And that night he caved in.
Oh my God! That quick. That night.
Hey, hey, look, guys, it was a long ride.
Well, true. Yeah. You can't expect the guy to stay faithful with his soulmate. It's a long ride.
Not even one day. You're just back from your honeymoon. That's supposed to be the happiest time of your life.
Oh, you just know it's fucking doomed.
I guess the girl liked my tan from Jamaica. I don't know, but
My tan from Jamaica.
Why would you get married 3 times?
because I'm one of those people that can't do anything for themselves. Like, I don't want to like get up and do something. Like if I tell her, honey, I need cream for coffee, can you go to the store? Like, I'm one of those guys.
He doesn't. Yeah, he needs to be taken care of. Oh. He has to be in a relationship, and he needs to be taken care of. He likes them
That's
to do
what personal assistance.
Yeah, pack his suitcase and do all of that stuff. Buy his clothes. He doesn't like to do any of that stuff.
But the sacrifice.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing.
It's always
the
a
downside
mess.
is you're married. The upside, yeah, you're getting some stuff done, but fuck that.
No, I mean, I like it because she's more normal. This one's, I believe you both, Jim and Jim can say that you guys met her too. She's very nice. She's from Cleveland.
No, she's cool.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She understands. I can tell her these stories and she laughs. You know what I mean?
We have a comic friend that did the biggest scumbag move. This friend, Artie Fletcher, Jim knows him.
Sure.
After his first...
Wait a minute, you called him a comic?
Oh, shit.
Wow.
I love when they bash each other.
After his first marriage, he's on his honeymoon in, like, Jamaica. They start drinking at, like, noon, him and his wife. She gets so drunk she passes out. He brings her up to the friggin' hotel suite, meets another girl back at the little tiki bar at the pool, and fucks her on the beach. On his honeymoon.
On his honeymoon.
Cheated on his honeymoon.
How did that marriage go?
She didn't know. She was passed out. Yeah, it lasted like 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Jesus.
That's bad. I mean,
why would you get married at that point? You could just do that. You could just do that.
What's that?
He didn't even have a dick. He used to take it out all the time, and we were like, "That's not even a dick."
Yeah.
He's not funny. He doesn't have a dick.
Yeah, he really doesn't.
Right?
This guy sounds like a blast, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like you're not. It's not even cheating with a dick. That's
Unbelievable.
it's really not. Well, it's been an honor to talk to you.
Yes, Bob
Fucking
Levy.
great, man. Love the stories.
Where can we find you? I know you're podcasting. I know you're doing the Twitter thing. What do we got today?
Yeah, I'm at the Rev Bob Levy, and I do my little podcast, Yell for a Little While, and I talk very highly of you fellas. Everyone's coming over to you guys. And I'm
Thank you,
very
sir.
happy.
Well,
I like your style there. That's amazing.
We catch a few strays.
I'll tell
from
you,
the
man.
Howard camp. A few strays here and there.
Yeah.
Without a
Come
doubt.
over here.
What probably
Hey, you can catch a lot more if you do it the way me and Jim do it. Not many fucking
top 5 best nightclub comics in the country.
Yeah.
Levy, still to this day. I don't even know who's ahead of him, but kills every time.
I don't know who.
So let's
it
give him
is
top
either,
3.
You know what I mean? Sure.
I'll give him even top 3. I don't know.
If you don't know any other guys, let's
I'm
at least give
in
him
a
top
nightclub,
3.
nobody can touch this guy.
Damn it.
Nobody.
Unless
Phenomenal.
you're
The
a
way he work a crowd and just fucking filthy, and old people love him. Says the grossest
I'm
things
like
on
a
stage,
charm-
but they
you know
love
what
him.
I call him Jim. I'm a charming rapist.
Yeah.
Aw.
That's what I am.
Is that on the
Nice.
poster?
Yeah, is that on the bill? At the slug
I mean, he
line?
opens
No, no,
he
no,
opens
but
his
that's
show.
how
He's
I am.
like,
I got
how many
the
guys here
style
like
like
coming on girls' faces? And
Yeah.
he put, like, who's not going to raise their hand?
But that's like a tough line to follow.
Yeah, but that's his
still gotta
opening
do
joke.
45 after
like,
that.
yeah, that's something I go, all right, if I'm doing 45 minutes, I'm going to put that at minute 42 to make sure I got everybody on my side, especially the girls. He opens up with how many guys like coming on girls' face? Girls, let them come on your face. Sir, do you come on your wife's face? How come? What are you, a prude? You put all the shit on your face. Why can't a little cum? And right, that's his opening bit, and they love him.
Like it's not degrading them. They get a Coach bag out of it. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking grow the fuck up. My wife's got 50 of them. They're all stuck together in one room.
What a slob.
All right, guys, I love
All
you.
right.
And hope to see you soon. I'll be coming more to the city more.
All right, Bob Levy.
Cool, Bob. Take it easy,
You
man.
See you, Bob.
got to come in and see us. All right, man. Bob Levy.
I will try.
I don't even know what that's about. Is he banned from the building or something?
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Really?
Yeah, it's craziness. I love those stories. Fucking just
Road
you
stories.
guys just debauch us on the road.
Yeah, I mean, that was, early 90s when we started. But, it's like, and you look back, we wasted a lot of time and not focusing on our careers by doing that shit, though.
You got to live, too.
I know,
right?
but you know what? We always like would yell at the guy. I'm going back to the hotel, right? We're like, well, for what?
Right.
For what? For what? What the fuck's wrong with you? Come on, we're gonna go out. They're like, nah, I gotta write some jokes. I'm gonna go listen to my set. I tape
For
recorded.
what?
I'm
We're
like,
we're the Load Warriors, damn it.
I know. Don't you want to be a part of Load Warriors?
Load Warriors.
That's a great name.
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel. Now, more legendary O&A appearances from our favorite stand-up comics. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues.
This is one with Bob Saget. You remember the guy from the show, This Old Pekka? He talks about the comedians he came up with doing Johnny Carson 13 times. Uh-oh. Guess he stuck his pecker in Johnny's butt. Hey, are you doing, Carson? Fucking him with his shit comes out. Home run Chipperson.
When I came in and you showed me pictures, is it okay if I share something personal?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You showed me on your droid the first picture. I thought I was going to see the pictures of your kids first because I hadn't seen you in a while, and we are friends. We do know each other.
Right.
And you went right to Jeff Bridges.
I did. I was bragging.
I want to show you my dude.
No, why? He was surprisingly so fucking cool.
I was excited he was going to be here this morning. I thought he was going to be here this morning.
And
so
Bob,
I was
you're,
like,
you're in that category. You're cool and you get it and you hang with us.
Still not Jeff Bridges. I mean, I like you guys and thank you, but
I thought he would be like, we get to talk to him a couple minutes and whatever. But he was so fucking cool yesterday.
He's a cool person.
That he's one of my favorite guests of all time. He's on the short list.
Is one of those actors that are you saying he's short? He's one of those actors that is not a typical actor that's so gross, and you can profile people that go, "Oh, I care about my causes are so important and stuff," but he genuinely cares about the decomposing of the earth. All of his benefits. He's got one benefit I've gotten invited to, which is, just send us money. There is no benefit. And it's a gorgeous invitation. It's this big ball that he and his wife put on, and it heals the bay, and it's just for the environment. But don't come to it. It lists all the chair people. It's all the biggest names in Hollywood.
Really?
It just is. It does this. Let's not go out. We don't even have to leave our homes. Just give money.
Right. Rumor is I might like a little,
He's kind of a hippie guy. Kind of a
marijuana.
Kind of hippie-ish.
He's smart.
A little bit.
Yeah, he was cool, man. He is fucking cool.
He's
Clint Eastwood cool, just fucking cool.
Clint Eastwood this past year. I mean, Clint Eastwood was my guy, and then this past year,
the chair incident,
it's still my guy. But oh man,
they're still trying to spin that, saying it was still good. No, it wasn't.
That was a little goofy.
That was a train wreck.
I had dinner with him one night. I was in Hawaii with my kids.
All right, now you're bragging.
This is a brag.
That is a big one.
Just want to say you're bragging.
It's a big drop to name.
Okay.
And I'm there at this guy's producer's house, and it's this gorgeous house, and I'm with my kids and another buddy of mine, and I was single and just sitting there and thinking about my life and women and kids and all that crap. And I had a cigar and I had island fish. I was kind of happy. I mean, if I had gotten blown at that moment, it would have been good, And then Clint Eastwood sits down next to me and he goes, "Hey, how you doing?" And it was a long time ago. Pirates of the Caribbean hadn't come out yet. And he said, yeah, I heard they made a movie of the Pirates of the Caribbean. And I went, yeah, I heard that he said, they said it's kind of long. I said, I heard the ride is too long. And he goes, "Hey, you're a funny guy." And then I hung out with him and then asked him about women and stuff. I'll never get that right.
I'll never get that right. Is that what he said?
Yeah. And I said, "Is that your wife?" And he goes,
oh shit.
Were you nervous around Eastwood?
I wasn't. I had a couple little booze. I'm not nervous around. I get excited about a few people.
Mm-hmm. Who are the few people?
Because it's really stupid who I get nervous around. I met Jeff Lynne in a restaurant a couple weeks ago. He was ELO.
Oh yeah.
I get excited by a music.
Jeff Lynne.
I know. It makes me.
You've met a lot of people.
I'm a fruit parfait. Maybe I need to get out more.
I like an ELO song here and there, but I don't know if I'd get excited
Jeff
over.
Lynn's pretty goddamn cool.
I mean, I've met some. It is, right? Am I wrong?
No, I think Jeff Lynne is also cool.
He got all nervous.
To get all nervous is one thing.
I didn't get nervous.
Jeff Lynne is a cool guy.
Yeah.
He is.
I don't know why that makes me laugh.
Were you nervous yesterday with Jeff Bridges?
Fuck yeah. Oh yeah.
See, I don't get nervous with Jeff Bridges because I feel comfortable with him.
Yeah, no, but then
Jeff Lynne, I don't even know if he speaks my language. He's from England.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do they speak over there?
I love those people from England. I look up to them.
Who else?
Yes.
Anybody from England.
I really
shit
do
myself
too.
over anyone with a British accent.
The second that accent comes out, I just think you're better than me.
Yes.
You're better than me.
Yes.
I don't know why that is.
There's a lot of accents you should feel that way about.
I want to know more about this, Bob. Who else?
I get. There's been women that I get excited about. All the actors.
Oh, well.
Like who?
All the normal ones.
No.
Yeah.
You have a short list of. Come
it's
on.
the same ones. It's Charlotte
Johansson. Yeah.
And, all the ones that
we almost talked to her once.
And Charlize Theron and all those.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's fucking lovely.
I could have actors come in here and stuff, and it's no big like I don't get nervous
anymore when they sit down. It's exciting.
Because
it's
you're
fun.
masturbating while you're
yes,
talking
I'm just
to them.
jacking under the table.
No, there's got to be guys that made you nervous.
Not
in here.
nervous. No, excited, and it's like, oh my god, this is really cool. They're coming in, but not nervous. When the Hollywood starlet kind of women come in and you're like, oh my god, that's a chick from the movie, and they have a look.
They get the reaction.
Celebrity women have a look about them where they could be in a gaggle of other broads. They're people that are taking them around, and you pick them out in a second because they're glowing.
Well, and that's why they got into that field. They look at, if you look at pictures of them, which I know we all do all night long, they're staring at that lens because they all know you make love to the back of the lens. Look at the lens. You are the lens. Be the lens. I've never had a woman look at me the way they look at a lens.
At a lens.
No.
Yes.
I want to be a lens.
I've had a woman look at me the way they look at the scope of a rifle, though.
Just total fear.
Yeah, just revulsion.
Or was it a woman welcoming? I'm on Fallon tomorrow. Not the show.
Oh,
Just on him. That's cool.
Yeah. I used to do Merv Griffin show. Whenever you would go, I'm on the Merv Griffin show. I'm on Merv Griffin. Not the show. It actually applied.
yes, it did. Yes, well,
Because he was good to me. Actually.
What years did you do his show?
Oh God, 82 to like I was on it 13 times.
Wow.
I
Really?
was on Carson 13 times.
I was
also.
about to ask you because I just saw a Carson
I started
documentary.
it last night. It's
I
amazing.
It's
love it.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's your thoughts on Carson?
I loved Carson, and he was.
Yeah.
It was a. What did they show his personality in it? Did they
Yes,
show that
yes.
he kind of
That he was
They go
loner.
into that.
bit of a quiet Caramuccian?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it sounded like his fame pushed him that way, where he finally just kind of.
It did. People, and he's not the guy that's like, hey, good to see everybody.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Because he was a guy that used to be out and about when he was younger,
Yeah.
in Hollywood especially, and then like that fame just made him close down and kind of isolate himself.
But he was so good at that gig.
Right.
Oh my
always.
God.
And then by the end,
Unbelievable.
he had basically no friends, and even his wife, that he really loved, the last one there, he distanced himself.
But he
And he
said-
lost his kid too, so that was a terrible.
Yeah.
91, I think.
He had said to his wife or wife to be at one point. He said, "I don't want to do this. These shows are all consuming."
To
and
Joanna, yeah.
You just he knew what it was to get into that show, and if it was successful, he knew that would become his life. Period. That's it.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened to the guy.
And he wanted it. I mean, he loved doing
yeah.
it. I used to talk to him, and he was really, really kind to me. I mean, I was talking to him. That was someone that I idolized, that I was gaga over.
You talked to him, what, backstage? Or?
Yeah, before the
Wow.
show.
What
and,
kind of conversations did
that's
you have?
huge.
Really interesting stuff. One time it was, I thought I was like bombing on the air, and I said, "Hey, I wasn't too good." He goes, "Oh, you were good. They sucked tonight." And I went, "Well, what do you do?" And he goes, "Oh, you got tomorrow night. It's always tomorrow." And then
He probably felt it in the monologue or something and knew that they just weren't a great crowd.
yeah, you could tell right away. It was no different than what we do.
Sure.
You just know. But he was really kind to me. It's funny. I would tell stories that didn't stop. You know, I was like the nephew that would come on and just tell stories. You know, so I'm in there with my kids, and he's like, I said, "This is true." He goes, "I don't care. Just tell it." Just tell it. He would have said, "Tell the fucking story."
You're right. I don't care. Just
And then he would go, and there was a music act on. I remember just sitting and talking to him. I remember I have the same memories kind of with Letterman years later. Would do that show a lot also, and I'd known David from the Comedy Store and stuff from years before. But Carson that's an icon that I never thought I'd ever be sitting and talking to a
Right?
guy like that.
How did it feel to sit in that seat?
Well, what was funny was I kind of knew Ed because he kind of knew my family in Philly. And the first time I did it, I believe it was with Gary Shandling. He was guest hosting. And then I did it again with Johnny. And then I did it once with Jay. And then I did total of 13 with Johnny, as I remember. And then Johnny was, it was 2 weeks before he was going off the air. And I brought him a watch as a joke. And it said 30 years of great service on it. And I handed it to him. Oh, this is very nice. Thank you. 30 years of great service. And then I took out 16 more watches, identical watches, like it was just a piece of shit. I gave one to Ed and Doc. And then Bill Cosby came on after and he was, "Give me my watch." And I started jumping on it and trying to break it. And they were throwing watches all over the place like it was shit. But he was,
That's funny.
took me out to his car once and showed me his Corvette. Yeah, that's my new car. He didn't seem that happy, but he loved funny people. And
that's what it looked like.
And
It looked like,
responded
yeah,
well
yeah.
because he knew that I loved him and I didn't invade his privacy. I was just I would just listen to him.
In the documentary, they talk about how somebody had mentioned that watching someone be funny on the show, it was great because you got to see a funny person, but it was also watching Johnny legitimately laughing at it made it even better and made it feel like you were in it. You were there laughing with somebody that you cared about. And just a weird, that whole time period and everything. He was an institution, man, that just will never
There wasn't
never
any
be replaced.
competition. There wasn't any.
He was the guy.
Yeah.
No.
And they explained how Arsenio Hall bit off it a little bit. Took a little
He
bit.
did a pretty amazing thing, Arsenio.
Yeah, Arsenio was a real competitor there for a little bit. But I wanted to talk about the comedians again when he would call you over. Everyone talks about the comic being called over after doing a stand-up.
Right.
Who are the sad saps that didn't get called over? Because now it's obvious everyone knows about Johnny calling the comedian over if he really liked them.
That's the whole big thing. I only did panel, so I was really, really lucky.
Oh, you never did stand-up on the show?
They wouldn't put me on. The talent coordinator told me when I was trying to get on for like 10 years, I couldn't get on. When I finally had some television of consequence, then I would come on as a guest just to talk to him. But they said the Jim McCauley, who passed away, he was a nice man. He was a talent coordinator. Said your act is like a stone skipping on the water. It doesn't quite dig in.
Oh shit!
I want to do stand up. I don't want to
Pupkin speech
fucking
from fucking
kung fu. I don't fucking need that. I just want to get on the Tonight Show.
He brought your cassette back to you and told you to go out and get some nightclub work and
do some work, and we'll send somebody out to see you as soon as we can.
Send us the tape.
Yeah.
Do you have a link?
I'll wait.
Yeah, but your comedy is also, it's like edgier.
Well, it was just free association.
Oh, okay.
So it didn't find it, and it still was edgy. It was like my first joke was, I have the brain of a German Shepherd and the body of a 16-year-old boy, and they're both in my car, and I want you to see them. That was a joke. So that's not a joke, but it's just someone you say if you're fucked up.
Right.
And people would laugh at it, kind of, because like, what's wrong with this guy?
Yeah.
But
yeah, I love the documentary. And then it got into his relationship with his mom, who.
Oh man! Apparently, she could have given him a little more support.
Oh, just a little bit would have been nice.
She was
mean to him?
She was awful.
Yeah, just not. He wanted her to be proud of what he did, and anybody you'd think would be. I mean, what he achieved. But even as he got older, he just couldn't get her approval, or I guess she was watching the monologue with somebody that was writing a story about Johnny.
Time Magazine.
Time Magazine.
Somebody.
Time Magazine. A little publication
Yeah.
called Time Magazine.
And they're watching the monologue together, the writer and the mother, and they're done with the monologue. And she goes,
she said that wasn't funny.
That wasn't funny.
And walked out of the room.
Holy shit.
And it wasn't even like a joke thing where she comes back then and goes,
Right.
Yeah, and the writer's just like, oh my God.
You think she wanted to be famous?
I don't know.
She was
Maybe.
frustrated by that?
She's just an obvious narcissist. Ugh.
But
and not a person that understands anything. I mean, that's an ego battle with your kid. That's jealous that your kid has a
Maybe
rise.
that might be it.
But it's more complicated than that. We were discussing the documentary yesterday, thanks to Anthony, brought it to my attention. I went right home and watched it. When she died, the mom, she had a box in the closet with all his shit, all his press clippings. She saved everything.
So
in a way, Johnny Carson was like, oh, okay, maybe she can express, what she was feeling for me in my career. But in the end, she did show how proud she was because she saved it all. And then they said Johnny took that box, put it in his closet, and it remained there until, he died.
Probably masturbated to it.
Yeah. Oh God!
What about his dad?
They didn't really go into the dad that much.
They didn't really.
He was a good role model, positive guy.
Yeah, it was very simple stuff.
There's footage of Johnny. I'm sorry. There's footage of Johnny from back in like the 40s, and the early 40s doing magic tricks around the house. It's amazing that people had
some of the footage was amazing.
Well, you watch him. Did they show the thing with Sammy Davis Jr. and Frank in St. Louis? They did an amazing show, and Johnny was the MC, and he wasn't killing. I mean, he was young. He hadn't. I might have just started Who Do You Trust, a game show, and he was just a fresh, spry, good-looking guy that was just like
he was kind of awkward in front of the camera,
gangly and likable.
But very likable.
You wouldn't expect him to become what he became. That intersection doesn't happen.
And where was he from?
Nebraska.
Because his father really wasn't in that a lot, but they said something about like somebody from the dad that he was the type of guy from Nebraska that loved his family so much he almost told them.
Jay Leno said that.
Did Jay Leno?
He loved his family so much he almost told them.
He almost told them.
What a great line.
He loved his wife so much he almost told them.
Yeah, that was it. Loved his wife
That's
so much.
sad is that people don't.
Right.
I guess it's ethnicity too, because Jewish, Italian people maybe get a little more gregarious in how much. It's a cultural thing. But a person from the Midwest doesn't go around hugging their family.
No.
That's what sets people off.
Who are the guys you came up with at the Comedy Store? You mentioned Letterman, but who else was in your little group? Like Jimmy has his group.
Yeah.
That comes in here and we're.
Well, I had a lot of friends actually. Kennison, I helped get his first spot at the Comedy Store.
Wow.
And Michael Richards, I helped get his first spot at the Improv.
I helped get him his last spot at the Laugh Factory.
Well, you can do so much with a good iPhone. And I was friends with Mike Binder, who was a filmmaker, and a lot of people. Shanling was a friend. I mean, I was not close, but hung out with Seinfeld. And one time I took everybody to Disneyland. George Wallace, Seinfeld, Shanling. I took everybody to Disneyland. We were like 24 years old. I just wanted to be like some faggy cheerleader. I was just all idealistic and happy to be a comic.
Come on, guys.
Hey, we're all comics.
Yeah.
Come on, let's make people laugh tonight.
It's like, no, Bob, we're supposed to be miserable when we're not on stage. Stop it.
But you knew these guys
Bob, don't you know about Coke?
But you knew these guys before, obviously, they were famous. I always find that fascinating.
I would sit in the back of the room. With this. I would sit there, and Billy Crystal was really nice to me, and he had just gotten on Soap, and we were sitting watching people. And Pryor was going on, so I started emceeing a lot, so I would bring up Robin a lot, and Robin he had just gotten Laugh-In 2. George Schlatter did the sequel to Laugh-In.
God, that's right.
So Robin did that, and Letterman went off to go do his morning show on NBC. He was really nice.
What year is all this? Like 70?
78, 79. And Leno was really nice. I mean, I know Leno is a guy that was just the construction worker's favorite comedian. You get on stage in a denim shirt.
Right.
Hey, what's going on with these people?
Yeah.
It was fun. There were a lot of.
What's the obsession with the denim shirts?
I think he's a
got a little
picture of
OCD?
habit. Yeah,
he's got 100 of them.
It works. Like he probably feels that's my pattern. And they said Johnny was like that too, though. Very, very ritualistic, very routine. Every 10 a.m. call Fred DeCordo. He did the exact same thing every day. And when you get that gig, I imagine you're like, I got this gig. Don't fuck it up. So whatever worked yesterday, it hopefully will work today.
Well, it's interesting because I'm going to talk about that a little bit on Fallon tomorrow night. The guy got the spot. I mean, it's pretty. And it tells you it's unbelievable, and I understand it because it's a crazy thing. I like it because it goes into a little more variety show type thing. It brings a little bit. I'm not a game lover. I don't want to see people do bar things on TV or whatever. I like a chat show where people just do this, but I also like that. I used to love 10 o'clock at night, Dean Martin show. I used to love an attempt at people coming on and just fucking around. Different musicians come out and just doing whatever. So if there's that kind of element to a show where, God bless Jonathan Winters, someone like that can walk in, knock on the door, and just fuck around.
Yeah.
If the people that run the show are big enough, if it's a Dean Martin type person, and if Jimmy does that kind of thing, I don't know.
He just went right to the top.
He's awesome.
It's amazing. He comes in to do this show, and
he's a nice guy.
Yeah, genuinely. Yeah,
he came in to do our show when they were kind of experimenting with it on the internet.
Yeah.
Remember, he was doing test shows, and now look what he's doing
online.
Yeah, it was online. They were like feeling it out. That's when we met him for the first time, and now look at him. Holy fuck!
I met him. He was in L.A. and it was funny. I was on Oprah, and they had 5 comedians discovering people, and I was discovering a guy named Bob Oshak, who I need to discover again. Really funny comedian, great guy. And Bill Murray was on. And Bill Murray, via tape, discovered Jimmy Fallon, said that was the guy that he wanted to discover. And Jimmy had just started on SNL. He was one of the new guys. And Bill Maher had somebody he discovered. I can't remember. But it was, I didn't know Jimmy. I went into Oprah's booth and put on a headset and said, "Hey, Jimmy, I really like your work," and just started trying to talk dirty to him because we were on the satellite at Oprah. So it just felt like something bad to do.
Sure.
I had my balls were heavy and filled that day.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
I was all. I'm at
Naughty.
Oprah and I'm using their room as a telephone call. But
I met
I
him.
do-
I
sorry.
was saying the first time I met him, I think we did a show in Bryant Park. It was an outdoor show, obviously, and I went up and it bombed completely. And the other guy I was working with bombed completely, and no one knew Jimmy. He, I think, maybe just got SNL. And they're like, this next guy, and he was a guitar act. And me and the other comic go, oh, fucking.
Yeah.
And but he did great. He really got laughs. And you could see he was really funny. It was really, there's nothing worse than when you guys bomb and the other guy kills. So it's like, oh, it wasn't totally the crowd. It was possible to entertain them.
They really wanted to be entertained today. Oh, fuck.
I was that guitar act. I could never take the guitar off when I started. I used to sing While My Guitar Gently Weeps, and I had a valve with a shampoo bottle filled with water. I would turn it, and water would pour out of my guitar. So it was a combination of Gallagher and a music act. And I was hated, but so bad. I was at the Improv one night, and Larry David, this was before Larry did Fridays even, was standing there. Jeez. And Larry we'd get very amped up before going on, didn't always was caustic toward the audience even before, so he would
legendary.
Be like that. And somebody was on stage, and I'm standing next to Larry holding a guitar. So it's a scene basically from Curb. It really felt like it. Larry's watching the guy on stage, and we're right there. It's like in the Improv in LA, you're too close to the stage, and all the comics are just looking, and you're kind of lit. It's just weird. And Larry's going, oh, they're laughing at this fucking guy. I don't know if I want to go on. And he said, these people are fucking stupid. And they want a fucking guitar act. And I looked, and I had a guitar on.
Oh, shit.
And he didn't even realize he'd said it. And he looked at me, and then I went, oh, and then I was like 23. I'm just so hurt.
At least it didn't have an impact on your life where you remembered it.
Oh my God! Well, I also agreed with him. I wish I didn't have the guitar because I was going to go up and do like fucking parodies. A piece of shit that I was. And then, of course, my new special has a lot of music on it. But then Larry went on stage right after this guy who did jokes that Larry didn't like, and Larry was right. He was completely right. The guy was doing real feed the audience pablum stuff, and Larry started and went, oh, it's just hilarious. Very known for doing this. Yeah. Oh, so it is you people. Or someone like, you know what? Fuck you.
Wow, it is you people.
I don't even remember what the joke was. I just remember him going, fuck you. And next thing I knew, they said, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Saget. Because he was gone. And there I was with my guitar. Feeling like he was right, and this is going to work, and I'm a piece of comedic shit.
There's so many stories.
Yeah, of course I killed.
Pitching like that.
But it was, I would do just parodies.
That's
he would
funny.
leave the stage, just yell at the audience, bitch. In the middle of doing something, he would just go, fuck this, and walk off the stage. It's like, what the?
But that doesn't get you anywhere.
He was so funny.
No, it doesn't get you anywhere.
Tracy always does the opposite. Tracy would be like, well, even the virus tour, he would go, I'm going to walk him, Bobby. I went, why are you going to walk? I'm going to talk about things they've never heard, abortion. But now they've heard that.
I'm going to walk them.
They're going to leave. I went, well, why do they have to leave? Because they're going to, Bobby. You'll see. But I think that's a saver to make sure that you've never wanted people to leave, right?
Not at all. No, not until I fuck them. Then I would love them to. As soon as I'm wiping cum off with a sock, I want them putting on their shoes.
I saw Tracy Morgan at Caroline's, and he wasn't having a good set, so he decided to talk about his pubic hair for 20 minutes. Not a minute, not 2 minutes, for 20 minutes. Well, he would not stop. And then
but there's a lot to talk about.
He was basically going to every girl in the front row asking if they wanted to see his pubic hair. And he made it into a thing, and he turned the whole fucking place around.
That's nice.
Unbelievable.
By the way, Jim
I was going to say, you beat me by a half a second.
Oh, my God, that's right.
Obviously, he's taking a huge shit.
He named his shit after me. I bet you it's as tall as me.
At this point.
I bet more mass of his own body is coming out of him. What if he created an exact opposite that just comes out of him? His twin, his shit twin.
He shit his own twin out.
I finally shit my
great
Kenny,
movie.
You got something on that?
A lot of people don't know this, but he told me he's been holding this since last night.
Why?
Oh, no.
That's what he does.
Why does he hold?
Well, he wasn't in labor till this morning.
Yeah.
No, he does weird things like that.
He holds his shit.
Yeah, we're going to have to ask him when he comes back.
Well, that's a problem.
I don't know why.
That's
he
bad
does
for
things
you.
like
You
that.
can get hemorrhoids. You can get bowel cancer from holding shit. Shit
Oh.
is, you know what shit's got in it? shit.
You
don't want to keep that in.
As soon as I get that feeling, it's time to get rid of it.
I love getting rid of it.
Fuck yeah.
It's fucking awesome. Even people say don't do it on a plane, but I'm so good at anything. Like yoga's like helped me.
Yeah.
I don't even do yoga, but
plane, you don't care.
At home, I rehearse basically. My yoga is just in training for airplane shitting. Squatting, Bob.
You gotta get it done with quick.
Yeah. One of life's simple pleasures is when you can't cut it loose, and you get a nice long one,
and it's over.
Huh?
Oh, you mean it just stays there forever?
No, I mean you think you're snapping off logs, but it turns out to be one nice, really long one.
Well,
and then you got a little amazement in your life for the day.
Well, hold on. I'm still caught on the end.
You don't like this stuff, Anthony?
Anthony's trying to figure out if you like the sensation of keeping it in there. I think
no. I'm talking when
it's a giant tube steak.
Yeah, you're releasing, but you're not cutting off individual logs. It becomes one really long one. But see, I can't relate to this because you need to know as he's dropping logs, he flushes immediately while he's still sitting on the toilet.
I do that sometimes.
Oh, I like the
I want to see what I did.
I like to look and make sure there's no glass in it, but like I ate rocks.
Yeah,
Jimmy, what happened?
Jimmy's smiling.
Well, I gotta be honest.
I never experienced anything like this. That's 20 minutes.
Yeah, I take slow shits, but I went upstairs. I would say not a great one. It was one of those ones where it's going to be like, I felt like I was forcing out baby carrots covered in peanut butter.
Oh, Jesus.
Did you eat either of those things? Or everything turns to peanut butter,
I eat a lot of baby carrots.
He loves
you mean the ones
carrots.
in the package?
Yeah.
That's was it orange?
Yeah.
Your shit was orange.
No. I'm saying they were small, and it was just hard to get it all going. And I'm like, oh boy, is wiping going to be a nightmare? Like
wiping can be. Yeah.
Nothing's worse than when your shit sounds like you just threw pebbles in the water.
Yeah. Bag of rocks.
Oh, it's the worst.
Mine sounded like you had soaked a golf ball in peanut butter and you were rolling it down a peanut butter gutter.
Does that sound like mousetrap?
What wasn't good.
My mother's old, and I probably shouldn't talk about this, but sometimes I'll take her to the restroom somewhere, and I'll drop her off, and it's the act itself for an older person is probably about 12 seconds tops, but the maintenance can be 45 minutes because there's old flesh you have to get. Did you have a lot of?
Wait!
You're putting a fanny pack? Did you shit in that fanny pack?
Bob, hold on a second. You're giving us way too much material. Have you had to wipe your mom's?
No. I have not. I mean, I do it electively.
Okay. Whether she needs it or not.
Yeah. In fact, I'm starting a website. It's wipemymomsass.com.
I've been able to
.net. I have .com.
I've been able to avoid it, but there are family members that might have had to wipe my mom's ass.
Yeah, my mom shits her pants. She's gonna have to fucking hose out. I love it, but I can't wipe her ass.
How about this? People marrying into our family had to do it.
Your mom?
No.
Yes, because it's a girl thing.
Is your mom alive now?
I think so.
But someone has to wipe her ass?
Yeah, I think she might still be alive.
She can't do it, but she's just an avid reader.
I'm saying I could come over.
You want to give it a shot?
I would. Are you kidding? I'd love to wipe your mom's ass.
Some of my sister-in-laws.
We're friends.
Some of my sister-in-laws have had a... Yeah.
Damn.
It was hard to wipe my ass today because I opened my asshole with my cheeks
with your iPhone.
No, with my hand. My left hand pulls my cheeks apart, and I wrap the paper around. I do it gently, but I put my finger in.
Why do you have to open it apart?
I want to clean the inside of the asshole. I want it clean.
So you're using one hand to do a spreadsheet. You're using it like you would your iPhone.
Yeah, I'm not
open a picture.
I'm not taking my two fingers and opening the cheeks. I'm taking one hand and just pulling it apart. It's almost like my asshole's going. And
asshole.
I have a sore left hand, so it made holding the cheeks open.
Bob,
I have a
did you hear what happened? You're not paying attention. He cleans inside his asshole every single time. And you had nothing on that?
No, I'm trying not to throw up.
Okay.
Why? I like my asshole clean. I was voted boy with the cleanest asshole.
But he doesn't understand, we don't accept this. I think that's weird.
No, people do clean out there. If you have,
he puts a finger in every time. He wraps toilet paper on his finger and puts it in every time.
I did miss that. I did the cardinal sin of thinking of your next thought,
right?
Which was still I want to get it out. Which was you need an assistant.
I do.
Someone to hold your asshole apart.
Yes.
And then,
yeah.
but you still want to put a finger in your asshole.
I need a
time.
small-fisted assistant.
Kenny's smirking over there because Kenny offered up some info while you were gone, Jim Norton.
Oh, what info?
Well, why don't you bring it up again, Kenny?
That you've been holding that since last night.
Why? Why?
Last night I was on my iPad, but it wasn't an emergency. I'm like, I kind of have to shit, and I'm like, I'll just wait till I get to LA. But I have to shit now.
That's dangerous. It really is bad for you.
I didn't have to shit that bad.
Did you eat on the plane? Did you eat anything?
I'm leaving now.
Oh, you're leaving now.
Yeah.
What'd you eat last night?
Just baby carrots, and I did a TV show, so they had craft serves. So I had a few nuts and a few crackers, which I shouldn't have, but nothing too crazy.
What show was it?
It's John Fugelsang has that show on.
Yeah, he's a nice
TV.
guy.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy.
So to watch that show, you're holding your shit in the whole show?
No. You say that was where I ate. I didn't have to shit there, but then I got home and I was like, I kind of want to shit, but I didn't have. It wasn't like I felt the overwhelming desire. But I'm also like losing at words with friends, so I'm like, let me just fucking wrap this up.
I drop everything to shit. I don't think like I'll just wait until I get to
if
LA.
I really had to, like right now I had to, so I went in there. But it was just a slow. It was literally.
Is it a mess in there?
No,
you clean it up pretty well. I mean, if you clean out your asshole, I would think the toilet's huge.
But it was like 7 or 8 little fucking. But it just didn't have like that big log fly out. Like, you know when a log makes a fucking entrance? Yada!
Yeah. I like it when it's got 4 kids riding on it.
No.
It's like Splash Mountain.
Yeah, mine wasn't. Mine was like a
photo op.
Mine was like you're pushing a sock through a tube of fluffernutter. That's what my fucking shit was like. Slow. That's a slow business.
I can't think of anything to top that.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hi, this is Craig Schickle, and I'm going to be participating in the Thanksgiving festivities. I like stuffing with raisins. That's my favorite food, stuffing with extra raisins. In this segment, Andrew Dice Clay, who uses a lot of language that I don't really care for, returns to the show to discuss that he was in Woody Allen picture. I like Stardust Memories, that's my favorite. But this is called Jasmine. I guess he talks about working out and things of that nature. I didn't really care for this segment because of the language. I think that you could be very funny if you don't curse too. Shickle about it.
ADC. What up, yo? Take a seat, Dice. You look fucking fantastic. I got to tell you. You're standing out there. You're trim, slim, svelte Dice.
In the cage, my friend.
You're in the cage.
Me and Norton.
Yeah.
Look at I couldn't believe when I saw Norton in
Can
Vegas.
you believe it?
You know, the shape he's in.
Yeah.
You know, and I heard through the grapevine that you've been in the cage.
Yeah.
Going to the gym, doing the right thing.
Going to the gym?
No,
going to the gym and eating better.
Is it a lie?
No.
No, I'm going today.
It's English,
tomorrow.
but it's not a lie.
You know,
he has been going to the gym and working out like a maniac.
Yeah, I go constantly.
And you, what do you do? What do you do, Dice? What do you do? What do you do to work out? Weights? You do?
I do
cardio?
everything.
You
I do the
everything?
cardio. I normally
Yeah?
start with the cardio.
Yeah.
And any trainer that tells you to end with cardio is an asshole human being.
Really?
Yeah, because that's the trick. It's a trick, Anthony.
Yeah?
Yeah, because when you do cardio last, let's say you hire a trainer.
I
they
do.
go, all right, stay on this for 40 minutes. I got to go. And they leave. Cardio's the most important. After that, everything else is extra. You know what I mean? Using the weights, all that stuff. That's like the cherry on top.
That's like
all.
building up, you know.
Yeah, when a trainer comes on, hey, you want me to train you? You know, let me work you out.
Oh, yeah?
I'll work you out. How does that sound?
I got the trainer.
You got the trainer?
Yeah, he comes over the house. I got a whole room
I used to,
just for that.
I used to have a trainer.
Because I wouldn't go.
Well, you see, but I am self-motivated that way. Like,
See,
I
I'm
like
not.
being in the gym.
I don't.
You know?
I like being in the room next to my bedroom.
Well, then don't.
That's what I do.
Don't do it.
But that's what I do.
You know, you've always been a lean guy. You don't need to train. Get on
No,
You could have a treadmill in your house.
But I do.
He does.
I do.
And you won't get on it. Make my mic louder.
But I make my mic
louder.
You got to turn your headphones up, maybe too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
And you know how to work the electronicals.
Yeah.
Do me a favor.
No, I got the trainer. He comes over.
Okay.
Comes over, and we do weights and shit, and I do the treadmill on the days he's not there. So what I don't need him watching me on a fucking
But
treadmill.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't like these trainers that go, you need to be on the treadmill last. Yeah,
Right,
for
right.
you?
Yeah.
For you?
No.
Because you told me.
No, he's gonna work from the time he gets there till the time he leaves.
That's it.
You know?
So he comes to your house, you don't go to a gym?
No, he comes to the house. It's great.
You got a whole setup like
got
that?
The
You
whole
got-
setup, weights, the whole fucking deal. And I do that, work out for.
No, but when you say
hour and a half.
weights, the whole fucking deal, like what comes after the weights?
What do you mean?
What's the whole fucking deal?
Oh, and a machine, a machine where you could fucking, you're pulling, you're pushing, you're fucking lifting.
That's how I look at chicks.
Yeah, you pull,
You
you
know
push,
what I mean?
you
When they
lift,
do
you
that little
fucking-
frog bounce.
Yeah.
You know, when they climb on top, they put their hands at your sides, they start bouncing that fucking fat ass, twerking it on your dick.
You got to watch, though.
You know what I mean?
Sometimes they
That's
lean.
the workout.
But sometimes they lean in a direction where it's like, do you know how this cock works? It's not hinged like a ball joint
you know
at the
what?
bottom.
I put him
fucking-
through. I put him through a little boot camp session first,
Yeah.
just to train him what
a
I
little
need.
training, what you
You know what I
need.
mean? You
I
know
love
what I
that
mean?
one where
I mean,
they want to hop on and then lean back. It's like my fucking. It's called a hard on, not a fucking soft on.
no, but you
It
can work
doesn't
that
bend
angle.
like-
You can work that angle.
You can, but they got to do it slow, Dice. You lean back slow. You don't
Well,
fucking
you get a novice, you get what you deserve.
go back. Well,
You know what I mean?
You're right.
I like getting them a little broken in. I don't mind if a chick's been fucking for a few years.
You don't mind them a little
You know what I-
sloppy.
No, I like a girl that knows what she's doing because a lot of
A
you know
Gem Mint
No,
7.
but seriously, when you go with a lot of these girls, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And they give you the I'm a nice girl. I don't really do these kind of things like girl, you know, relate. It's like, you know what? Then you're not for me.
Okay.
You know, I like a girl that could just sort of hop on and join the team.
Doesn't need any instruction.
Join my team of fucking bulls.
The manual's been lost for years.
You like all this twerking stuff? Fucking, they took a stripper's move and gave it a name.
Right.
You know?
Yes, thank you. You're right.
You know, my wife's been doing that for me since the day I met her. I walk in the house, she's
Yeah.
twerking over there.
Twerking.
You know what I mean? I go, they stole your move.
It's become very like an
It's
African American move or something.
I just fucking love
Do you
any
love it?
chick that has the nerve to go in a public place to a club and say, basically, this is what I could do on your fucking cock. And I'm going, you filthy animal, I want to marry you.
That is what they're doing. Is like, look what I could do if your cock was right here and I was on it.
Yeah, I mean, think of that.
Yeah.
How they start moving each cheek individually, like they're showing you that. I said, you think that's some? Watch my balls. One's doing the samba, the other one's doing the merengue.
Do you twerk with
You know
your
what I
nuts?
mean? I twerk with my
You
fucking
twerk
nuts.
with your nutsack. I just don't. I don't think they get into bed though and do those things. I think it's a thing they do, and then they get into bed and just fucking lay there anyway.
Exactly.
Lay there like
yeah,
fucking-
exactly.
Yeah, it's like how about
Lay there like a dead fucking fish.
how about your work? Yeah, there
Start
you go.
fucking, sister.
Yeah,
There you go.
There's some twerking.
There
Oh
we
my
go.
God, look at that big ass.
That's a nice, big, fucking fat ass.
and she's doing it in
and
like a bakery.
No, she's in a grocery. Yeah, there we go. Pick up the. You got another one? There we
Now
go.
she's by the milk aisle.
Yeah, she should be very proud of her accomplishment.
Her ass really moves in a wonderful way.
Yeah, it really is, and it's a big fat dumper.
It just
Yeah.
reminds me of some animalistic mating ritual.
Well, we
Like-
are animals.
Yeah, but
We're
I don't
fucking,
know.
we're simians.
Yeah, we're animals. If I was with her, my dick would whistle at her.
Yeah,
Yeah, my dick makes noise sometimes.
That would
have
feel
that
good.
checked out.
But I'll tell you, that big fucking juicy ass hitting against your stomach and pubis
Yeah.
would just milk your dick.
pubis?
Yeah, like the little area above your dick. It's called
The hair?
It's a pubis. No, the pubic hair is the pubic hair, but the pubis is the area right along above the penis.
You know what? I'm not that. I didn't want to go to school to learn.
Yeah, it's a pubis.
You know what I mean? Norton knows all this shit, but she is great.
She would milk your
Yeah.
penis really nicely.
Oh my God! Look at this. She's not even trying.
She's just jumping up and down, and her ass is really like fucking shaking.
I wouldn't say I'm attracted to her at all, but that she would make you come really good.
What? You're not attracted to that?
No,
a beefy chick like that?
No, I don't like her face that much.
I don't.
Who's
like
even
that.
looking at that?
But the ass would make you come.
If you're looking at her face, she's not doing a job.
I don't like that ass.
But why
It's too
not pick
big.
the dress up and show us the? See, there goes one cheek. Here we go.
I'll tell you, Aunt, it would make you come. You wouldn't believe. You'd probably go, holy mackerel, I'm coming already. You wouldn't believe how fucking well you came with that girl.
Really?
Yeah. Her ass would fucking, it would milk
That
your
really
dick.
is a good one.
I don't know. It's too big.
Twerk, you mother.
I don't
I like a
that.
fat ass.
I'm not big
You know
on
what
a
I mean?
fat ass, Dice.
Well, I like a beefy ass. I'll put it to you that way.
Yeah.
I do too.
But
We got a lot
that's
to
too
talk
much.
about today. I got a lot
know,
going on. We're
you
talking
got a
about
lot
fucking
going on.
twerking,
I don't know
slobs,
what
banging,
happened.
balls to the face.
You know, when you come in, we usually talk about just shoving
No, we talk,
dicks
but
in chicks.
Okay, I know.
But you do have a lot going
so
on.
you're like running the show today.
Opie has jury duty.
He's on jury duty.
Yeah, he just left for jury duty.
Yeah,
He went over there
Somebody
for,
else that'll get off.
Yeah.
Everybody gets off. I don't even know why they have courtrooms anymore. All right, well, let's draw this out for a few weeks, and you can leave.
You think that's
You
it?
know,
Yeah.
fucking justice. There is no justice.
I don't think you agreed with the Trayvon the Zimmerman trial. What?
No, I'm talking about that kid that stole the socks from Macy's. You know what I mean? They put him in court.
Oh,
you know,
that big
grand
trial.
theft. You know.
Yeah.
I'm like, you got to be able to steal in this day and age. Things are too expensive.
Well, that's true. I don't
You know,
think
people get
socks-
guilty over stealing.
Socks ain't bad, and stealing like that.
No, but he took like thousands of them.
Oh.
Yeah, off a truck. And
So
I'm
it's
like, it's
grand
socks. You need them.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
So you do have a lot going on, Dice. A fucking Woody Allen movie.
Yeah, tonight's the premiere. I'm very excited
The big
about
premiere.
it. Very excited about
And I'd be. That is huge.
Yeah.
How was it working with Woody?
Woody's the greatest.
Is he great?
He was great. He let me do what I'm supposed to do.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? And you know, from what I'm reading, it's almost like embarrassing.
What do you
know?
mean?
Well, you know what? I really showed up to do a great job because I knew the kind of like actors I was going to work with.
It's huge.
You know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
working with Alec and Kate Blanchett, and you know these are the Sally Hawkins, Golden Globe winners.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, I really got to bring an A game, and I didn't do a movie in 12 years.
Jesus.
You know, but you know, when I see these like the Wall Street Journal, the way they're writing me up, and I'm like, this is the craziest thing I've ever been involved in.
You know what I'm seeing here, Dice? And I'm not kidding around either.
No, I know what you're talking now.
This could be the fucking John Travolta Pulp Fiction thing for you.
But that's what they're saying. They're talking about Mickey Rourke and the wrestler, but but I'm like, these guys, I mean, guys like Mickey Rourke to me are the best.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, to me, he's one of the greatest actors just ever. He just is.
Yeah.
So I understood that. And he's the star of that movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even though Travolta, was a supporting role in Pulp Fiction, it was still a giant part.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And so I get, but this is really, it set me back a little. I'm pretty like overwhelmed.
A little humbled?
Very humbled.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking to you now just straight.
Yeah,
I feel like I really hope I did as good a job as what he's been saying, and that's all I wanted to do.
What's the character?
Well, he's a very regular guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's a guy that's gone through a lot of stuff, which I can relate to. But I had to go pretty deep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I got my own method of acting. I know how to get there, but I just can't believe the press on this.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the AP came out, Associated Press, the other night to take pictures when I was in Vegas at Vinyl, which I've done the AP before.
Yeah, sure.
And they never send anybody to take pictures. And the guy said, honestly, Dice, this is the biggest story in showbiz right now.
Wow.
And I'm like, you're kidding me. Because I'm playing Vinyl. I'm at the Hard Rock in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this is all going on around me. I don't even get it.
And big premiere
Yeah,
tonight.
I haven't felt this, honestly, since '88, since the Rodney
Jesus.
special. See, when the Rodney special aired, I knew what had happened. That I would even talk to Dennis back then when when I was doing like Rascals, 28 shows in a row. And he was looking to put me like in 500-seat rooms. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, it's bigger than that. And the only way to prove it was to have him put me on sale somewhere else in the country because he felt it was territorial. And he put me in Phoenix at the theater, Celebrity Theater, one show, but they sold 3 in one day.
Man.
And that's when he realized this isn't normal.
You know, and I haven't had that feeling. I feel very like elevated. Like my whole mind, my whole mood about this whole thing.
It's time.
I mean, and like, you know, people have been asking me like, what if you had to pick like 3 things in your career that really would mark you? I said, well, the Rodney special, because that just blew me through the roof.
Oh, hell yeah.
Then when I was doing the arenas, you know, led to Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And now this Woody movie, because it's the shot of a lifetime.
Oh, shit.
But I didn't know it when I was doing it. I just really wanted to do a great job for him.
How did you read for him?
Because if Woody doesn't like a performance, he'll throw it out and just cast somebody else and reshoot it.
Yeah, he did that to Kramer.
You know, well, but that's what he does. That's why his movie, like, he'll go, the guy's not getting it. Get rid of him and get me the right actor.
Yeah.
You know, so when I'm on that set, it's like, just do a great job for
These pretzels are making me thirsty. Something like that. You deliver the line like that.
No, but that's not what I'm doing.
I know.
How did you read for him? You go in, you meet with him, and then he just hands you a script. I hear he wants to talk to you first, right?
I went in there, and it was very loose, and he was with the casting lady and the producer, and he was very cool, very laid back, and, you know, we're doing a film, and would you read a few pages? You know, and I'm like, can you give me something to go on? You know? And he goes, well, you know, you just take a look. You know, and I went in another room with the casting. I went through 2 pages. I said, I got this. Let's go in. But she was like, are you sure? Because I only went through it the one time, but I could see what it was. So I do it for him. And I go, look, I don't even know if the guy's from the East Coast. I don't know anything. If you want, I'll do it again. And he goes, well, you have the essence. It was perfect. And I was like, all right, you know. I guess I'll see you on the set. You know, but when I actually got the text that I didn't even open it from my manager, Bruce, you know, and I just saw you got the, you know, it was an emotional thing for me.
Wow.
You know, because, you know, number one, it's like something my parents would have always wanted to see me do. Anytime I would do a movie, I mean, my mother loved that I was the comic I am. But like if I'd get a movie, she'd go, is it a drama? Because she loved drama. She knew I could do the drama.
Yeah.
And I go, well, Mom, I'm a comic. It's like a comedy, you know. But this is like something they would have just loved. I mean, you know, I could just see them talking about it, you know.
I've seen you act,
you know,
and act like, you know, where you wouldn't even know
but it
it's
wasn't. You're talking about like Crime Story years ago.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
even that was more animated.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't as animated.
But I saw, no, even like way early on, like in fucking MASH. When you were in MASH,
that's right.
I remember that. It was like fucking, holy shit.
That was their last Halloween episode.
Was it?
Yeah. You know, that was the last year they were on. I was like, I couldn't believe I got that back then.
Yeah,
that was the beginning. It was one of the first parts I ever got.
Yeah.
You know, and then the whole Dice thing went crazy like 8 years later. You know, it's been a very interesting career.
No shit.
You know, I know you've been part of a big part of it. You know, you've been part of a bit. Everybody here has been part of it.
Yeah.
He has not been.
Oh,
you know,
no,
I don't know this fucking guy, and I don't trust him.
Good.
You know what
Good
I mean?
instinct.
You know, any guy that looks at me like that, I don't trust.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I'm just fucking with you. You know that, right?
Travis is a good guy. Yeah.
How do you know?
I
you
have
live
him
with
over
him?
the house. He's come over the house. His wife, his
Live
lovely
with him for
kid,
a week.
and-
You live with it.
No, live with him. Fuck that.
Exactly.
No
so
way.
how great is he really?
Good point, Dice.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we live together.
He's nice to be in here with
during
you.
the hurricane, he did live at my house. Him and
Well,
his
wasn't that
family.
nice of him? Wasn't that nice of him? Because
His power was out and his
because he was riding a
couldn't even get-
U-boat around his house. He moved in
It
with
was,
you.
yeah.
Did you a favor?
He was down in where are you down there? Rockaway. Yeah. So.
Oh wow, that
he
really got.
pummeled.
Is everything all right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With us, yeah.
Crazy with the fucking.
Oh, it's
in
it was
Vegas
insane.
now. You know, last time I was in Vegas, 118
300 degrees. Yeah.
118 in the dark.
In the dark.
In the fucking nighttime dark.
But you don't. The thing is, you don't have to go outside. in
I
Vegas.
absorbed it.
Did you absorb it?
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
You fucking probably turned it into
know.
pure energy. You're like a solar panel. You soak it
Well,
in.
you know what? I
and
just
turn
take
it
it.
into
It's
energy.
like people. It's so high. Yeah. Well, just adapt. That's what it is. It's almost at the point where I felt like weathermen.
Yeah.
You know, like when it used to hit like 90 degrees, like it would be like if you don't have to go out, don't go out.
Right.
You know, even here, you know.
Yeah.
But there they go 118. I'm waiting for a guy like the weather guy to come on like in a tank top and shorts going, you ain't gonna fucking believe this shit. 135. Just stay the fuck in. Do yourselves a favor. Find some broad, bury your balls in a fucking grease pit, and have a good night.
Grease pit.
Why would he say that? Like, he might say stay the fuck in, but why would he tell you to fuck a girl?
Because what else are you going to do when you're in the house? You either whack your own bag or you have somebody whack it for you.
You watch TV.
Like the other day, I'm rinsing my cock off in this chick's asshole.
Yeah, sure. Rinsing it off in her asshole.
No, come on. We're just fucking around doing it.
Of course we are.
How's your podcast, though? Your podcast is all the way up there.
Yeah, here on the Opie and Anthony podcast. It comes out on Wednesdays.
Yeah, because I do the Rolling with Dice and Wheels.
Yes.
You know, which is doing phenomenal. You know, we don't have a you know what do? You take part of the show and
We just take part of the show and put it on. It's for people that usually probably can't get this show. Because of something, you know.
Well, it's a great idea.
And then they could get some of us on there. Yeah, it does very well.
Well, the Rolling with Dice and Wheels is just, it's like a freak thing. I like talking about it because, number one, Joe Rogan, really pushed me to do my own podcast.
Yeah, he's got
and
a
Wheels,
going.
Wheels is hysterical. He started doing his own podcast to get me to do a podcast.
Oh, is that how he got you?
Oh, yeah, that's how he scams me into every fucking thing, right? You know, why are you doing a podcast? Well, I just like doing it, you know. And then he gets me to do Rolling with Dice and Wheels. But Rogan was right. And, you know, we're only on 2.5 months, but we got over 200,000 followers.
Wow, shit. Yeah,
you know,
nice.
we were told by iTunes we'll probably hit over 1 million by October. I mean, it's a real freak thing.
What kind of show? What do you
well,
just
we roll. We go anywhere.
We've
broken into we broke into a foreclosed home a few weeks ago and barbecued. You know, because I don't like being stuck in a studio.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't do this all day.
Yeah, believe me.
Be inside. Like our first one was in the desert.
Yeah.
You know, like a half hour outside of Vegas. You know, just.
Oh man, that's
and
where
he
they
was
dump
like,
the bodies.
Yeah, he's going. Why do we got to be here? I go, because I don't need to be inside. You know, and Wheels is funny because he's like, we're inside. We're 80 miles outside of town. You know.
Oh man.
But we roll. We go to bars. We go anywhere.
Hence the rolling.
You know, I'll do the show anywhere as long as I'm not inside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know, we talk about anything. You know, there's a lot of problems on the show, but you know,
what do you
people.
mean?
Well, you know, people they like everything going on, but you never know what's going on. It's almost like what I would call the first reality podcast show. It's almost like a TV show. Only you don't see the TV.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm kind of getting the drift of this.
We just live it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's no format. There's no structure. You know, I really don't know what I'm doing. You know me.
Yeah.
You know, I just wing it. And, you know, and now and then we have a guest.
Yeah.
Did you do it, Norton?
I've never been invited.
Oh, man.
I would love you to do it, but I don't want
to.
to. He was in Vegas for a day. I'm not going to break his balls, do my podcast.
Right.
Because I don't even give a fuck if we have a guest. I actually hate when we have guests because then you got to ask questions.
Yeah.
You know, about somebody you don't. Well, him I love. But, you know, if you have somebody else on, I want to say, I don't even give a fuck about you.
Who you had on?
So, who? Last comic we had on was, who?
I don't know.
Can I say a funny thing?
Bowden? You know.
Alonzo Bowden.
Kenny might know.
Okay.
Alonzo Bowden.
Yeah.
Kenny?
Alonzo, yeah.
Well, yes, Kenny, you want to add
He
something?
was a great guest. He's like the only comic we had on the show.
Kenny would like to add something here.
Kenny, feel free.
Yeah, sure. I didn't even see you come in.
Andrew does this funny thing. He goes to Wheels, we'll be right back. And Wheels goes, what are you talking about? We're doing a podcast. We're not going. He goes, but that's what radio guys say.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just say, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
But then you don't go anywhere.
Well, that's what he said. He said, because guys like you'll always go, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Take a commercial
and,
break
you know,
or
so Wheels says, no, but we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, so we're not back. We're still here.
Well, that'll probably come in handy if you do get some sponsors and then they cut the show up and play it again. They could put the commercials right
That's
there where you
true.
said that.
Yeah, but I didn't even understand that part. Because, all Wheels does is take money from me to buy shit.
Uh-huh. Oh,
you know,
okay.
and I'll see 3 new wires.
Yeah.
I'll go, I gave you $1,700.
3 new wires.
And he goes, yeah, but I got the wires. Look at the mic. We got good headphones.
Oh, see, because
Okay,
he
that's
knows.
17.
He knows you don't know the
Well,
electronicals
I don't even have time
about
to
it.
think about it. You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
It's I just want it to go good.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch. We'll be right back. I say that.
Yeah.
That was smooth.
But then you're still there.
Yeah, well, you know, it's rolling with dice and wheels.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I never claimed to be the brightest.
No.
You know what I mean?
No. But I do like the whole sound of it. It sounds very cool.
If you want, I'll send you some T-shirts.
Oh, that is nice.
You know what I mean?
Rolling
Look
with
at that.
dice. It's got pictures of you and
We do
Wheels.
the fucking.
You're fucking always got
good
something
merch.
going on.
Rolling with dice and
Dice
wheels.
has always got
They could get it
something
on
going
iTunes. People should go to iTunes.
Go to iTunes.
Because you got a big podcast. You're like number one, number two,
Ooh.
whatever.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it fluctuates.
We cheat,
but
though,
you're
'cause
always.
we got a radio show.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I should say it on your show.
Yes.
So, like, the people
Good idea.
that listen to Opie and Anthony's show.
Yeah, subscribe to Dice's podcast.
Yeah,
too.
you just go on iTunes. It's on Stitcher. It's on SoundCloud. But yeah, we're pretty high up there, like in all
Dice.
the.
He knows Stitcher.
It's very. I was just saying how enjoyable it is to hear him talk about electronic stuff.
Electronicals.
No, but Wheels teaches me about
Yeah?
this. Yeah, like I don't really know what it means.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? But he goes, no, you got to
He said,
understand.
just
We
say
got.
it.
He goes on SoundCloud alone. We got over 200,000 followers. Like it is like a freak thing. Like it's really escalating quickly.
I'm believing that Dice does know what he's talking about.
No, I don't know
here.
about electronics.
I'd be willing to think Dice.
You think he does?
He
Hey,
knows
look,
a little more than he's
I
putting
got
on to.
Samsung 3D, my friend.
You got
3
the
fucking D.
You like the Samsung phone?
Yeah. The fam.
Oh, look at that! What a
The
handsome
fam.
family.
Yeah.
Very
Where's
that
my
beautiful
chick?
wife. He's got the
Wait, where's
beautiful
the wife
kids.
over here?
Dice
How
living
do
the
you turn-
fucking
Yeah, see, I still don't.
living the life
the
over
wife.
here. Oh yeah,
Right,
She's
there she
really,
is.
really
all
attractive.
due respect, but oh yeah,
She's really
she's a
lovely.
very pretty girl.
Yeah.
Stop with the lovely.
She's lovely.
No, but I know what you mean when you say that.
Very well
I
built.
know what you mean.
Very well built,
She
lovely
really is.
gal.
Yeah,
she really
yeah.
is.
Oof,
I mean,
yeah.
you know, initially I was attracted to her. That's how you
Sure.
start going out.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? But I'm still. I mean, it's.
yeah.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, she's an amazing person.
Uh-huh.
You know, since the day I met her, she was always calling me my movie star boyfriend and my. But I would actually tell her, I go, you know what? I'm not looking to build that career.
Uh-huh.
You know, I think that time is come and gone. I really would tell her that.
And
I
then
go,
see-
I just want to rebuild the comedy, do some bigger places, do the theaters again, whatever.
The second
You
you,
know,
have a plan,
And
then it goes the
actually,
other way.
you know, me and Norton have the same agent, you know,
Mm-hmm.
with Pete Pappalardo, and we were supposed to go on sale for the Garden again, as crazy as it sounds. But it's built to that with all this present, but I'm not prepared for it. You
Yeah.
know, when I come off a stage at Vinyl, you're talking about a 400-seat room, whatever it is, I'm burnt.
Yeah.
You know, so I started about 4 months ago when I knew this garden thing was coming and started like training my lower body because, you know, years ago I would do a lot of that because I was doing the arenas and
Yeah.
you know how the lights, Norton, they zap you in 20 minutes. You know what I mean? So if you're in a big place like that, you know, and if I go and do that, if it's called for, if I do this one more fucking time, you know, I did it with you guys. I've
Yeah,
done
that was
that place.
fun, yeah.
I've done 3 shows there. Been there twice. How many fucking? What do I got to prove, Joey? What do I got to prove?
You got nothing to prove.
But people
sir.
are writing in like that I shouldn't have, you know, like canceled out to do it. And I'm like, I got to give them the kind of show that they deserve. You know what I mean? I really want to go balls out, and you got to build your lower body, or else after 20 minutes, I'm going to be fucking zapped.
You're going to be fucking.
So I didn't
yeah,
want to. So
dragging
you know,
ass.
I'm doing the regular gigs. You know what? Through going what I would call through the lean times, the last like 12 years, whatever. You know, playing these clubs again because it was so crazy when I would do those giant places that once I got like into the zone of doing like the Governors, you know, clubs. I mean, there really isn't anything better, more. You know, of course, the money is bigger when you play big places, but it's not all about money. You know, it's also about satisfaction of knowing you came off the stage and really just killed that crowd. You know what I mean? And there is nothing better than a comedy club. I mean, that night I went down to the cellar with you. I went on after Norton. We both killed that. But it's so satisfying as a comic.
Yeah, well, that's
You
why
know what I mean?
initially started doing it.
You know, but if it's qualified, I would do. I don't want to do arena. I don't want the same career I had. You know, now I'm getting ready to do this thing. It's a new talent show. It's called The Big Big Show that I'm co-producing with this guy, Tommy Habib, who has the show Cheetahs on. And it's a talent show. It's like an updated version of The Gong Show. And I was signed on as the head judge and Tom Green. And there's a girl we can't mention yet only because she's not completely signed. and we'll shoot one this summer, and then we're moving it to Vegas to do the whole season. And it's going to be hysterical. I mean, Tom Green is hysterical.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Tom
on the
Green.
podcast a lot.
Yeah.
He'll call me from his podcast and go, I want to do your podcast. It's like people remember when they used to have beepers? I'll beep you. You beep me back over here. Yeah. I hear me now. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, everybody, I'll do your podcast. You do my podcast.
Yeah, everybody's
You don't
doing
do my
everybody.
podcast.
Big
I ain't going to do it.
crossover.
Why would I do Rolling with Dice if you're not going to roll over here?
It's like when the Flintstones would be on the
No,
Jetsons.
but I just saw Adam Carolla. I've done his show.
Yeah.
Which he does at his restaurant in L.A., which is a great show, live audience.
Yeah, we just had
So
him
it's
the
like
other day.
doing a stand-up shot.
His restaurant. I in his studio. He has a restaurant. He does.
No, he bought this fucking joint.
I didn't know
And
that.
yeah,
And now he's got some
and everybody's
booze and
drinking
stuff. He
like
sells some
Mangria.
booze. Yeah, the Mangria.
The Mangria, and you're just on stage getting drunk and killing the crowd.
Christ.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, I love
Yeah.
drinking now.
Oh, yeah?
Do you really?
Oh,
You got back in?
Well, no, I was never in it to start with my whole life.
I've seen Dice drink
No,
once.
Tom Green got me into drinking, and I
Holy
thank him for that.
shit. Oh, no.
Because my whole life I was very straight laced.
for that.
No, well, because I got to give somebody the PQs.
Sure.
What is that called?
Kudos?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Kudos.
Like thank yous?
Yeah, it's silly.
Recognition.
It's the dumbest fucking word I ever heard.
Yeah.
But I thank him for that because, when we do the podcast, I could drink.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
What's your poison?
Well, my wife normally just gets me some concoction with like a lot of rum and shit.
And then I give her the concoction.
Good. Good. Pating. That's how I end the load. You know what I mean? I always,
yeah.
that noise, pating.
Pating, like a
that the dick
spittoon.
makes on
It's
that
like
last shot.
The spit hitting the
Yeah,
spittoon.
like, pating. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So she makes a
So when I started hanging with him, he got me quickly into first beer. He's got the
Sure.
Tom Green beer out now. He's got his own beer because he drinks so much. He's so good at it.
Are you a happy drunk or do you get a little belligerent?
I have a fucking great time.
Are you good?
But I
you're fun
figure,
to be
I'm in my
around.
50s. When am I going to start having fun?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
What are you going to do?
What's better than having a couple drinks, going to the gym, pumping iron?
I
You don't
never-
even realize you're fucking doing it. You're just having a great time,
Sounds like
laughing.
a good way to get injured.
You know
actually.
what I mean? No, but use the machines
you're
when you
driving, you're
drink.
waving at everybody.
Yeah, what the fuck do you do? No, I don't drive when I drink.
No,
that I
no,
don't
good,
do.
good
I don't
dice.
drink. I
Can't
like
do
to
that.
drink and sit. You know what I mean?
Just have fun, right?
Yeah, what's better than that?
Time. Some people get nasty though.
No, but I
You know,
don't.
people
I
hate
just
that.
have fun. But
Yeah.
there have been a couple problems on the podcast because we do
Oh,
it
yeah.
at weird bars and stuff.
Uh-huh.
So people will come outside when I'm trying to do a show and they try to talk to me.
Yeah.
And I'm drinking.
Get the
I'm
fuck
like,
outta here.
Yeah, and then they start talking to my wife or Eleanor.
Oh, boy.
You know what I mean? They belong to me. They're with me.
Yeah, you got to set it
You know what I
straight.
mean?
You show some weakness, they're going to
Yeah.
be all
So
over your shit.
that's when I get a little angry.
How do you like the electronics, the cigarettes?
Oh yeah, you're
The
smoking the
electronic's not
electronic
bad.
cigarette.
Do they help the craving?
Well, you know what? I'm smoking one. So one of the companies, advertise on my show and give me a ton of money to advertise their electronic.
Oh.
So I won't say the electronic I'm smoking,
Uh-huh.
but if they're smart, they get to me now. Because
Ah.
between everything going on, there are a lot of things, not even on the fire, deals I've made to do these different
Mm-hmm.
shows, and it's pretty crazy again.
No shit.
I started telling Norton in Vegas, but I haven't seen him, so I'd rather just hang out, listen to the music.
Isn't that interesting that you
And
were-
how great
you-
was LA Rocks that night? How'd they kick ass?
Phenomenal. Really great.
Do you believe that Beatles number, The Day in a Life?
Yeah, they did a cover. It was,
It's their only cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dylan took that and he twisted and turned it. That's part of Day Tripper in it. I mean, I was scared to hear because I'm in Vegas so much I don't hear them rehearse.
Uh-huh.
So I heard
Yeah.
this new song called Troublemaker. There was a bunch of Closer, all these new things.
Oh, man, that's
You know what I
fucking
mean?
cool. And they're playing a lot.
And you
They're out.
guys got them. We're actually looking for the right management for them now because
Mm-hmm.
they got off of. I got to bring up Indestructible. Are we supposed to bring that up? My special? I mean, I would call it. But I love my first special and my last special the best because I wanted to give what I would call the ultimate rock and roll comedy experience.
Yeah.
And using my boys and them playing and then me doing my thing. It really came out incredible. and download it now. But when does the DVD come out? Does it say if they want the hard copy?
It does. It says the DVD is now available. Coming out on DVD doesn't say. It's now available for download. Does not say when it's coming out on DVD.
I don't think Dice has ever come in here with as much shit going on in your life.
It's cool. What else I got to talk about? I mean,
well, you did the.
But I would tell people to get that special because I actually got a text from Joan Dangerfield, Rodney's wife, and she saw the special. This is like 2 weeks ago, and she just sent me a text that she was going to tape it that night because now they're playing the special like crazy on Showtime again.
Yeah.
So she was going to tape it, and she wrote, "Couldn't stop watching, flawless." You know, and I called her, and to hear that from, you know, a woman that was with Rodney all the years, you know, it was pretty incredible to me.
Hell yeah.
You know, and people just love it, and I'm so glad I did it because I don't want to do another special, I'll be honest with you.
Really?
I wanted to do, you know, The Dice Man Cometh, you know, to this day plays great, and I wanted to do one more special and just show what I got still. You know what I mean? And I was able to do that in this special.
Well, who knows when you're going to be able to even do one after you're a movie star?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna tour that much because of all these other things going on. I mean, I don't know with other movies, but I'll do the TV show. I got the book coming out May 2014. The Filthy Truth that I'm writing with David Ritz, and you know, this is a guy that wrote books like Ray Charles. They made the movie from the book. Etta James, Smokey Robinson, Marvin Gaye. He actually wrote the lyrics to Sexual Healing, you know, which became one of and he wrote the book on Marvin.
Who wrote the lyrics to That's my favorite Marvin Gaye
David
song.
Ritz.
Oh, wow, okay.
David Ritz wrote that song because he heard the groove of the song and he was writing the book on Marvin, and Marvin asked him, I don't know if he didn't ask him to write lyrics, like, what do you think? And he said, it's sexual, and he wrote the word. He's a great writer. He just got done with Joe Perry's book, and now he's finishing up my book. You know, The Filthy Truth, and there is a mention of you in there.
Oh, good.
Book,
of course.
Special, DVD,
You know.
movie, TV show.
There's a lot going
internet
on.
podcast.
I don't know what the fuck is
performances.
going on.
You're fucking. How come during the lean years you were heavy, and now you're doing a lot?
Because I had to get
and
back in the
now the
cage.
heavy years, and now you're thin.
Well, think about it. You know what?
Huh?
And look, in the book it's the filthy truth. I talk about, you know, from like 95 to just, you know, 3 years ago, I was in a living hell. You know, life takes turns, you know, you get derailed, things like that. But I never lost the fire in me. I never lost that feel to accomplish. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I might have got heavy, but it took that same guy to take it off.
Yeah,
you know, nobody could do that. But it's not even about taking the weight. It's about just being physically fit, that when I get on stage, people will see, I might not have as much hair. You know what I mean? Remember that? Remember when you could put a comb to your head and there was actual hair on it? You know how I pick on guys in the crowd. I go, remember when you could stand your feet and feel your fucking toes? Remember when you touched your dick and it actually got hard at that second? You didn't have to beg it? The fuck up! Looking at my dick 3 in the morning. Get the fuck up! We ain't done here, my friend. Take a look at her.
Shit.
No, but you know what I'm saying? So it's like I owed it to myself and the people that love to come watch me perform to look right. That's why I got in the shape I did for the special.
Did you find that sometimes you just have to put the time in? Like, enough time has to go by where people not forget who you were, but can move past the early Dice, and now you could just
it's a whole different game.
So but I think only time does that. You got to fucking sit it out.
You know what? You know, it's like I don't even want to read my press right now because like years ago when we were touring with Norton, Kenny, the whole thing, and it was all bad press. You know what I mean? So I just stopped reading it. That's how I feel with the good press. You know, because I would read those articles years ago and go, well, they don't even fucking know me. So what do I give a shit what they think? You know what I mean? So today they're writing great stuff. That's great. But I don't have to read it. I know me. You know, I know the things I talk to them about. And if they write it up the right way, it'll be a good interview.
Well, when people write things, if it's good,
I mean,
then
this
they
thing
know
that's out now,
everything and they're perfect.
Did you
and
see
they're
the
very
Playboy
smart.
thing yet? Did you read the
No, you're in
Playboy?
Playboy too. Yeah.
And that's like a 6-7 page profile. I mean, they're writing these things now that are pretty unbelievable to me, but I don't want to get overwhelmed by it. I just want to,
yeah.
With all this press that was coming, with the Woody movie coming, I got kind of overwhelmed, and I would talk to my wife and my kids and, people the closest to me.
Mm-hmm.
And, my son Dylan said it the best, like about a month ago.
Shut up, Dad, and quit whining.
No, no, it wasn't about whining. It was about like hearing about yourself too much. It was like too overwhelming again. I was used to being where I was at, for the last like 12 years. And my son Dylan, he goes, you know what, Dad? Just own it. That's why you started in this to start with.
Mm-hmm.
So just own it now. And he was right. And the next day I woke up, I was like, all right, bring it on.
Yeah,
This is what's, meant to go on. This is great.
Well, it's unbelievable. You got so much going on. It's fantastic. We got to wrap up because we're done here.
Well, we cover
Show's
everything.
Over.
Yeah. We cover everything right.
I think we did.
Nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
This segment is Chris Herdwalk is talking about the Nerdist, the podcast and TV show. And him and Jim Narden talk about cheese and with other things. I was on TV. I'm a ghost.
Back to you, Chris.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about podcasts.
Yes, sir.
Talking about Walking Dead. What else is going on in your world?
We do the Nerdist TV show for BBC America.
Yeah, when did that start?
That started in 2011. We did a handful of specials, and then now it's on for 10 weeks, and it's sort of an expanded version of the podcast. It's fun.
I don't like having guys like you in because it just makes me more frustrated.
With
Yes.
how awful this place is. How did you turn the podcast into a TV? You didn't wait for somebody else to do it. What did you do?
That's our idea. We're like, look, we do so much visual stuff. We could easily get a half hour a week, an hour a week.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be on some massive over-the-top network either.
Well, for us, it was, I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, and so that's how I... You mean awesome? Says the guy who follows chess matches.
Fair enough. I have things in my life that are weird.
And which, by the way, I support. I played tournament chess.
Did you? That's right.
We had this great conversation about because I never knew. You were like, oh my god, and we started talking about Kasparov and all all these matches.
Magnus Carlsen has agreed to play me.
How do you play regularly?
I'm lying.
Okay.
I wanted to add something. No, I just play for fun.
I remember when I shot the comedy special, we went the after party was on this street and which I'd never been on before. And we go down the street, and there's all these 24-hour chess.
The chess forum. One of them just closed. I'm guessing it's in the Village, and it was like on Thompson or something like that. One of those streets.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out like how do these places stay open? You basically pay like $5 an hour or something to sit down and play. But what keeps? Have they just been open for so long that do they own the buildings or what do you think the deal is?
Well, one of them closed, and I'm guessing online chess has hurt a lot.
Did you used to go in there?
No, I never played in those places. I would always play at the Cellar with Keith or those guys. But I'm guessing it's a community thing. But now with online chess, you can stay home and play and smoke indoors.
Yeah,
I forgot that you were a big chess guy growing up.
Yeah, I love it.
You were really good though.
I was pretty good, but I can't play anymore because it's too. It hurts my head now.
Do you play chess with friends?
No, because I'm not. I can't do it recreationally because I've so much of my young life. I was trained to where you're basically trying to fry the board with laser eyes.
Oh, really?
Like it just.
Did your instructor ever knock all the pieces off so you could see it better?
No, like in Searching for Bobby Fischer. No,
and throw the rook at your head like the Rutgers coach. Call you a faggot.
Did you remember the old SNL sketch with Jim Belushi where he was the Bobby Knight style chess coach?
Yeah.
Knight to Rook 4. What are you doing?
That's funny.
So anyway, I pitched the BBC show. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan. I got to know the BBC folks, and they said, "Do you want to do a show?" And I said, "Yeah, I want to do like a TV version of the podcast."
Very cool.
So it's more. It's not like there aren't like cameras in a studio. It's like a radio studio. It feels like a chat show.
Right. Now, is there an audience there?
Yeah, there's an audience there.
That's great, though, man. I mean,
how long is it?
It's an hour. Show's an hour
on the BBC.
So it's Saturday night. So it's Doctor Who, and then another show called Orphan Black. That's a sci-fi show, and then our show, The Nerdist, at 10.
I got just one chess question. So we all kind of grew up playing chess, but what was it that someone saw in you where they're like, "Whoa, you got a talent here, and you should explore that"?
It was me.
You just knew?
Well, it was me just loving the game so much, and my school. I just happened to be lucky enough to have a school that had. The head of the math department also was the computer lab, and he was also the chess coach. And so right in that room, so he basically set the table for us we'd play chess before school, during lunch, and after school. And then in between, you'd screw around on the computers. It was this bank of Apple IIe computers. And, so that's where a lot of it, that's where a lot of it, they used to post the ratings on the wall every day. They'd print out the ratings, the USCF ratings, and...
I belonged to a secret chess club, and we were a very secret society. But we would greet each other by seeing each other and going, "Checkmate."
Why don't you tell Kate that when she was in here?
Because that's all I need is damn panties all over the studio. Oh, chess boy.
Do you think she was interested at all?
She couldn't. She literally couldn't have. If I picked a scab and held it up to her, she couldn't have been less interested in me. Wanted nothing to do with me.
You know, if you had met under different circumstances, but
yes, like me with a ski mask and a gun and her tied up somewhere.
I mean, it's gotta be really intimidating to come into a room of dudes where everyone's talking real fast and there's a lot of testosterone. And
excellent way to put it. That's why I like Chris, because what you should have said is it must be really uncomfortable to come in where guys are talking and the one with gray hair and the misshapen head hits on you. That's a really nice way to fucking phrase that. Thank you, my friend.
Of course.
I do enjoy chess, though. I love fucking chess play, like great chess players. Like, I want to meet these, because they're playing, I think Magnus Carlsen is playing Viswanathan Anand, and I really am interested in how that turns out for the championship. And I'm just dying to be at that match.
God, I'm telling you, man, you should do some type of a thing with it.
Yeah, but I'm not a good enough player. Like, I literally am a very average player, but because I'm average at it, like, I respect I'm fascinated by those guys. Like, I would love to talk to any of them for a great length. And it would probably bore the audience. I would just ask stupid questions.
I wonder if a lot of them would really be good in conversation.
No, they're probably good when talking to chess people who can talk about, well, explain your opening there. Well, but Mio just goes, so when the horse jumped the knight, were you happy? That's the same piece, asshole. Oh, sorry.
But you know the game.
I'd rather just talk about Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you agree with what he said about Jews? Go. Make them all uncomfortable.
I don't know. Why do you ask me these things?
Yeah, then they're winking. Yes.
Any Americans good at chess?
Oh, Fischer was. I mean,
besides him,
yeah, there's some. I'm sure. I mean, they're all
not many though. Is my point, right?
They're Russian because it's a culture of chess there.
Yeah.
And Carlsen is from like Scandinavia or Sweden or something, or Norway. He's from some Nordic fucking country.
America, like other countries, will take kids where they notice an aptitude for something and make them, like they will exploit those in terms of musicianship or sport, or like ballet or something or chess. And in America, it's basically like pageants, like that's pageants are what are America. It's sort of what they do with their.
Sad.
Yeah, it really.
We
is.
have the first black grandmaster, I believe, is American. Look him up. I don't know his name, but
he can say any name right now. I think.
Did you see Brooklyn Castle? That documentary last year?
I did not know, but I remember that.
Yeah, it's very good. It's about a group of kids from a Brooklyn chess team.
Right.
Yeah, it's very
I
good.
wanted to get them in to interview them, actually. Who's
Ashley?
Maurice Ashley, yes, the first black GM.
You know something about chess there, Travis?
Just Google this.
No, I just like good documentaries, and that was
I
good
love a good documentary.
Brooklyn Castle.
Speaking of which, Vice is on tonight. Let's not forget, give those guys a plug.
Vice is on tonight.
Shane Smith's show.
Love those guys.
from HBO, Vice on HBO. It's going to be
I haven't
good.
seen it yet, but I know the show.
It's
Yeah,
going to be fucking.
It's tremendous.
It's going to be good. He saw the first 2 episodes.
First 2, and they showed part of the Korea episode, which was oddly moving. Like, because it wasn't all about Rodman, because there was a couple of the Globetrotters there, and they were showing some of the game. But then they're showing the Globetrotters interact with these kids, these North Korean children, and it was really amazing to watch these kids being just spinning the basketball in their finger, the globe, the old trick they do. They'd never seen anything like that. Like American kids see that shit on TV all the time. They'd never seen it, and to watch them reacting to it was really moving. It was great.
Wow,
Vice guys are fucking tremendous. They were all there too at the premiere. Shane was there, fucking Sarouche, all of them, the whole fucking. And the one guy was telling us about getting drunk with Kim Jong Un. It was very interesting.
And then Shane's teasing that one line. Was it in Afghanistan, the borderline?
Oh no, Pakistan, India.
India.
The border, in Kashmir.
He went right up to the line. He was kind of fooling around with it a little bit.
It was great.
And basically, if you go over the line, they will shoot you.
They said that they will. If you walk into Pakistan, if you take one step over the line in Pakistan, they'll shoot you. And they mean it. They're not bluffing.
Went right up to the line and just kind of tiptoed around a little bit.
This is not a Cuba fucking U.S. Guantanamo thing where they're not actually going to shoot you if you took 1 foot over. I mean, if you ran in, they might. But if you put 1 foot over the line in Cuba, they're not going to shoot an American. But in Pakistan, India, you put 1 foot over the line, they'll shoot you dead.
Yeah.
I know I'm saying that like an authority figure.
And they're never going.
I'm repeating what I heard, but with fervor.
And they're never going to figure that one out.
No, they hate each other.
Yeah, it's Hindus and Muslims.
Yeah.
They're not going to figure that one out.
Oh, what do I know?
Yeah.
I just want to know the Carlson Anand match. That's all I care about. Can you look it up? When is it? If I can get tickets, tell Roland to book them. Thanks.
So, Chris, when are you sleeping if you got all these projects?
I don't sleep very often. I sleep on planes.
Do you really? I can't sleep on planes at all.
I don't have a problem sleeping on planes.
I ever fall asleep while you're getting blown? That's happened to me a few times.
Jesus, really?
For real.
Getting blown, is that where?
Yes.
Oh, a mouth bath. Yeah.
Oh, what a great way.
Are you kidding, though?
No, I've been very tired.
I've been very tired. Jim, you're fascinating to me because I think you should do a political show or something. It's because the girls come in and you sort of make like, I'm gonna put a ski mask on, and you make these, but you have so much insight into things. I really think you should do some kind of political something, or I don't know.
Thank you. Nobody agrees with you. I agree with you, but nobody agrees with you.
You're a fucking smart guy. You should really, you could fucking take over.
Weeze says he likes talking politics with you. One of my uber liberal friends.
Weeze is a real liberal. He's not a fake language police liberal.
All in liberal.
Yeah, but he's a guy. He's a liberal who just did time in Vietnam, served 2 tours, and fucking hates the government and doesn't trust them. Like that to me is what a fucking he's a denim jacket wearing liberal. He's not like one of these guys who wants you fired if you don't hyphenate properly or.
But he always likes talking politics with you.
Well,
you give him you give him a good run.
And I'm reasonable. I don't disagree with anything he says.
Give him a good run. So.
Well,
Are you on the road a lot?
Oh God, is he?
I am, but not as. I just shot an hour, so like I'm back now for a while. I got a few dates. I actually got Caroline's next week.
Yeah.
And then I get Stress Factory, a few things local, Baltimore, and then I'm done with the act for a while. It's like you want to just start over.
Sure, yeah. That's where I am because my special aired in November, so now I'm building the new.
Which is the best.
It's fun.
It's a fun the weird thing about this is I shot the special. Normally, once the special is shot, I have no more fucking road work. And it's goodbye material and right to the Comedy Cellar. But now I still have, I'm going to probably work up until July. Once the special airs, I will not be doing the material anymore. You can't.
I found what's interesting is that when I did the special last year, it basically was born out of a bunch of shorter sets that were stitched together. But now that I'm forming the set on the road that when I've gone and like tried to do guest sets, 10-minute guest sets, I fucking struggle because I'm like, oh God, I don't know, this one bit needs this other bit next to it to contextualize it, and it's sort of hard to because I'm not just like joke. So it's been sort of weird, but it's great. Like to do the hour is great.
But it is hard when you walk into a place, they want you to, all right, we'll do a couple minutes of something. And it's like, all right, well, my opening joke, I can't do that because I fucking say cunt in it. My next joke is racial. I can't do that. Like they think that they just do a couple of minutes. It doesn't work that way.
Because you sort of have to let the audience get to know you a little bit before you go deeper, so that they're like, okay, they're already on board. They know you're not threatening. They know that So it's sort of. Some guy in LA was like, oh, I'm starting up the show. Do you want to come do 7 minutes? And I felt like a dick. I was like, I don't know if I know how to do 7 minutes anymore because I don't have just like like 8 jokes for a 7-minute set.
And you got to try. I did live at Gotham last night, and Chris didn't care. Mazzilli, the owner of Gotham, he goes, do older stuff, whatever. Because I couldn't do anything I had just shot. 'Cause if I aired something live on TV before it out of my special, they would have fucking decapitated me.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going through a lot of material, which was fun to do because I haven't done some of it in a while, and some of it I've never done on TV. And there was one new bit that's just not going to stay in the special that I did, and it was weird to have to time it. Because, it's live television. So the guys wrap up, and he's like, you better fucking finish quickly. At one point, I just look at the crowd. I'm like, look at these girls. All right, be right back.
Did you really?
Yeah, because I knew, I would rather just go out, just saying something silly.
That's funny,
than in the
though.
middle of a joke. And when you can't fuck with the advertisers.
Right.
You just can't.
Yeah, we don't fuck with the advertisers ever.
Well, I think that's the beauty of not having any.
Yeah.
It's like, there's nothing to lose. We risk losing no one. We can't offend our advertisers.
Chris Hardwick is at Caroline's this weekend. And of course, it's Nerdist on Twitter. It's the Nerdist podcast. It's Nerdist.com. It's the BBC show. It's unbelievable, man.
Because Chris is a fucking doer. I respect that. Honestly, I really mean that.
I appreciate
it's fucking good. You do shit. And that's, I respect that.
I think it was just like I said before. The majority of my career, I wasn't doing anything, and then you get to a certain point where you're like, if I don't start doing stuff now, it's not gonna happen.
Right.
And no one just comes in and goes, here, have this thing.
No, they don't. And we all wait for that magic day where someday I'll wake up and the call will come. Jim, everything's in line.
You just have to show up.
The networks all called. They get it.
You just
never gonna happen.
They
just
didn't
have
want
to
wake
show
you
up.
They knew you were sleeping in.
That will never happen.
And the podcast is always in the top 10, if not even. I mean, it's like one or two on a lot of weeks too.
We've been pretty fortunate about it. It's just fun. I just like doing the stuff that I do. I think that's the best thing. Is if you like what you're doing, everything's gravy.
Do you do it by yourself like Bill Burr, or do you have guests?
Well, there are 2 co-hosts who are on a lot of the episodes, but not all of them because a lot of them I travel or they're working or whatever on other stuff, and so. But we have guests, and then we have episodes where it's just the 3 hosts.
Oh, cool.
That we call hostful episodes, and those usually go up about once a week.
Good for you, man.
And we just did a stand-up special, too. We did a stand-up special at our space at Meltdown.
Where's Meltdown?
Meltdown's at a comic book store in L.A., and we have a little theater space at the back. So we do shows 7 nights a week, and so we do a stand-up special once a year, so we're putting that up soon.
Oh, that's great, man.
Yeah.
See, we need a spot like that. Somewhere in New York City.
We need
just our little joint.
You need a live spot
to do.
We
talk about a lot of stuff. All of us.
Nothing.
But we don't do it,
dude.
That's our
seriously, I'm telling you, having a little clubhouse was so great for us. And ours is in a comic book store, and it's a really great environment, and the store is huge, and it's kind of a legendary store. And a lot of our podcasts, we have a space upstairs, and a lot of our podcasts record there. It's fun. So yeah, you guys should just have a live space where people can come hang out. You go do live shows and
here's what we
interact
do.
with your
Here's what we
crowd.
do. We complain on the air and complain to each other, and we mean it. We're genuinely being honest with each other, and then we just go our separate ways and all do nothing about it.
I got to tell you something though.
But we're also under contract, and these guys just don't feel like listening to. I got to defend us a little bit. I've had a shitload of meetings with Scott Greenstein on a lot of this stuff,
I know.
and it's a lot of yeah, and nothing ever fucking.
But
comes
we
of
don't make it happen. And I say we because I'm as late. Believe me, I am emotionally at times very bad with this shit. I know what I have to do, and I don't do it.
What's very hard and what I don't understand how you do is doing a morning radio show is so emotionally taxing and exhausting. I don't know how you get up super early in the morning and then still go perform at night.
Because I find that if in both fields you level off at mediocrity, it really it removes all pressure. I can wake up tired and be blah. I can go on stage tired and it's blah. That's all it is. It's a constant mediocre.
I have a final question because you just brought up something.
Sure.
Why is doing morning radio so taxing? You've been in this radio game a while now.
Because
we only work 4 or 5 hours.
You do technically,
but
you
is it mentally just exhausting?
Well, for me, I remember getting up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd be to work by 4:30. You'd have to do show prep. So, we were on the air at, 5:30 maybe or 6 or something. And then you do the 4-hour show, but you're constantly mentally engaged the whole time because you're looking at the clock. How long? Okay, we got this. We're talking to that guy. We're going to this break, go to the song. Then after that, there's the post show. Then you kind of got a plan. And then throughout the day, you're like, oh, what are we going to do for the show tomorrow? So it's really, it's really like a 12-hour job,
Right.
and your day ends at like 3 in the afternoon, and then you're exhausted, and then you have time to do other stuff, and then that.
I bailed on it being a 12-hour a day job.
It's not even a 4-hour day job for us.
But it was for many years. But I finally had to like say, no, man. Mentally, it's killing me.
It's
and people
rough.
work way the fuck harder than us. But I go home exhausted a lot of
I
days.
would challenge. I mean, yes, it's not. You know, this stuff is. It's not like you know, construction or building a railroad, or like, it's not work with your hands. But, you know, you challenge someone to be super focused and mentally engaged for like 5 hours straight, and they're going to be tired. Your brain gets fucking tired.
Right. In the real world, you're lucky to get someone to pay attention to you for 15 seconds.
I mean,
and you have to have that ridiculous focus for 4 or 5 hours a day.
Yeah, where you really are paying attention to everything for 5 hours, or else
fucked.
Yeah, it goes off the rails.
Right on. Well, Chris, it's always a pleasure.
Thanks,
Chris
guys.
Hardwick.
Good to see you.
Double guns, motherfucker.
Chip's guided tour through the O&A archives continues, with more unforgettable O&A appearances by the world's top comics coming up.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This is a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. The most memorable O&A appearances from the top names in comedy. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Yeah, this is fucking when Colin came in, talking about that new stupid unconstitutional thing. He's just talking about the Constitution. I fucking started heckling him during it. I was like, yeah, it's, when you roll it up, it's shaped like a big pecker. Fucking place was cracking up. So this is Colin talking about his dumb play and a bunch of other comedians and whatever. Fuck you.
Colin Quinn is here in studio.
Good morning, guys.
Hi, Col.
Hi.
Look at that mic is like all limp
Yeah, why don't
in
we
front of
fix
you.
that? Fix the mic.
Well, help Colin.
Exactly.
And then you could pull it closer
You
to
can
his
sit closer to the
face
table,
instead of. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
you're sitting back in the middle of the room.
What are you doing, Col? I hear you're hitting up Rachel Ray after this.
Yeah, I got to head over to Rachel Ray after this and do some promos and
Promoting
yeah,
the
promoting
new
unconstitutional.
The new, yes. Now you've got a whole new,
finally up,
whole new gig going for yourself.
Yeah.
And what's this one? Based
This one's
on?
the one that, based on what you saw, Anthony,
Yes,
early on.
I did. I saw it over
Anthony
there.
came
Long Island
early,
City.
almost a year ago.
Yeah, wow, that was that
show.
long ago.
Yeah.
Took you that long to put a Constitution show together? I would have had this together 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, right. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was very funny. And that was early on.
You'll like it now.
Yeah. Where can I see this, Col?
Oh, the Barrow Street Theater.
Yeah.
Theater.
Yes.
They spelled it wrong. They spelled it T-R-E, Barrow Street Theater with T-R-E at the end, .com. If you
No, I
want
think you
tickets.
spell it both ways.
Oh, all right.
Maybe that's like the English spelling or something.
Theatre.
Yeah.
It's only a block around from the corner from the cellar. I'm going head to head with the cellar. I told you that
man.
the other night, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. Taking down the cellar.
Yep.
It's been empty every night. I performed to 2 people, and they were both waitresses. I'm like, where is everybody? I'm like, you know what's going on around the corner, don't you?
Yeah. Col.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do with
Colin's
this?
there.
You're doing 5 weeks of previews at the Barrow Street Theater. Then where do you go after that? Are you going to Broadway with it?
I don't think so.
Oh.
No.
On the road?
I don't know yet. It's really all kind of happened very suddenly. It's been a whirlwind.
Are we getting Are we getting another multimedia experience?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. It's in preview, so it's kind of, yeah.
You don't know much about this, Col.
No, I don't. Well, I didn't expect these kinds of questions. You guys are really,
we are really.
You guys are really zeroing in, and it's starting to annoy me.
We are
I
drilling
thought I'd
you
come
here.
in, you trash unconstitutional, you trash the fact that was going on Rachel Ray, and then we move on to trashing other people that we know. I think we hit a couple of hot topics on the news. Do a
That's
little
it.
veiled racist trashing. And
Veiled?
No, exactly. What the hell am I talking about?
I hate how veiled racism sounds. It's phony. I like being authentic.
I like saying the word veiled. I like
Yes,
saying
that
the word
is true.
veiled.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No,
guys.
of course. We're very happy for you, Colin. And
How come no Wednesday shows? Now we'll get to it.
Jesus Christ.
No Wednesday.
is that like the theater day off or something?
No, that's
no,
what you do
I
too.
don't know. It's actually not a bad question. That's what's so annoying about it.
You're supposed to do matinees on Wednesday.
Oh,
That's
right,
the
right,
two-show
right,
day.
No,
right,
not
right.
in the village. I'm doing matinees on the weekend if you'd like to stop by.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, it's convenient. You're in the village. You're out having a nice afternoon with the family, walking around, doing a little shopping. They're like, oh, let's catch a show before we head back to the PATH train.
Yeah. Is that like that just takes up your whole life for the entire length of when you do this, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's all encompassing.
Yes, it is.
No time for yourself.
There's no me time. You're right about
No
that.
you time.
I guess what? I don't want it right now anyway with this weather we've been having.
Oh, let's talk about the
really
weather.
is ungodly.
What a great segue. And I tell you, this is what
it's supposed to be April showers, not May showers.
Right.
Yeah, it's like God pissing on you, right, Carl?
Right. Oh, well. I guess that's one way of looking at it. Fuck.
You Twittered something about you and Conan having a beef, and it was this fighting Irish family.
Oh, yeah, the Joyces and the...
And I wound up watching all these documentaries on these bare-knuckle brawlers in Ireland. They're pretty fucking interesting, man.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah?
All they do is fight over some slight.
the Irish. Well, they're tinkers. They're like gypsies. And you read the comments in the because it was like, I'll meet you in Longford. Now, you never showed up, Joe. And they just keep arguing, and then they beat the balls off each other.
Really?
But then the comments, you can tell they're the most hated people in Ireland because underneath it's like, they're useless cunts. Hitler was right about killing gypsies. You should kill every fucking one. They do nothing. They add nothing to society. And it's like all these great comments, but just brutally, like Irish written so well, but just like a combination of cursing and like literary, just fucking, just trashing these people.
Really?
So everybody hates their guts.
So they hate each other, and everybody hates them.
Everybody hates them.
Why are they doing this?
No, they've been doing that for hundreds of years to settle interfamily beefs. They have
Hundreds
two
of
guys, the Joyce, McQuinn, McDonough, and there's all these different families, and they just have these big beefs, and some of them are really funny guys, but you can barely understand them.
What is that about
Why do
the
they
Irish?
hate each other?
And a lot of them, honestly, and I'm not just saying this to be inclusive to our to fill in for Opie today, but a lot of them do look like Scorch.
Really?
Yes.
Do they?
Yeah, facially.
They have facially.
Look them up. There's just something about them.
This one guy was talking about how he keeps his fucking hands hard. He goes, I soaked him in
Joe Joyce, yeah.
Joe Joyce. I soaked him in petrol for 20 minutes a day.
Yeah.
He soaked his hands in gas for 20 minutes a day.
It's not even gas, petrol. It's like cheap Eastern European knockoff shit.
Right,
Probably.
yeah, very low octane, very high in fucking additives.
That's a fight.
His wife must have hated when his big fucking hard rock hands went into her pussy.
Oh, just burns her pussy.
Yeah.
They don't finger each other in Ireland. They just have regular sex.
Oh, you think?
Regular
Yes.
missionary position to have kids.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine, when I was a little kid, went to Ireland, and he was like 10 to visit his relatives, and he came back and told us how he had to have these fights with all these little kids from this trailer, and he started describing tinkers, but we didn't know what it was. You know what I mean?
Oh shit!
It's like one of those things that they're like, "Hey, Yank, come on, Yank," and they made him fight every day. And it was the same thing.
What a vacation! You're just getting fucking the shit beat out of you. That sounds horrible.
He was a wild kid anyway, so I'm sure.
Was he? Oh, okay. It does seem like if you go to Ireland, you're probably going to get in a fight. Like they like to mix it up.
Well, if you're in the bar the whole time, obviously something's going to happen.
Like the Donnybrook.
I always see every piece of footage of Ireland. I see it's fucking dismal out. The weather is cloudy. I have zero desire to go.
Like today.
Yeah, here in our own home.
Yes.
Well, I'm surprised that Jim is like a sunny day enthusiast. He's like, I don't want to go to that dismal weather.
Jim is. He smiles when he sees sunshine.
He's a goddamn. I didn't realize he was a fucking Brazilian supermodel that liked to lay on South Beach all day. I get the doldrums from some of that weather. What the fuck is this?
Well, I don't.
You don't go out before it's dark, do you? Like
No,
any
I don't.
respectable comedian.
I just don't care for. I just don't care for overcast weather. It really dampens my mood.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, people they put those fucking lights on themselves. They look into a fucking light all winter long because they get seasonal depression.
I have said
so they have to look into a light. I think our own Troy Kwan right there, he has one.
Yeah.
And it's so your body and your eyes can see some type of what would be sunlight, simulated
I'm worried
sunlight.
about all the other shit. You worried about this? What about pesticides?
I'll pour water on my strawberries.
Poured his water all over your strawberries.
Only because I knew if I reached for your coffee, which I wanted to do, and smashed it, you would have caught me too early.
Yes.
I had to go with what was available to my hands. Now Jim's moving his items away from me. Well, I told you, this creep started it. Many years ago, I was trying to have a lovely cup of tea at the Comedy Cellar, as I like to have, and so I go upstairs and I was like, they gave me mint tea instead of regular tea. I don't like mint tea. Turns out to be they gave me regular tea. It was not the staff swallowed. I want to emphasize that.
Oh, no.
This asshole was chewing gum and stuck his gum in my fucking tea. I was drinking his goddamn gum, his gum juice.
Holy shit! You thought it was mint tea.
I was like, oh, mint tea. I don't like this.
Minty,
He's sitting there
fresh.
smoking at the table. So ever since then,
I
anytime
got
he's
him
at the
twice.
table,
I got you twice.
Yeah,
and that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, and ever since then, literally, if he's at the table, even all these years later, you think somebody was on mature adults. I carry my tea, any beverage I have, I carry them down with me.
Well, you
I gotta go
should.
pee or
Yes,
whatever.
he's gonna fucking pervert it
ridiculous.
in some fashion. Wow. Were you grossed out with the thought? You know,
Oh, just one of those things. It was just infuriating.
it's in his mouth, and you know.
No, Anthony, you know what
That's
it
bad.
is. You like certain comforts. That's all I'm saying.
That's all you're saying. What can we look forward to in your?
Well, you're the only one that really
unconstitutional-
understands what I'm trying to achieve.
I love it.
Oh, I know what you're trying to achieve.
I love
No, you
it.
don't, Jim.
Maybe you meant me.
What's that?
Maybe you meant that I'm the only one who understands.
No, I meant Anthony's the only one.
Horse.
What do you think he's trying to achieve? Let's do a test.
What is he
What do
trying
you
to
think Colin's
achieve?
trying to achieve?
He is trying to rid the world of this ignorance and revisionist history that is going on, and using humor to get these points across instead of the doldrums of C-SPAN.
Thanks.
Of course.
What do you think, Jim?
It's very interesting.
Trying to do some fucking fun jokes.
Oh,
That's
I told you about that idiot Voss that time, back in the early '90s. I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again until the whole country understands. Voss just hated me because all these guys knew I was funny, and Voss didn't get. And he would get. So one time I was on stage at Caroline's, and I did something, but it was like almost like I would go, "This is like a poem," but it was like a comedy, but it wasn't a poem. You know, it was jokes.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. He comes up right after me. This is 1994. And goes, I don't. We didn't know each other barely, just a little bit. Hey, I don't do poems. I do fucking jokes, folks.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Just sold me out.
Ew,
Threw
did
me
you
under
fucking hate him right then and there?
I was like, who is this goddamn
this asshole?
fucking mullet that bastard? No, rat tail. He had a rat tail. at
Yeah,
the time.
rat tail.
Well, rat tails were big in '94.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not big, but they were. Yeah.
What the fuck? Why would he say that?
Son of a
Especially
bitch.
not knowing you.
Yeah, I mean, he knew me a little bit, but you know,
Not that
Just
not
to
that
be-
well.
just because he was feeling his oats, he was in Caroline's. You know, it was like Voss is the one that broke it open in many ways for Norton and the rest of the Jersey hacks to actually work in New York.
Jersey hacks.
In that sense,
That's
you
some
have to
kind of
give him credit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bringing the Jersey hacks.
Yeah, I think Voss got there first. We went around the same time, though.
Yeah.
No, I remember it very vividly. It was Voss. Lewis loved Voss.
He did.
Voss probably got you in.
But I used to go to the comic strip, and me, you, Franchese, Florentine, and Eric McMahon would go out to eat at that place across the street from the strip. So that's fucking like 1995.
Jeez.
Million years ago, right? Million years ago, guys.
You used to call me Naughty Norton.
Oh.
Hello, Naughty.
Yeah.
That was you and
Because
Franchese.
you were naughty.
I was a naughty boy.
He
I was a naughty boy.
Yeah.
And you lived with Jim at the time?
I think that's before I lived with Jim.
I spoke to Battling Bob Lee. I'm walking on 46. Here's the problem with the world. I'm walking on 46th Street yesterday, going to an important publicity lunch at Joe Allen, top trendy restaurant with the AP. And I passed this theater on 46th Street. You know, they had a bunch of shows over there. And I look, and it says, appearing only tonight in one of the theater shows, the Reverend Bob Levy.
Wow.
So I took a picture and sent it out. So the public knew what was going on the Broadway stage.
For one night
on
only.
the Great White Way. Bob Levy. He's like
Yeah.
a Broadway name now.
Yeah, right. Wow, for one night only. Carl, I got to ask you, what's your take on the Constitution in this day and age? A lot of people saying it's being trotted upon.
Well, I honestly feel like we should be having more constitutional conventions so that
Yeah.
people can really discuss this kind of thing. I feel like it's not a serious discussion when it's just everybody putting everybody's just saying this, picking and choosing. Everyone's like,
Yes.
you need to have a serious conversation.
And
You're talking about, well, let's face it, the only thing you care about is the gun, is the Second Amendment.
Well, I kind of like the first two.
No, you care about the second.
I like the second, but
Why do you care about the first?
Well, that's what I do. It's kind
But
of
I'm
my
saying
job.
who's trotting on the First Amendment?
There are a lot of things that trot on my First Amendment rights, especially political correctness, more so than
Oh,
anything.
infuriating.
To
You gotta
not
come see
have
the
the
show again.
ability.
I
will
discuss it.
absolutely. To not have the ability to address especially racial issues in this country without having the scarlet R put on your chest is a fucking embarrassment.
I'm tired of black people being called racist for addressing white issues. I agree with you.
Oh. Unbelievable.
It really is infuriating. I would really like to have more of a freedom to say things and have an open dialogue, because nothing gets accomplished unless you can really hash it out like that. But they're so afraid to just have an open discussion about race in this country.
Well, let's actually address very deeply in the show.
Good. I got to see it.
It's almost like you're quoting the show in many ways.
Wow.
Do you address the fact, too, with the
I was actually going to use Scarlet R. I have it written down, but now
Scarlet
I'm afraid because
R.
He already
Why not?
Call.
Because I feel like
the Scarlet Letter.
Don't even feel.
Instead of an A, it's an R.
Don't
you
even
say.
feel that way. You take it.
Yeah,
I'd
Hester
be,
Prynne.
Oh, somebody's doing a little reading on the old Stairmaster.
Now, do you mention the fact that in the Constitution, everybody complains that like when you mention the guns,
right?
And you say something about when the Constitution was drafted, they didn't have fucking AR-15s or whatever it is they have. It was a different time.
Well, I certainly don't want to mention that because that would be,
And they say, well, different time. They still meant the same thing. But if you say, how can you listen to people who wrote the Constitution because they had slaves, they're talking about freedom, these same people will go, it was a different time. You have to allow that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I see it as there are certain things that you have to look at when they were keeping rights from people. That is what is considered wrong. Right. When they're respecting rights, because rights aren't given, they're there. They're your God-given rights. And when they're respecting those rights, that's a good thing. So with the Second Amendment, they're respecting your right to bear arms. As of being slave owners, they are taking away someone's rights. So you can make that distinction, Jim. They're not the same thing that you're really talking about.
But it's the overall point and the view of how we say that was the times.
Well, so we throw the entire document away because they were slave owners? Is that smart?
I'm eating a strawberry.
He's got a very constitutional mustache made out of a napkin, Carl. You're looking very, very.
Come on.
Very constitutional.
The Constitution. But that's this little whatever this was here is exactly why the show now it's more important now than
ever. If you see one
when I
show
say now,
this year,
I only mean 5 weeks.
Right.
Because despite Jim's plans for me to tour all over the goddamn country.
Right, he has you everywhere.
I'm sick of this thing. I've been doing it a year. Right. 5 weeks and I want to fucking shoot it, make some goddamn money, get the fuck out.
Well, I want to go see it.
And, I have to make one more comment about that because a lot of people do bring up it was muskets back then. Yeah. They would never, have it with assault rifles and whatnot. Do you think when they wrote the Second Amendment and said you have the right to bear arms, that they weren't talking about the absolute top-of-the-line weaponry of their day? The musket? They didn't say, well, you have the right to bear this. It's not as good as our amazing assault musket. But so as time went on, you got better weaponry. And during the course of their own lives, they saw weaponry advance leaps and bounds. You thought they was just going to stop right there? They knew it was going to advance.
Personally, I don't think they saw the degeneration, the way society would degenerate into school shootings. I don't believe they saw that
From
coming.
what they've seen all over the globe back then, it's horrible.
Regardless of what they thought at that point, this is where we are now.
Right.
And we have to look at things and how they're affecting us now. And the point I'm making is simply people are, and this is all of us, are selective when they look at something like, well, that was the times. Like, we say that at certain times when it suits the argument, but to say that was the times when they wrote about muskets, it's like, well, they meant it to continue. Well, then...
Given that that's what the times was, so we can move along.
Well, that's what the times
that's all he wants.
That really is all I want, is
that's
that
all
one
he
point.
All he wants you to do is go, hey, that's an interesting point, and
Jim,
we can fucking move along.
What an interesting point, and I got to agree with you on that one.
This is about states' rights versus federal rights.
Thank you, yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And the show covers it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, good.
I'm sitting here going, guys, just come to see the show. Then you can really make your arguments.
Yes, and you'll be informed.
Oh, you'll be totally informed.
Yeah. I don't like New York states' rights. I don't like what they've done with the Second Amendment as far as that goes.
But
overstepped their bounds, but it is their stupid right.
It's their right.
It's
the people.
They're right. Yeah. The states' rights are limited by the Constitution.
Right.
So I think they're overstepping their boundaries in some respects as far as the Second Amendment goes. I really do.
You mean
And
Mayor Bloomberg.
Yeah, and I think also that they're putting legislation in place that does nothing. That whole when Cuomo wrote into law that you have to have a magazine with 7 rounds capacity, 7 rounds, 7 bullets. Didn't he do enough research to know that they don't make 7-round mags for AR-15s and for a lot of handguns and stuff, that there's only a 5 and then a 10-round magazine? So then they're like, okay, we fucked that up. We didn't even know about magazines when we wrote a fucking law about it.
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel. Now, more legendary O&A appearances from our favorite stand-up comics. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues.
Oh my God, this Daryl Hammond is so weird. Here he comes back and he's talking about his book, God, If You're Not Up There, I'm Effed. What a grody title. After going through a brutal car accident, like maybe he should pay attention. He was filming a documentary or something, and he was going through trauma therapy. Like, I don't know what this is. He got hooked on crack, okay? Like, I like to say that to people, like, you're on crack. And his comedic performance, like, whatever. He's just grody.
Daryl Hammond, how are you, sir?
Sir.
Fuzzy Dunlap at your pleasure.
How are you?
Take a seat.
Fuzzy Dunlap today. It's from The Wire. That was, remember, Herc, he had a he kept saying he had a confidential informant. Yeah, Fuzzy Dunlap is his name.
Oh, right.
Fuzzy Dunlap.
Yeah, I got this from Fuzzy Dunlap.
You know, Steve Earle is in today. He's doing another interview.
Oh, no kidding.
And I never knew he was a singer. He played Bubs' sponsor on The Wire.
I know.
Oh, I never knew he was a fucking singer.
Right, that guy.
I knew he was a singer. I didn't know he was such a great actor.
He usually goes over to the Beacon Theater and play with the Allman Brothers who are in town.
Give the man some headphone volume.
Yeah, that's all right.
For the love of God.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We're on.
There it is.
There ain't none.
Yeah, we're working.
Yes.
Yeah. What's going on in Daryl Hammond's life?
Well, there's this dude, D.A. Pennebaker, you know? He's a documentary maker.
Yeah.
Making a little documentary of me.
What
should be on stage this weekend at Caroline's playing Fuzzy Dunlap.
I love Caroline's. Yeah, place is great.
It is great.
It
It's like
is.
the best club on the planet.
They just fucking...
Isn't it like consistently rated #1 in the country or something like that?
Gotta be.
Yeah, I would think so.
It's at the crossroads of the world, you know.
It's a little dramatic, the intro.
50th and Broadway. look, it's a nice room, all right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do they still do that whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Crossroads of the world.
It's a little much. The divine spark mentioned in the Bible. It's a great club.
Here from Leviticus.
Yeah, they just hooked me up. That's why I say it's a great place.
What's the documentary going to be about, though?
About that book I wrote.
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Stuff like that.
I wasn't here for the big book interview.
No,
and
you were out that
I read your
day.
book and I loved it.
Thank you.
I might know a thing or two about some
of it?
crazies.
Wait, you weren't here that day?
No, man, I was
Isn't that
excited.
weird? He wasn't even here.
I read the whole book because I probably could relate to a few of those things.
The mother
Thanks.
stuff.
I had a mother thing too.
Have you taken a couple of wrong roads, my friend?
Is that what it was? A couple of wrong roads?
Been to one party too many? Yeah.
The only question I have about the book, even though it's why weren't there more stories about your mom in the book? You kind of hinted toward.
Because I got hit by a car. I was in a car accident, and HarperCollins wanted to finish the book, and there were like 100 pages of notes.
Is that really?
Is that really it?
That's absolutely it. They were like, no, we have a deadline. We want to be for the Christmas holidays. I'm like, I'm laid up. I got hit head on by a car in Long Island. I mean, I was a passenger in a car.
Right.
Yeah.
A car coming toward us hit his head on at about 65, I think the newspaper said.
Holy shit.
So I wasn't able to finish it, so they just wrapped it up.
You guys
God.
never got this out?
Damn.
Yeah.
Because the book still is really good.
Thank you.
But I got kind of mad. I'm like, I know he's got a few
Tons of dialogue about my mom.
Okay, right.
Tons of stuff about her.
But then
yeah.
I'm thinking you were holding it back for a second book, going, if the first one goes good, I'm going to give you some shit.
No, I know.
Some
I
good
had
shit
it.
for the second.
No, it was I all scribbled down on a piece. On
What kind of notes did they give you? Because my book was different, so it wasn't like as biographical as yours. What were they saying? Like, fix this story or don't tell this one or?
Well, first of all, I wrote probably, I don't know how, the book is 250 pages or something, and I wrote probably 800. They brought in this young lady, a young writer, a beautiful writer named Liz Stein, and she like turned it into a book. You know,
Wow.
280 pages.
Yeah, they have to edit certain stories and a consistency and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But
So why don't we just say you were on SNL? Okay, now we'll
let's do
move on to. Wait a minute. Hold
Yeah.
the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. I mean, I just would hand the stuff in. And then I was in the accident, and I wasn't really able to do anything for a couple of months. So then
You were really that laid up, huh?
What were your injuries?
Most bruised internal organs, cracked ribs, dislocated stuff, hernia disc.
Wow. Damn.
They cut you out of the car?
No, they didn't cut me out of the car. I let myself out of the car.
You did?
Yes, I did. Because I thought it was going to explode.
Oh, well, yeah, you don't want to be part of that.
Yeah. I thought that. I was like, well, in the movies, the car always explodes.
That's true.
I kind of think that could happen.
You don't want that.
So I know I did manage to get out, yeah. And it's so interesting because it hurt then. And I remember lying on the pavement going, I guess you could die from that.
Wow.
From
Yeah.
hurting this bad. That wasn't half of what it became in 2 weeks. When my organs started to swell, you know, like all my organs started getting large, and it looked like I had a rope underneath my skin. Wow.
Holy jeez.
It takes 2 weeks for that to happen?
I would say 2 weeks to a month before I really.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I was on Oxycontin. I might have the time off a little bit.
It was an hour.
I mean, the guy's like, I'm going to give you oxycodone. I'm like, really?
All right.
Oh, nice.
Really?
An excuse.
Yeah. I mean, that's the terrible thing about having that much pain, though. It just kind of takes it away. You don't get high.
It just does what it's supposed to do. It just
makes it so that you can go to the bathroom a little bit.
So what you guys were stopped at a stoplight, and the car was coming down the other lane?
No, we were actually turning. We were in a lane turning left, and the car was coming towards us, and the person driving me turned into the oncoming car.
Holy shit.
Oh, and that's you're like hello to your side right there.
Yeah, and I got hit. It hit the right corner. Yeah, that was beautiful.
Did you have a belt on?
I had a seatbelt on, but it was the airbag that saved me, but also caused the injuries, but it kept me alive.
Yeah.
Without that airbag, you were dead.
Splattered.
Oh, wow.
Splattered all over the pavement, the windshield, yeah.
It's fucking horrifying. And you remember it? Did you see? I almost had an accident once, and it's weird how it unfolded in slow motion. Did you see it, or just all of a sudden you felt it?
I was reading my script because I was in a play on Long Island. I was going to the show, and the driver screamed, "Oh my God!" like that, and I was like, "Really? What?"
Wow!
And then it was glass and steel. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Do you hang out with that?
I also said, "Oh my God."
Really?
You know, you think you're gonna say something really cool, like at death's door. You're gonna have something to say, like "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead." You don't.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Shit.
Yeah.
Do you hang out with that person anymore?
I do.
Okay.
You aren't mad?
Huh?
You aren't mad at them?
I was for a long time.
Okay.
I would assume
It was a
that's
mistake.
Big fucking mistake.
Wow.
Big mistake.
That's a big mistake.
I mean, yeah.
So now they're going to make the book into a documentary, kind of.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I got discovered, or so to speak, at Caroline, so I guess that's the angle.
Is it just your stand-up, or are they talking to you off stage and just kind of intersplicing?
They'll film stand-up and off stage, and then there's a couple of guys in the book. Eddie the cop that was so prominent in the second half of the book is coming, and going to be pretty cool.
Are you doing there's always a paperback edition. Has that come out yet?
I had a paperback, but Hurricane Sandy came and all 12 interviews got canceled. And it's really hard to get Charlie Rose back.
Wow.
You really...
Charlie Rose.
Like, I was supposed to make my money on the paperback. 'Cause
Yeah.
I didn't make nothing on the hard copy, but I had a nice deal that if it ever made it to paperback, I'd make a couple of bucks. Hurricane Sandy came, all 12 interviews canceled.
Oh my gosh.
Someone didn't want this book out.
Well, look what was the original title? If there's a God up there, I'm fucked?
Yeah.
No, God, if you're not up there, I'm fucked. But it's interesting to me because I was raising money for special needs kids in Monroe, Louisiana, which, I mean, they paid me a nominal fee. I don't get me wrong, but I was doing that. So they said, maybe he should do a book signing. Now remember, God and Funk in the same title is blasphemes one of the commandments. We're in the Bible Belt. I signed no copies of my book in 4 hours. I signed almost 50 copies of 50 Shades of Grey.
Wait,
absolutely a true story.
You were sitting in this book signing.
No one wanted to sign no one wanted my smut on their coffee table.
You didn't? No one showed up for the signing?
They were there, but they were there for 50 Shades of Grey. They didn't want my book. And they wanted me to sign 50 Shades of Grey.
Which is really strange.
Sitting there when no one. I've had a few slow signings too.
Where you start talking to the person.
You sign a long autograph. Hey, Frank, thanks for coming. You really make it detailed.
Yeah, I remember a few of those.
It's looking at me. We've had a few.
Yeah,
of
it was
those.
kind of silly.
Humiliating.
And I had tried to say, it's in the United States, in a Judeo-Christian society, you can make fun of a member of the flock, but not the flock. And to the flock, the Ten Commandments is the flock.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. And so that was blasphemed on the cover. I mean, I couldn't get into Target with my book. I couldn't get into the airports. I couldn't get into Walmart, which is kind of if you're selling a hardcover.
Did anybody tell you, hey, maybe you should
No,
no one told
change the title?
Because you would have changed the title.
Of course. I didn't want that stupid title.
Oh, my God.
So it hurts you, and it wasn't even something you needed.
I care less about that damn title. I was in jail in the Caribbean, and I couldn't think of nothing. I wanted to pray. I was so scared. I was like, maybe praying, maybe that sort of stuff works. And I was like, maybe there's a God, and I'm hoping there's a God. And
that Caribbean story was frightening.
And I was like, I guess if there's not a God, I'm in a lot of trouble. In a manner of speaking, I'm fucked.
Hey, that's a good title.
And then I put that in the transcript, like, there's your title. I'm like, really? Because I know in stand-up, if you offend Moses or any of the leaders of the movement, that your show's over. That just doesn't pertain to books.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Whatever.
Who came up with the title? Was someone in the company?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's weird. The stuff that they should have known better, especially if they wanted to get you in the airports and all these other places.
Well, they didn't want to. I think they wanted to sell it online, and became a bestseller online.
Did it really?
Yeah, it did. But that's because of Dr. Phil, actually.
Oh, you did do something with Dr. Phil, right?
Yeah, I mean, he plugged it so hard it became a bestseller. Yeah, because I owe it. I mean, it would not have been anything without him.
See, I always disliked Dr. Phil, but I guess if he takes care of you and if he did the right thing by you.
Yeah, I don't know him that well. I think he's very colorful and interesting, but I mean, he liked the book and he had me on, and all of a sudden,
that's all it takes.
Not that I made any money.
Did they say to you too much mother stuff? Like, was that one of the notes they gave you? Like,
no, they wanted more mothers. That's the reason. And the reason for the book was my mom.
Okay,
that was the interesting thing, and also Saturday Night Live. So
yeah.
It's just they had a deadline, and thankfully I have this brilliant young writer named Liz Stein who came in. It's like, I can imitate your writing, and she did. She finished it. Yeah.
Wow. So you had a stroke of bad luck and good luck. The fact that what's finished was lucky because you could have been killed, but the bad luck was the timing at the end and the fucking paperback.
That stuff happens, right?
It does. It stinks though. Fucking the paperback is worse. So the fact that you didn't.
Oh, Hurricane Sandy. Yeah.
So it was released, but no one knew it was out, right?
Right.
Couldn't you do a second push a few weeks later? I mean, I know it's not the same, but
you can't get Charlie Rose again.
Oh.
I mean, really? Aaron Burnett? No. CNN? No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, no. They're already booked.
It's too late. They've moved on. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know that Barnes and Noble had I was very happy they put me in noteworthy nonfiction, but nobody paid any attention to it.
Was it the same title?
No, we renamed it. God, if you're not up there, ... which for the people are like, what the hell is that? I mean, no, what the hell is that?
Yeah, that is a little vague.
Yeah.
Did you add any material to it?
Huh?
Was there any new material in the paperback?
No, they didn't want any. They're like, please, really? Work? You got to be out of your mind.
Oh, my God. Because there was some stories that needed to be told.
That's the selling point for a paperback is when there's a little additional material.
There was 100 pages of handwritten notes. But stuff that will make it into, I mean, if it's ever, like I've been to meetings, you probably go to meetings where they talk about adapting it for other media, right?
Yeah.
You go to those, right? Yeah. Okay. Wink, wink.
Yeah,
sure, pal. Yeah.
So now you could always put that in a documentary, though. I mean, you're doing a documentary. That would be an interesting. The documentary wouldn't be just telling the exact same stories from the book. You'll have some extra stories, which will make
It
it
will
interesting.
tell the chair story. I mean, how this great doctor had me use these two chairs to find out what was inside my head and why I was cutting myself. Yeah.
That's an interesting.
Yeah, it should have been in the book, but it ain't.
Did it work? Was it accurate?
Well, why was I doing something and I didn't really know why I was doing it, and why was I doing it for years? I didn't know why I had these things locked up in my head, and he used these two chairs. Good angel, bad angel. He had me play my mom.
Oh man!
You would sit in one chair and be your mom, and the other chair be yourself.
Yes.
And would you move back and forth? Or
Yes.
And
you move from chair to chair. Yeah.
Did it feel silly at first, and then all of a sudden resonate?
It broke like within 30 seconds. It broke. Yeah.
It worked.
Like he goes, sit in the chair and now say this. Mom, I don't, I have a lot of problems. You never answer for this. Now go over here and play your mom. Answer for what? Answer for the fact that, look, I don't know anything about that blood.
Oh
and
shit!
You're like, what? And then you're like, you know everything about it. You were there. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the guy's like a genius.
That is like just to conjure up the image of that actually happening is frightening.
Yeah, but I mean, great doctors can do stuff like that. You know, the thing about these great trauma doctors is that they can get up in your head and not make it worse. You know, like find out what's going on in there. Why do you keep doing this stuff?
Yeah.
You know, and not hurt you, actually injure you.
Like they unlock the door and let it seep out without letting it fucking just wreck the rest of what's in there.
Absolutely, like lancing a wound or something like that. But there are not that many of them. I mean, trauma therapy is still sort of in its infancy, but there are a couple. I mean, this guy had me. I was locked up upstate for 3 months. I mean, he didn't like do it the first day.
Right.
You know.
How do you know when something like that's happening though, that you're not? And I mean, maybe it makes. How do you know that you're not creating something in that moment, as opposed to bringing back something that really happens? Like, what in your mind tells you, no, this is actually genuine?
I think when snot starts coming out of your nose and you start bawling and sputtering and yeah.
Is it like, oh my God, I forgot? Like, do you have things where you're like, I can't believe I forgot that?
Yes, absolutely. Because I had the world's best mom. That's what they called her. World's best mom. Sang in the choir, quoted verses, a counselor, a spiritual advisor to the community. And then when people's backs were turned, she was doing crimes against nature.
Jesus.
But that's what predators do. I mean, they create a front. You know, like, oh, look at that. I mean, like all the great predators had a great front. And it's usually church or civic groups or national pride or something like that.
What was her motivation for being so, I guess, cruel?
She was abused too.
Okay.
Hideously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
She told you? Oh, sorry.
Some people are able to like turn that around, aren't they? Like make it like, okay, I was abused, so I will never abuse.
Well, you know, it's a difference in degree. But in essence, it's the same thing. I mean, you can push a person into, you know, like me, I become a cutter and a drinker, and I'm a ne'er-do-well. And then someone gets pushed farther than I got pushed, you know, they become like a bona fide sociopath.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Do you ever think you had the potential of going over the line?
I think we all do.
And just becoming a serial killer bad?
We could all, I believe, if you give us, don't you think?
Oh, of course.
You give us the right circumstances, we could all be something that we'd be ashamed of.
Listening to Daryl's voice right now.
This show.
Yeah, I'd like to be something I'm not. But just listening to you, it's like, and with your, Daryl's wearing sunglasses and very relaxed and calm. And it's like, I could picture this as a prison interview by somebody who had done horrific things. Like, it's the same, like, you know, well, this is what happens. And
just
this is
all
why
calm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, my dad was he was a soldier, and he, you know, being all that stuff people can see in combat, he had post-traumatic stress. That ain't the same thing as what my mom was. You know what I'm saying? And near the end of his life, he was all confused. He had cancer, and I brought this cop down from New York, this great dude, this great cop I knew, still a pal of mine. And he had to sit down with my dad in the last month of his life and explain to him, because my dad was confused. First of all, he's on fentanyl, which is stronger than morphine. He's got a month or two to live. He's confused and being eaten up by cancer. So I brought this pal down there, and I remember they were out in the yard, and my father goes, I wonder if I can have me a drink. He's got a month to live. My friend's like, have a drink, Max. Have a drink, friend. Let me make you a drink. So they make him a drink. I watched them out in the yard, and they're having martinis, and this guy's gesturing like, and I opened the door once, and I heard him say, "Because Max, they made furniture out of people."
Holy shit!
They made chairs. Because it's not like a Korean guy fighting for his country or a French guy fighting for his country or anyone fight. These guys made chairs out of people, Max. They had to go. You understand? God loves you for doing that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, he's probably feeling some guilt over some stuff in WWE.
Well,
right?
I think it's, probably didn't take every prisoner that he might have. I mean, really, after you see, like, what these guys do, like, maybe you get war, you're like, maybe I don't want to take
And then
it.
I guess when you start getting to that point in life where you're,
gonna die.
seeing the end of the road there, you start thinking, uh-oh.
Was I right to do that? Shouldn't I have put that guy on trial instead of shooting him, Yeah.
Right.
But they were, it's really sad, but they were bad guys. They had to go.
They had to go.
Sorry.
They made furniture out of these
Yeah, Max, they made furniture out of people.
That's a
You
fucked up thing to
understand?
hear when you fling the door open.
Yeah, he's out there
Jesus.
going, he's like, there's a lot of types of cruelty in this world, Max. I mean, you understand? I mean, like unintentional cruelty. You say something to your daughter, your son, you go back and you apologize, you make it better. But then there's the kind of cruelty on purpose and for fun, Max. You understand? On purpose and for fun. You understand? Intentional. You know what I'm saying? These guys made chairs. They made linen out of people and kids. You understand? Like that.
Wow. Man.
Kill these son of a bitches.
Straight shooter.
That's all. Shoot them. That's all. You can't talk to these son of a bitches.
Did you have any resentment against your dad for not stepping in?
Yes. For a long time.
God, you're talking my fucking story.
And
we gotta go get coffee, Daryl.
And then
because you wonder why. I gotta jump in. All this craziness is going on in the house, and you wonder why. Like, yo, pops, get off the couch and figure this shit out. You're the one with the normal brain here.
Yeah.
What do you think that was about?
Because I know in my own life I have let my pain, my anger get in the way of doing what I knew to be right because I was too absorbed, too concerned with my own pain and my own rage.
Right.
And I regret it deeply. He did at the end of his life and was able to say so to me. And that was intense, man. And good and real good.
Right. What did he say to you?
I'm sorry. I guess I was just a soldier.
Wow. Sometimes it's just easier.
I was like, yeah.
I know my dad.
I get it now. I get it. They played taps at the funeral. I was very proud.
Wow, chef. I know my dad didn't pipe up because it was easier. Because all hell would go toward him.
Yeah, it's not that easy, friend. I mean,
no, man. I'm one of 7 kids, so I'm sure my dad's thinking, well, fuck, if I act up here and try to do the right thing, I might be stuck raising the 7 kids alone here.
Yeah.
They got their own shit they got to worry about.
Yeah, life happens on you, and sometimes you're not wired. I mean, I know I wasn't wired to do what I wanted to do in the world, and I had a lot to learn, and I still do.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But now here's Al Sharpton.
When I was a kid, I grew up in Brooklyn. I would come home from school, my mother would make blueberry pie.
I mean, you got to pull out a voice once in a while, right?
Just in case.
I was about to write a hand out.
Right.
As I have actual nooses in my bag. I was like, anybody want to hang themselves? Because I brought nooses.
We've been making fun of that blueberry pie, and like, what were they thinking to allow that on TV? He looks like a fucking clown.
I would sneak some of the pie. My mother said, you sneak pies. No, I didn't sneak pie. I would have blueberry all over my face.
Yeah, a weird little talent.
That's great. Was it rough to be funny? I mean, when you're I mean, on SNL and through your life doing stand up and stuff,
with all that going on in your life, was it a way to cut it off and not think about it?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. An escape. It's addictive too.
Yeah.
I think you know what that's like when you the first time you walk out in front of 200 people that you never met before and you make them laugh hard.
Yeah.
You're like, you can get hooked on that.
Yeah, it's like being a small Hitler. Like you're just controlling a room full of people.
Yeah.
I understand what being powerful is.
And they're like, I know you never met them before, and they're laughing at stuff that you thought of.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can I ask an impression question?
Yeah.
Which was the hardest one that you had to learn? That you just couldn't get at first?
I think that, there was a big disagreement on how to play Bush when they wanted me to play Bush, and I didn't have the same opinion that other people did at the time of him, and I didn't think of him as unintelligent. I know there were verbal gaffes and he made mistakes, but I thought of him as a smart guy in an extraordinary circumstance, and he did make mistakes, but I mean, he's not a natural actor, that guy.
Right, no.
Some guys just are not good for that presidential stuff. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He's not a natural actor.
Right.
It's at presidential, that pomp and circumstance stuff, that's not easy.
Yeah, Clinton was good at it.
Reagan was.
Yeah, Reagan.
I don't think anyone has ever been better at the spoken word than Reagan or Clinton.
Yeah,
Martin Luther King. But he wasn't a politician. But in terms of politics, I mean, Clinton gave that last convention speech using easily verifiable facts and figures. Really heavy lifting. If you're, usually because when you're rallying the troops, it's like you have some slogan and prearranged thing, and there are drinks and people cheer. This guy walks out with easily verifiable facts and figures and rocked. I mean, that was like a whole new. To me, that was like, reminded me like the first time I saw Michael Jordan play basketball. I'm like, wait, that's the standard now. Now you got to do that if you want to compete. I mean, that's how good you got to be. And and Reagan was masterful. I mean, when Reagan said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall," he combined Sunday school teacher and F-16 fighter jet. really heavy lifting. I mean, he wasn't kidding. You look in that guy's eyes and see if he's kidding with you.
Right.
Gaddafi found out he was not.
Right.
He's a serious dude. And part of being the president, I guess, is City Hall. You got to go out there and talk to the troops.
Yep.
You got to give them speeches. You got to talk about why we love this country and all that stuff. It's not easy. It's very, very, very hard. And I always felt like weird, like these guys trying to do this job, and you're out there banging on them.
Just making fun of them. Yeah.
Wow. Can you imagine looking at a presidential daily briefing in the morning? Really?
This is what I got to do today?
Really? Really? How many terrorist threats last night? 3,000? And what bank closed and what country's going? Because to me, if my Easy Pass doesn't work, I'm at the jumping off place. Dude. You understand? I'm coming in from Jersey, and my Easy Pass isn't working. I'm just going to kick that car and go right into the river. So you got to give them credit. Some of that stuff's real hard.
So they wanted you to play it dumb, and you felt that you could caricature him without making him a complete moron.
I didn't want to play him like that at all. I wanted to play him, whatever he was, I wanted to discover it on my own. But Will Ferrell had made such a hit playing him that way. I knew he was something else, and I wanted to get into that.
Well, you met him. I know you performed for him.
Yeah.
And did you get to talk to him at all?
A little bit, I got a little bit. I talked to Cheney more than him, but yeah.
How was he?
Bush?
Yeah.
Funny, charming.
Presidents can do that, man. They're just amazing as far as being like charming. And,
he was good.
Bigger than life.
But I want to say, I don't believe he was acting. He was just like being this regular dude who, might do a towel snap in the locker room once in a while, kind of a guy. I did not think him unintelligent one bit.
Did you give him a baseball glove or something? So you told
me. I gave him a glove, yeah.
For what was the purpose?
I wanted to play catch with him. I was like, so what? He loves baseball. What the hell? I know he loves baseball, and I know I love baseball. You're the president. I don't have any money or nothing to give you, but you and me like baseball. Here's a glove. So I had someone go down to the mall, and
That's awesome.
I actually went. I went down to the mall to the best sporting goods store in D.C., and I was like, I want the best Rawlings baseball mitt you have. I mean, the very finest. And I know a good mitt when I see one. And he gives me this beautiful fielder's glove. And so I go to the back with the White House, and of course the Secret Service cluster like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, sir, it's a glove. Please take a look at it. So they looked at it and they went, all right, give it to the president. You can offer him a glove. So I did. I was like, yo, man, I don't have nothing to give you, but I know you like baseball. So here's a glove, sir. And Mr. President, of course. It was pretty cool.
And he enjoyed it and saw the.
There's a picture, I think, in a couple different books of him holding the glove up. Yes, he enjoyed it.
Cool. Did you meet Senior at all?
I met him briefly at the Waldorf Astoria. Just briefly, for a couple of minutes, I got to speak with him. That was pretty cool.
Vic Henley tells a story about him, and he says that when you meet him, because he has such a bad reputation as being a wimp and all this stuff. But I mean, remember that reputation he had as Reagan's VP?
I do, yeah.
But he was head of the CIA, and Vic said you feel like you're meeting a fighter pilot.
Oh yeah.
Wimp, really? Desert Storm, really?
Yeah.
No.
And World War II, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was a fucking
pilot,
veteran and a pilot,
Yeah.
but that was the reputation he had as Reagan's VP.
Well, yeah, because, he talked like that, and he didn't, we're not going to do it, and all that. But there's, again, a guy that if you see him out of the presidential spotlight, you're going to see a different guy. This relaxed, serious dude. But when they prop you up and go, hold your head here, hold your hands here, say these words. Wait, the camera's not on. The lights,
Yeah, if you're not an actor.
Yeah. And both of those, that was the thing I always liked about the father and the kid was like pretty, it's not, you're going to find out what they're thinking.
There's a picture of you and Bush. That's a great shot.
Yeah, see?
That's a great picture.
Yeah.
And obviously with Clinton,
Both
you have
holding
him.
the glove at the same time.
Would you like a picture like that, Jimmy?
Dude, he's met 3 presidents.
Four.
Obama?
Yeah.
Do you have pictures of all of them?
I don't, I do. I don't have any with Bush Sr.
No?
No.
What's Obama like?
Crisp, pleasant, spent 5 minutes talking to my daughter, but very businesslike.
Yeah.
Huh.
Was he looser? Bush seems like a funnier guy to me. Like he seems like more
absolutely.
of a regular. That's why he fucked up more. He seems like more of a funny dude.
Well, when I performed for him in the troops, he came up to me afterwards and he like gave me like a bear hug, which was kind of cool.
Bush?
And he pats me on the belly and he goes, "Looks like you lost some tonnage." It made me laugh. I was like, you know what? That's pretty funny, actually. Not bad. Pretty funny.
Some
tonnage. Yeah.
Oh, there's you and Clinton.
Yeah.
Fucking Clinton.
During the lithium days, look at that lithium bloat.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at that.
I thought that was an SNL prosthetic.
Lithium.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Lithium bloats you? I didn't know that.
That's what they told me. Yeah.
Did it kill your hard-ons?
Huh?
Did it kill your hard-ons? Some of those medications fuck your dick up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
yeah, it does.
Wow.
A lot of them do. Yeah, I mean, when you're like seriously twisted as I was, and no one really knew what was wrong with me, right? So they're like, and plus you're like in the emergency room, like at some famous hospitals, like he's on TV and could jump off a building, and we don't really want it known that he was here, and let's treat him for all. And I was on lots of drugs that I didn't need to be on.
Were you when you weren't performing either on SNL or on stage? Were you constantly just fucked up? Were you constantly like was it all encompassing and?
Yeah, for a while.
Really?
For a number of years, yeah.
Is that exhausting?
Yeah, sure.
Jesus.
It wears you down. I never did it on the air over there because I'm not that stupid.
Right.
I'm not smart, but I'm not that stupid.
Oh, you managed to keep it off the air?
Oh, no, I never was high on the air.
Wow.
Never. Oh, good Lord. I mean, would you fly the space shuttle?
Right.
Wasted? You wouldn't. I mean, you're like, I got to tough this one out. I mean, I got a few hours to go. I'm going to be right back to the crack house.
Wow.
I only actually did the crack one time. Did you ever do it?
I did, yeah.
I was in Washington Square Park, and I met this dude, and he's like, you want to try the pipe? And I'm like, yeah, okay, why not? So we made this arrangement. I was actually looking for weed, and I was drinking beers, and we made this arrangement. He would buy the crack, we would smoke it. I would pay for it. He would protect me from anyone that wanted to hurt me.
Hey, there you go.
Cut to 131st at 7th, 4 o'clock in the morning, crack house, like a real crack house with real crack addicts. And we're there, and I don't know how to smoke this stuff, and I'm doing it. And I don't know. Have you ever done it?
No.
Like
Scares the shit out of me.
Take like your best orgasm, multiply it by 5, prolong it 12 hours. You can see the appeal. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
And that's not. It's even better than that. So I'm there, and I'm in this house, and you know, only white guy there. The owner of the house, but the only reason I say that is because see how I dress. I don't dress kind of like a white undercover cop. I dress exactly like you know what I mean?
It's all black. That's wearing black sweatpants, a black jacket,
and a Yankees hat, of course.
The glasses. I mean, that's undercover.
Right. Yeah.
So the guy walks up to this guy who was protecting me and buying all the drugs, and he goes, "Yo, Simo, man, I don't want to be no disrespectful to you or nothing like that, but you're wrong about this dude here. That dude is police." And he goes, and Seymour's like, "He ain't police. I seen that motherfucker on TV last night."
Oh, shit.
From across the room, this woman, topless woman between puffs off a crack pipe goes, "That's Clinton." I mean, really? Even in a crack house? I mean, really? You're that popular? I mean, is there anywhere I can't go where people don't love you?
Can't get away, man. Who was the guest host that week? Do you remember?
I don't think I don't remember, and I don't even know if I was on the air that week.
Wow.
But
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aren't you took the record for being on the longest?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, by far.
Which is what? It was 10 years?
14.
14 years. Wow. You miss it?
I do, but I also know it was time to go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But sure.
When you go back for occasional...
I just did Dumb Pardo this weekend.
That was you.
Yeah, you knew it was somebody else.
Fuck. No, I read that. Somebody said that was a fake Pardo.
Yeah.
And it's like, it was really close.
So was it Kevin
sounded
Hart telling
exactly
us?
like it. No, I read it somewhere.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then, but I didn't.
Think you
They
played
didn't
that
say who
opening
it
montage?
was. Oh
Did you play
shit!
that?
I didn't notice it.
Play the opening montage.
I saw Kevin's monologue. I did not notice it.
But I was very proud of that because that guy is hard.
Why'd they ask you to do it?
For whatever reason, he couldn't make the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but from what a lot of people are like, no, that was him. That was like you fucking nailed it.
It was pretty close.
Damn.
I listened to it this morning. I thought it was pretty close. Yeah.
To introduce Kevin.
Is there anyone? Yeah, did Kevin Hart.
I guess it helped hearing him for that many years.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the
14 years.
Yeah,
you got to hear.
I was around him all the time.
Yeah. Did you ever do it to him No?
I mean, one time he had laryngitis once. Yeah, that'll be it. If you could just fast forward to the end of the cold open.
One of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So you see.
He does a pretty good Obama,
Back
that
up,
guy.
back up, back up.
Back up, Sam, please. You're fired.
Back up.
Here we go.
There we go.
So Godspeed, America. And live from New York, it's Saturday night.
It's Saturday Night Live with Fred Armisen,
Holy shit.
Vanessa Bayer, Bill Hader,
Not bad, right?
Aaron Killam,
We got the trill in his voice.
Seth Meyers,
I couldn't believe I was doing that. That was flipping me out.
Bobby Moynihan, Nassim Pedrad.
I thought I was going to mess up when he said musical guest. That's what I was afraid of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jason Sudeikis,
Yeah, a lot of people.
It's a long list. Yeah.
Keenan Thompson,
Featuring.
Katie Bryant,
Here comes the musical guest. That's what I knew I was going to screw up.
Kate McKinnon,
That's good.
Kim Robinson,
All right, here we go. Now I'm getting nervous.
musical guest, Macklemore and Ryan Lewis, Kevin Hart, ladies
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Hart.
You poured it on there. That was good.
I didn't notice that when I first saw it. I mean, now that I know, I'm like, oh, okay. But it's fucking damn close, man. I did not notice that watching it.
It's fairly close. Yeah, I was proud of that one. Yeah.
Is that all he does there? Is just the announcement?
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, all the articles.
Yeah.
All the articles said it was.
Has he been doing it since the very beginning?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's been there. How old is he now?
Man. Don't know.
He's got to be well into his 80s at this point.
The voice of SNL. I mean, what a fucking that's a cool gig.
Right from the beginning, he said Chevy Chase. That's crazy.
Richard Pryor.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird. Like watching him do like vocal warm ups at SNL.
Oh yeah.
Like one day he had gotten off the elevator and there was a sign beside the elevator, and he would walk around and read labels from things while he was warming up. He's like, sexual harassment seminar. And he really talks like that, right?
Really?
And that's his voice. Like this coffee really blows. It's no,
Holy
quite a set of pipes.
Yeah, huh? Very recognizable voice. That's why it's really hard
to fucking warm up too. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What color was he when you saw the impression?
Orange.
Yeah.
What's the colors thing about it again?
He just sees it in colors. I don't understand it, but I've thought of it many times since. It's such an interesting way that the brain works.
Yeah.
Who knows? It's just a little game I play with myself to kind of lock in. That's all.
Anyone you're working on trying to perfect that you? Yeah.
No. I like doing Al Sharpton and
yeah, that was awesome.
I like doing. I told you the New Orleans cop story last time. Yeah. I like doing that guy. That's about it.
Yeah.
What's the best impression of anybody that you've ever seen anyone else do? Like, is there one that you look at and just awe and go, oh, fuck?
Let me think about that for a second. I think come on, give me a minute because there's a couple.
Sure,
I mean, I've seen that and I go, that's the best impression I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Who? How about you? Name someone.
I mean, it's hard. There's so many great ones. I mean, your Sharpton is fucking.
That's dead on.
For the obvious reasons that it sounds like Sharpton, has all his inflections. The fact that you're a white guy doing Sharpton and most black guys can't. That's just an amazing impression.
Yeah, thank you.
I love Jay Moore's Colin. I think is an odd one.
Yeah, that is an odd one.
Jay Moore does Colin Quinn.
And it's so
also,
on the
I
ball.
believe his Christopher Walken.
Of course, Walken's amazing, but his Colin I think is better. Because with Colin, at least with
I never
Walken,
heard him do Colin.
Well, yeah, it's not
really
one he would try to
good.
pull out because everybody would be going, "Who is that?" But it's amazing his Colin. It's like talking. We had Colin in here once talking to him.
Terrific impression.
Oh, he's fucking he's a psychopath.
Yeah,
and that
who
is a
saw
brilliant
that?
at that.
You know,
Is he really? I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I say that with affection. Jay's nuts.
Yeah,
And he
Jay's-
would tell you that. He's fucking
We
crazy.
love him,
Jay's
but he's
batshit
nuts.
crazy.
Yeah, he's batshit crazy.
Oh yeah.
That's why we all get
talented
along.
motherfucker.
I'm a little bit too.
Of course.
I like the obscure impressions that you know, just out of the way ones.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. God, I know there have been a couple where I look at it and go, wow.
Was there any Rich Little did that you liked, or was he? Did you not like him? Was he like a hack when you were a kid, or you respected him?
No, I loved him, and I still love him.
Yeah.
I mean, he did more great impressions than I guess anyone I've ever seen.
He was the go-to guy back in the 70s.
I mean,
Everybody.
I feel like I probably had like 5 or 10 great impressions in my life. I think he probably had 100.
Jeez.
He did a great Carson, He didn't do Clouseau well, and I never forgave him for that. But he did an amazing. He did an amazing Johnny. Oh yeah, you have a Rich Little story, right?
Which one?
Well, who was it you met that brought you up on stage or whatever? Maybe I'm mixing up. With
that was
that was someone else.
Oh, someone else. Okay, someone else was at.
No, it was Daryl.
When?
Sure.
When you're first starting out.
Who's the performer you stood online to meet?
Oh my God, who was that, Pal Talk? Tell me.
I don't know.
He was on the show. Someone brought him up.
Oh, I don't remember.
Truman Capote?
Oh no, that might have been Kevin. No.
Kevin Pollak.
Oh, it's Kevin Pollak.
Okay,
You're right.
he
Sorry,
Rich Little
Daryl.
story.
Kevin Pollak does it.
Sorry,
Shatner.
Speaking of great impressions, how about the Shatner?
Shatner. Kevin Pollak's Shatner.
He's
is
a great
really
walking
good.
too.
He does a great Walken, but the Shatner is
Shatner's great.
is not
He has
touchable.
all the inflections.
Not really touchable, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's probably awful just as an impressionist being asked about other ones, but I'm always interested in what would impress you as being a fucking.
What would be the number one out there?
Yeah, or which ones do you look at and go, everybody likes that?
The guy
It's
that
easy.
played Bush on Mad TV.
Oh yeah.
Is he the one that died recently?
No, Frank.
Frank Caliendo's great.
Caliendo.
Fabulous.
He's a great impressionist.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
I think that's his Bush is, I would say, as good as impressions can be.
Yeah, he really does a great fucking George W.
He does a lot of great ones.
Yeah.
Lots of great ones, yeah.
The guy who died, who did him and looked like him recently.
Yeah, he was very good.
You think Caliendo's is better?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the best Bush I've seen.
The other guy just looked more like
and
him.
as good an impression as I've ever seen. I think Jay Farrow's Stephen A. Smith is wonderful.
Who's Stephen A. Smith?
Commentator on ESPN.
Oh, see, I wouldn't recognize him.
Yeah.
We got Jay doing Colin Quinn for 20 seconds. You want to hear?
Yeah, 20 seconds, yeah.
For Daryl. This is quick.
Yeah, Colin's on the phone and then Jay's in studio.
I think the American people, no matter what, are determined to prove they're not racist.
Stop giggling. Be a professional for crying out loud.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop talking like that. You know what I'm saying. Yes. Do I have a head injury that nobody told me about? Why wouldn't we know what you're saying? You just said a simple, salient point.
Brilliant.
He gets the words that Colin would use, the way he'd use them.
The way you slide into a salient
mumbling.
It's a mumble slide that Colin does when he talks.
Absolutely, bro. Unreal.
Colin's hilarious.
Unreal.
Jay gets smarter when he does that impression. Because he's a dumbbell and he does that impression and he's fucking a genius. It's amazing. He gets into a weird mindset. That's what I admire about a great impressionist is when they get into the mindset of the person and you can see them thinking like it's really fucking incredible.
Do you ever imagine that your face looks like the person's face when you do the impression? Do you? Because I've noticed over the years trying to do certain people, it helps to like almost imagine you're making the same mouth or nose, some kind of physical thing. Even though you know you're not looking like the person, but it just to have that image, it kind of helps.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when I was doing them, I always tried to pick up on a couple of mannerisms, physical, facial. Yeah.
Did you ever do one that you didn't believe? Like when you're doing one,
I've done plenty of shitty ones.
And you feel like I'm Daryl, I'm not the person. Like you just can't.
Plenty of fucking shitty.
Could you give us one example
that you hated?
Fuck, there must be 20.
We asked that knowing you're brilliant. By
I
the
thought
way,
the
sir.
McCain was bad.
Yeah.
Although I will say this, I did do McCain really well once, and if you can look up McCain old.
McCain old.
Please look that up. Sure. Old on SNL with Will Forte as Brian Smith.
All right.
But when my dad died and they had like a soldier's funeral, I could not be. I mean, I was out of my mind. I couldn't do a soldier.
No shit.
I couldn't. You know, his body and voice were affected by what happened to him in war. My dad bonded about being a soldier. Then I didn't want to play him anymore.
Right.
I didn't want to play him. You know, but if you can find McCain old, I didn't. But then when I went back to do him in the fall, I just couldn't pull the trigger again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that might be it. Is it?
Oh. No.
McCain old.
Oh, it's such a shame we don't have somebody better than Sam.
Yeah, I know. It really is.
On the computer.
The lady in the horse gag porn would do a better job Googling this.
Sam is notoriously bad.
And in fairness, I did do him well one time.
Yeah.
Will Forte played Brian Williams. It had Amy Poehler in it, Fred Armisen.
The trouble, like the hardest part, I believe, would be something that's topical, because obviously it's SNL. You got to be topical. A news story happens, and then they tell you, "Hey, do this guy."
Yeah,
and that's got to be frightening.
Yeah, like when I tried to play Mitch McConnell, it was like
Didn't work.
I was like, I know how much? You know, I had like no time.
Yeah.
I mean, I've since regretted that because I felt like I got to do a pretty decent one. Yeah.
Obviously, the Donald Trump was fucking amazing too. That was so much fun to
but that
watch.
wasn't like very accurate. That was, like,
but it was so
exaggeration.
Sometimes that's better than an accurate,
great mockery
depiction, because it was so fucking.
And when
funny.
I did Sean Connery, that was an exaggeration.
You're right. Yeah.
You're getting so close, dude.
Sam's almost got it.
I mean, that's it. Here it is.
Is that it?
Yeah. Now just tell me if this is not.
But every page is like
a pretty good McCain.
What?
That's where the video was at one point.
Oh, come on, Sam.
You're breaking everything. Stop breaking it, Sam.
You suck.
Oh, man.
Sam,
you're fired.
It was pretty good. In fact, I had lots of compliments on it. But then when I came back in the fall, I was like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, that's
so what I did was, rather than imitate the sounds that came from his physical abuse in war, I just came up with another version of him that was good enough to be funny, but it really wasn't very satisfying.
Wow.
And especially to people who had seen me do it the first time.
It's got to be so weird to change doing an impression.
Yeah.
It
know
was.
what works.
No, I mean, there's no question about it. It's weird. Oh, come on, man. It's,
Sam,
They may
you
have
are
pulled the video.
You are fucking this whole thing up, Sam.
You're brilliant that you could even find that.
Oh, Sam.
You called him brilliant.
He is so not brilliant.
No, he's really not.
I actually have it on my phone.
Blithering.
Yeah, we
idiot.
could play it through your phone.
You could?
Yeah.
Oh, man, yeah.
No, just put the phone up to the mic. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We don't care.
So we do it all the time.
We've done it.
Works perfectly. Sam.
By the way, Daryl Hammond, as he finds the video, will be at Caroline's Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow and Saturday
Yeah.
at Caroline's. 212-757-4100 for Daryl Hammond tickets.
Coming up.
Sam's doing like a perfect impression of a shitty producer.
Yeah.
It's like spot on.
He's actually crazy.
If there was a guy named Cunt Who Can't Google, this would be the greatest impression of him ever
Yes,
done by
it's
anybody.
wonderful.
Come on, you guys, McCain, please.
Oh, man. I want to see this now, too.
Oh, man.
God damn it.
Come on.
No?
You don't do
no, Sam?
commercials, though.
No, we're finishing.
Nah, yeah, we're
just about done, but
we're at 10 o'clock. We're done.
All right, I guess I screwed it up. Come on, I'll try.
Oh, don't. You know something?
It didn't
Don't worry
happen.
about
It didn't happen.
You could just do it. You could just, find it. Take your time.
Kingston Pete says Jay Farrow, now on SNL, does a great Denzel.
Oh, really?
Denzel Washington.
I
yes.
can't find it. Sorry.
Oh,
Dean
man.
Edwards did a great Denzel too.
Yeah,
he
I
did.
thought Dean Edwards was underused. Like he's a funny guy, man. His impressions were really because Chris Rock was great.
Oh, he's wonderful. And a great Michael Jackson, too.
Yeah, but not a hacky Michael Jackson.
Oh,
like
and
a-
Sidney Poitier was beautiful.
Did he do Poitier?
Yeah, he did a beautiful Poitier. I don't know if it ever made it on the air, but he did. Yeah. Very talented young man.
Yeah.
Are we wrapping?
Oh, man. Yeah, I guess.
All right, we
I guess we are.
can.
Sam, well, you ruined the end of the show, Sam.
No, you're brilliant.
You're brilliant.
That you
You're
even
brilliant.
got close to finding that thing. Obviously, it's been pulled.
Oh, man.
And
Yes.
get the paperback book. It's a fascinating book.
I love the book.
What about the hardcover? So whatever
I
you
read it
want.
in like 2 days. man.
Fascinating
It was a
book.
quick read.
Yeah.
Quick
Thank you
read.
so much. Thank you.
Thanks
so
for
much.
Page turner, as they like
That's
to
good.
say.
It's a short book.
No, page turner, as they say in the biz.
Thank you.
Oh.
I really liked it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Yeah, this is Joel McHale talking about punching Chevy Chase. Why would he punch Maryland? And the future, I just paused for the laughs. And the future of community and discussing talk shows like Jeff Probst. I fucking love Jeff Probst. I miss his show. I DVR'd him when they were on. I just watch him over and over. Jeff Probst. I want to be him someday. Ricky Lake. She's like a big fat lake with tits. And then Tony Danza. Remember on Halloween when he wore that costume and he had that fucking giant pecker bulge? Remember that thing? Fucking giant. My mother was watching that. She's like, Chipper, get in here. Look at this. Fucking guy's got a huge cock. Just bulging.
How are you,
There's
sir?
Joel.
Hi, Joel.
There's Joel McHale. How you doing, man? Has been a while. Look at you. You look so much more Hollywood every time you come in.
You really do.
Thanks,
You
buddy.
do, man. When you were just doing that cute little clip show,
He still
that was
does
one
the,
thing.
the cute
Oh,
little clip show.
I know, but when he was just doing that.
That's my favorite thing he does.
I'm
Then
anorexic now.
When you
so-
get a, yeah.
Manorexic, I like to call it.
Anorexic. and he recognized my beet juice.
You bet.
Oh, really?
Yes, he
That's-
did. He knew
you
I was
eating
drinking
that-
some beet juice with some
You
other
drink-
vegetables
You're
in
drinking,
there.
are you juicing?
I
Yeah,
don't. I'm on the slow carb diet. I am not joking when I'm now being.
Really?
What's-
What is a slow carb diet?
What's this? Yeah.
Well, this guy should be paying me, by the way.
Yeah, right?
There's this book, The 4-Hour Body, and it's got all these theories in it. But one of them is this slow carb thing, where basically is like during the week, it's basically you're carb free, other than beans and lentils.
Oh, delightful.
You
That's funny.
lose all your weight through gas.
Right.
yeah.
Oh, shit. Wow.
But
Beans and lentils.
Beans and lentils, but you can have as much meat, fish, and fruit. No fruits.
What about pretzels?
No fruits.
No fruits. No dairy.
Fruits have
damn
carbs in them,
sugars
but that's
in there.
yeah. But fruits are healthy though. I mean, fruits are. I think the good outweighs the bad in fruits.
Joel's got to look.
But then there's a cheat day where you can eat
Pasta.
like you're 14 years old,
Okay.
and I will have
Oh.
a 12-pack of Coke. I will go crazy. And the theory is that you trick your body. Once your body realizes, oh, we are not getting any sugar, your body goes into a slight starvation mode, and then you hit it with this huge amount of sugar, and it goes, oh, we're fine. So your metabolism keeps going fast, and then you hit it back with the.
Is it working?
I
Obviously,
lost 20 pounds. in
Yeah,
the
but Joel
first-
was always thin, though. I mean, I never
He
thought
looks
you needed
thinner.
to lose weight.
The thing- I am always in a desperate because when I have to take my shirt off for community, I'm constantly
Oh,
insanely
is that very,
very self-conscious.
That would be a little crazy, right?
Did you punch Chevy Chase in the face?
Not in the face.
You punched him.
I punched him in the hand.
Oh, you did.
What happened was we were shooting our it was a first year Christmas episode, and he was teaching my character how to box, and he was wearing those pads on his hands, and we were shooting the scene, and then he would be like, "Come on, hit me." And I'm hitting him, and he's like, "You're not really hitting me." And I was like, "You're
Oh my
right,
God.
because we are shooting a TV show that we are. This is pretend.
It's called acting.
I am
yes,
playing
yes.
a character named Jeff, and you're playing Pierce. We are not here for me to hit you."
Oh, man.
And he was like, "You pussy, you can't hit me." And I was like, "All right." So after we kind of got through most of the scene, I was like, "Fine, I'll give you a left. I will throw a left into your left hand," and then I separated his shoulder.
Did you really?
And I swear to you, it wasn't like I was like, motherfucker. I wasn't like I was like, here I go. It was more, I was kind of like, I'll just give him, I would give him a good pop, and then he was like, ah, and then of course the crew was like, why did you do that? I'm like, he was begging me to hit him.
No, they meant, why didn't you go for the jaw? So now you
loved it.
Do you have any boxing history at all? No.
No.
Just
I
throwing
played
a
a lot
punch.
played a lot of football, but there was not as many punches.
He just, you know.
Do you have a boxing history?
I don't know.
My
You don't
dad,
you
my
don't have
dad
to-
was a boxer, and
Oh, okay.
he went to the doctor when he was like 65, and the doctor went, "When did you break your nose?" And he goes, "I never broke my nose." And he goes, "Oh, you have a fracture right here. It healed." And then he figured out, like he was a freshman in high school, he had broken his nose and never knew about it.
So he probably had bad breathing for his entire
He
life.
did. That
Yeah.
was what
Damn.
one of his nostrils was slightly bigger because the other one wasn't getting anything.
Damn.
Yeah.
Did he have bad sleep problems and stuff like that? Did he snore?
He snored a ton.
I love how Jimmy brings up the fact that you separate a 70-year-old man's shoulder, and he's like, boxing experience? Like that. It's like my fucking sister could have done that to Chevy.
No, but I was just curious if he did, though, because he was taking it easy. That's what made me. I'm like, maybe Joel knows he throws a really good punch, and he doesn't want to hurt Chevy Chase.
Yeah,
But I did make it look like it was fucking Foreman you knocked out.
I did. I wasn't expecting him to happen.
Right.
How good did it feel to hear him go like, oh, like, even though he's old, it's like,
I
yeah.
at first thought he was kidding. I was like, "Oh, you asshole!" And he was like, "No, you really hurt me." I'm like, "Oh."
It's like you asked me to.
And then I look like the dick.
Yeah, you used to do all those pratfalls, damn you.
We all know who the
he
dick is,
suffers
though.
from.
Does he?
He suffers from great pain from those days.
Yeah, from the old pratfalls.
Is that true, you think?
He was peeing blood after he fell down one of them.
Really?
He fell down a set of stairs.
Man.
So that's a good
Ow.
time.
Yeah, and I guess that got him on some of the painkillers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You always come in here, we only talk about Chevy. It's like,
We're obsessed with someone trashing him.
It is
so
the
ridiculous.
it is the blast radius of him.
Yes.
It consumes a lot of conversation.
Well, is he finally out of your life?
No.
Is he finally out of your hair?
He's off the show.
I know.
He's off the-
I know. Season 4 starts, and he's in a couple episodes.
He's in
but-
all the episodes.
Oh, he
actually.
is in all of them. Okay.
He made it in all of them. No, and I believe me, and I want the man. I want to shake him and go. I mean, for a long time, I'm just like, dude, everyone loves you. You are loved. You won. You won.
Right.
And but he's just not. He just didn't want to be there.
It's amazing. Why wouldn't you want to be on a TV set doing a gig?
Yeah, man. It's a
what
good
else
gig,
are you
too.
doing?
It's a great
I think
gig.
he's a
Getting
very
paid well.
funny comic actor. I think he's great.
Community's a great show, too, man.
Yeah.
He just
You can take pride in that.
he would say in articles that he didn't want to be there. He was doing it for the money, and he didn't like the writing. And
What a fucking
Jesus.
What do you thi-
self-destructive guy.
What do you think his problem is overall? Because so many people have stories.
I think he is just not that happy, and he's got a really great family.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I've gotten to know them, and he's just not that happy.
Wow.
And there's nothing you can do about
You ever
it.
have sex with any of them daughters?
Yeah, just group.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. I heard tell rumors, yeah.
You heard
No,
rumors.
I
That's
did not.
weird
No.
because we broadcast it.
I didn't hear it. I saw you on Tosh.
Yes,
I was watching the new
I
Tosh.
was. We were preparing the soup when it. So then my Twitter went nuts because he tweeted it. And then I go, oh, well, when a guy with 6 million Twitter followers tweets something,
it really does
makes a
kind of
difference.
impact. It was so cool, though, because I'm watching. I like Tosh's show. And he goes to a clip, and he comes back, and, you know, he does the green screen thing. And then he comes back, and fucking Joel's standing there. It freaked me out for a second. I was like, wait a minute. What am I
that's
watching?
Great.
Yeah.
And then it just went to the next.
Then it just went right to the next clip,
and then
Tosh was back.
It was a clip.
It was
him.
It was in
Honest, yeah.
between. I did the joke and then
Where-
set up the
oh,
next.
so- yeah,
Were you
where
acting
normally-
like you were, Tosh? Like
No, it was doing my thing.
He was doing his.
That's so.
It was
thing.
on my
cool.
set. It was just
It's
Oh,
the
wow.
oddest fucking thing. It
That's
was
great, though.
It was really
That'll
cool.
get people
Knocked me for a
talking.
loop.
We wanted it to be. Yeah, we didn't let anybody know, and it just happened.
Yeah.
We
Right.
just wanted it to
It
be
was cool. Do you like Tosh?
I have never met the man
Really?
in my
That's
life.
hilarious.
So
No one has met him. It's weird.
have you met him?
Where the hell is this guy?
I met him once. He interviewed me for Comedy
Really?
Central in
Yeah.
Florida. I was doing a festival.
I don't think he's been doing that anymore.
No, it seems like he's gone on to bigger and better things. I had a
Yeah, a
half-sold room while Cheech and Chong sold out across the street. He's got fucking 6 million Twitter followers.
When was
Oh, my
this?
God.
Probably 5 years ago or something. I was in. I remember my girlfriend and I were fucking arguing at the time. So I'm guessing 2009.
You know, by the
Through
arguments.
2013.
No, because I think we were arguing because she worked at a fucking clothing store and there was a guy in the dressing room and she noticed how big his cock was through his underpants and she
I
kept
get it.
going back in and giving
get
him
it.
pants. I'm like, you were fucking looking. And then it bothered me. And then she goes, what, did you not, like she said to me, did you not know that you're not an Abercrombie model? She said that to me. Holy shit, what a fucking...
You have a good girlfriend.
That's
The ex-girlfriend.
great.
But then I wound up,
Yeah,
but
no
that was a
shit.
turning point for me because then I wound up getting turned on by the fact that she was staring at this big bulge and it changed our relationship for the better. But that was the weekend I was in Florida.
So did you have to then every time to get turned on? Would you be like, let's go
All I would do is talk to her about
to
it.
a beach?
No, I would just make her tell me about
Was he
it.
a nice guy to you?
I never met him.
No, Tosh.
Oh, he was great. Yeah, well, he interviewed me for this. He was doing wraparound interviews for Comedy Central. Yeah, it was very cool.
We reached out to him. He just won't do our show or acknowledge that we're asking. So
Oh, really? Who
Yeah,
are you asking?
our fans have got a hold of him as well.
He has a lower level of desperation than I do.
Oh, man.
Also, dude. Also on at mentions though, when you got 6 million.
We had Mike Tyson in here last week, Joel. You're in good company.
That's pretty good.
All right.
How's his face?
He looks good.
He looks great.
That tattoo on his face.
It
And
really.
all of a sudden, you get used to it. It's weird.
Because it's a famous tattoo now. That's why it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you are used to it.
You're just kind of like, yeah, it's that guy.
If someone you work with came in with that tattoo, it would be really creepy and awkward. But it's
Forever.
Tyson, and now it's the famous tattoo.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Does
you
he
look at it
still get
differently.
paid? I heard he got paid. He was paying in that documentary. Gets paid $1 million just to work out in the casino
Really?
all year round.
Jesus.
We got the.
Does he really? That's how he looks.
He looks terrific.
He looks great. He looks thinner and.
We got the low key version this time around. We've talked to him twice. The first time he was out of his mind. He was hilarious, and the second time he was chill.
$1 million a year
Really
just to
chill.
work out in a casino, like as his gym.
I think it's in the middle of the casino, and people are doing their, slot machines and playing cards, and he's boxing in the middle of the thing.
Oh,
I think give him $1 million.
I think they give him $1 million a year to do
I
it.
wish we knew
times
this so we could ask him.
How often?
I think it's daily.
Just keep down on the flash photography, ladies
Look
and
it
gentlemen.
up. I might be totally wrong, but I think that's what
Daily,
it
that would
was.
add up quick.
But
That's
not
$1
a
million
million.
a shot.
no,
No,
$1
you
million
scared me.
a year.
Oh, okay.
Just to
No.
work out and fucking probably stay the
Imagine.
art. And those boxers are used to working out in front of people. They're used to the press being there in public. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
And they want to just work out.
and
So-
and he has a bird collection. I mean, he
Yeah,
collects
he always
pigeons.
like homing
Pigeons.
pigeons and stuff. Yeah.
I just want to acknowledge you were great in Ted.
Thank you, man.
I don't really have
Oh,
a question
right,
there.
yes.
I just liked you in Ted. Is that getting you more movies?
Not yet, but maybe.
Because you were also good in that movie that unfortunately no one saw with Anna Faris. The numbers.
Yeah, what's your number? Yeah, that was
Oh,
good times.
yeah, that was.
Did I see that?
You should
was
see the
pretty
deleted
fucking
scenes
good.
of Ted because I'm naked with a female bodybuilder.
All right.
Yeah, it's I don't know why I was I once again passed over for an Oscar. And
Damn it.
now look at Seth. He's hosting the freaking Oscar.
No kidding.
You're right.
Seth
Seth
MacFarlane.
Yep.
Oh, right.
And that show was
Yeah.
canceled for a while. That was one of the shows
You
the
did-
fans brought back, right?
Yeah, talk about a comeback.
An amazing comeback.
I mean that guy. Yeah,
And I
we-
still love Family Guy. Love
yeah,
it.
it's still going.
Yeah,
and,
love it.
and he wrote and directed. I mean, Ted was entirely him.
Right.
And
Jesus, yeah.
there was all these like people had passed on it and were like, they just don't get it. Why would anybody want to watch this movie?
Yeah, yeah.
and it obviously worked out
very
well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What, you have another season?
Season
4.
4.
Did they pick you up for another?
Not for the 5th season. They haven't picked up anything yet.
No. Okay.
We'll know pretty quickly after these next few weeks of ratings.
Yeah. Isn't it great living and dying by these fucking by ratings?
It's the high seas.
You got enough shows for syndication? Because that's where the money.
Well,
5 seasons, right?
Excuse me. We are syndicated. We're syndicated through Hulu, and now we're syndicated on Comedy Central. So that's already started.
Okay.
But we'll be up to 84. The magic number is 100.
You need one more season.
You need half a season.
That's it.
Just to get,
Holy shit.
if you get within 95 to 100, you're gold.
And without exact numbers, how much more money would that be for you a year?
I think I'll make $35 million. Starting.
But that money, that starts to...
Syndication money is a lot.
That's what I
I've
hear.
already picked out an island.
See?
It's going to be great.
By the way, non-showbiz dummy throws in syndication money is a lot.
Yes.
That's what I answer. That's what I add to the discussion.
Unless you're fucking Gilligan.
I added nothing there.
That really, I mean, those people.
They got screwed. It's like, hey, by the way,
tremendous grasp of the obvious.
Do you think when they were filming things like the Brady Bunch and Gilligan's Island and stuff, that they were like, in fucking 30 years, they're still going to be rolling this crap, and you're not going to see dime one.
Right. They got to want to kill themselves. The
Yes.
amount of money that would have made?
Crazy.
It is one of the most rerun shows in
Ever.
history.
Amazing.
What is?
Yeah.
Brady Bunch.
Oh my
Brady
God!
Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, Gilligan's
Who doesn't
Island's
like to just
huge.
sit down and have
look
some
at-
laughs to Gilligan's Island?
You look
I hate
at
that
what
show.
you look what like Seinfeld or Drew Carey or any of those guys, and they were creators of the show, but people who are like on Star Trek Next Generation, which is the biggest syndication deal of all time.
Is it really?
Biggest
huge
drama, definitely. And then I think Seinfeld now. Seinfeld or Friends is the biggest comedy.
Seinfeld.
Do they get money, Star Trek guys?
They do get money.
Oh, so they by that point, because the only honeymooners person that got money was Joyce Randolph, because her brother was a lawyer. So I
Because
think
she was
he
the
saw
funniest
something.
one on the show.
Absolutely, she stole it.
Stole the show.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
When did the syndication monies become official? It's been a while now.
It didn't take. You mean when did that really start getting
For everybody.
I don't think till the
Maybe
80s.
MASH?
Or even
Yeah, MASH must have been.
Around
All in the
MASH.
family.
Before that, everyone got screwed.
Everyone got screwed.
Oh, man.
But then not as. I mean, think about all the musicians in the 50s and 60s, like the guy who wrote. Remember Earth Angel, the one that was in. That he sold that song for like $300.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Probably feeling all good about it.
BB King's like famous for bringing a pistol to when he gets paid. He just sets it down and he goes, "I'm being paid now." Because they would always do like, "Hey, thanks for the concert." You pay him like, see you later.
Oh yeah, you haven't counted the receipts yet, and yeah.
We have a printing press for money that we have to get to warm it up. Yeah, it's a good. I mean, but they did make. Well, I don't know if they made great money, but in conventions and things. But, But it wasn't
nothing like syndication money.
It wasn't what they should have made.
They that's kind of the thing to do is get a little bit part in a sci-fi show, because then you could just ride that convention shit for the rest
You
of your
can
life.
ride it forever.
I've seen who goes to some of those cons, and it's hilarious. It's like, that was the girl that was like the little sister in a Twilight Zone episode.
Right.
And there she is. Hello, honey. You might remember. And she's got a picture of her when she was 3. She's still signing shit, though.
How much could they make, though? It's like just standing there. There's nothing sadder at a convention than an empty booth. It's like, how much could they
What do
make, man?
Cat food and some water.
I wonder how much they make. It's got some of them are by autograph.
Yeah.
Oh, E-Rock and Sam, they go to those things all the time. They can tell you all about it.
I love those things. Like
You
you,
like-
go to
you like
Comic-Con
going
in San
too.
Diego, right? They're
I
fucking
love
great.
Comic-Con.
Because you're a crazy person that loves pictures with anyone that had any celebrity at any time in
It's
history.
the craziest.
Fun.
But you
Yeah,
can't really
yeah.
walk around it and
No,
check it out.
and I'm on the spectrum of that show.
You're
low
very
level.
recognizable,
Like the
though.
big,
They
but the
would-
Big Bang people, they will be killed.
Oh,
they will be.
right,
they're like,
right.
we want to sacrifice you.
God, that's amazing.
It's that. Have you been there?
I've been to a few of them. Yeah. They're very entertaining. I like the sci-fi ones and
It's
the
funny
horror,
how
the horror
they-
ones. Yeah.
Like they launch some movies thinking this is like the buzz will be like when Avatar was being launched. People at the thing were like, oh, I don't know, and it was. But then like Jonah Hex gets launched there.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, this is like so much buzz, and then it doesn't.
What's
do
Jonah
anything.
Hex?
Nothing.
That was Josh Brolin's big. That was the. It's a comic book, and at least at Comic-Con, it was the kind of thing that was promoted. It got a ton of people at the forums, and
No, they just don't know. They don't know crap over there. Those geeks.
It didn't work out for Josh Brolin at all.
Did they lose money on it? And like the
Yeah,
probably.
But Josh Brolin's going to be.
Oh, I think Josh Brolin
He's
will continue
amazing.
to work.
He'll be all right, you think?
Yeah, he'll be just fine.
You got to tell us what season 4 is going to be all about.
Well,
Community starting up tomorrow. You said, right?
Yeah, everyone dies.
Everyone dies.
That would be a really funny way to end the series.
Why not?
Great. We will have a lot of holidays, which is going to our Halloween episode is going to be awesome when it airs on Valentine's Day. It's going to be very, very confusing. We have Thanksgiving and Christmas, so it's going to be.
Yeah, you threw in a lot of holiday episodes.
We were supposed to air on October 19th. And then they moved our date 4 months.
Oh my gosh, you're not even kidding.
So you are screwed
I'm
as
not
far
kidding.
as that goes.
Yeah, so it doesn't make any sense.
That is the oddest thing.
But for community fans, thank God they'll
they'll
be
all
okay.
right with it.
I always thought it was weird when you're watching a show in syndication, you're watching a rerun of something, and there's like a Christmas episode, and it's April.
Yeah,
you just kind of I'm out of it.
Oh, they
just took me out of it.
They also got lazy middle management.
Yeah, they don't even
that
realize
shit out.
Or when you watch it, like Seinfeld to do this because they play a lot of syndicated episodes of popular shows back to back. They'll do like an hour and a half or some things, and they'll play the first part of a show in the first half hour, and then they'll just willy-nilly throw something else in the second.
They do?
Yeah, they assume like, you probably saw the second half anyway. We're just gonna mix it up.
They do that with The Simpsons too.
Yeah,
where
they just
shave
don't-
off 5 or 10 minutes off of it. I was like, what? I was like, this is not how this ended.
This isn't the ending. They left out a middle part
because they got to fit more commercials in now.
Yeah.
Simpsons have been around so long that they had more room back then. That's what that's all
when
about.
Dick Van Dyke was on, 29 and a half minute shows.
It's like
29 and a half minute
That's
shows.
amazing, right?
A 30-second commercial.
So
That's
it.
one 30-second
What do
commercial.
they do now, though? What do they do now?
21 and a half minutes.
Oh.
I use Geritol.
21 and a half minutes, that's it.
It goes, like the first act is like 11 or 12 minutes long. It's you're there, or 14 minutes. And then the
You gotta
second
book
act
'em.
is like, it's like 8 or 7 minutes. And then the third act is usually nothing. So it's usually just
But they already got you by that point, so you're going to stay.
Yeah.
Playing under the fucking credits.
Joel, don't bitch about commercials too much. The guy to your right is a big commercial guy.
Coming up now.
Hey.
He's a big sponsor of our show.
Is he?
He loves
You know what?
commercials.
We want to give
You
you
guys are going to sell a lot of these tin roses.
Oh,
they are. Tin
we want to give you
roses.
our first celebrity gift bag.
Is there a
gift
tin
box
rose involved?
with a
That
24 karat gold dip rose.
Those are 24 karat
Speaking
gold,
of
my
Valentine's
friend.
Day and shows being out of order.
There are wonderful, numerous Thai restaurants these are featured in.
Where do you think we get them?
Give them to your friends. Don't put them in your suitcase.
Oh my God!
Tin roses.
Tin roses.
Unfortunately,
Take that,
that's what
singer.
they're going to be called in every read now.
Hi,
And
Joel
his
McHale
damn
here
tin
for
roses.
Tin roses.
You got a celebrity
Great.
endorsement, though. You
Right
got to change
now.
the copy.
That is.
They come in pink, red, and tin. Tin colored rose.
Tin roses.
If you would like to injure your girlfriend,
Yes.
you can slash her face, her neck, or her chest with tin roses.
There is a cutting implement
There is
there,
a cutting.
stabbing.
Look, I would like
part.
to show the usefulness of tin roses.
Look,
Wait,
yeah.
put the
now.
mic down there.
Oh my God, he's cutting through the box with it.
Through the box.
Wow.
Through the
Look
genuine
at this.
gold box.
Tin rose.
Yes.
It's working.
He is.
He cut through a box.
Oh my God, you could do
You
some
can
damage.
slit your
with
wrist
that.
with it.
That's how much
Stephen.
gold is on those.
I remember one time I was.
Oops. There goes a leaf.
They
he just pulled the leaf off.
They don't necessarily.
Break the sponsor's rose in
Oh
front
my
of
God,
him.
he is cutting right through it.
He's slicing
One
through a box
time
with a
I was
rose leaf.
stranded in the woods.
It's like a box cut.
I ran after a deer for 2 hours. I jumped out of a tree and used my tin rose leaf to slash.
Disembowel
Deer
him,
throat.
yes. You
That
got it.
fucking thing is sharp.
This thing works, guys.
That is. Look at it. He's literally cutting the box in half.
Wow.
If you're ever stuck out in the wilderness, grab a rose, a leaf, find some tin, melt it.
Or
You need a smelting plant.
there. Look.
There it is.
He cut.
He did it.
If you'd like to,
Look at
you can get your tin rose out of after you cut the
Ah,
box open.
by cutting the
very
box
good.
with
Leaf.
the tin rose.
Yes, I think this company will.
If you want to kill your fiance.
Yes.
where are
nice.
these made?
I remember tin
Are
rose.
these made in Switzerland, or are they made in Italy? Which one?
These are made in the United States of America. The very fine.
How do you
southern
spell
part.
United?
C-H-I-N-A.
I literally cut myself with the
Did
tin
you?
rolls.
Yeah.
Oh, you better
is
get to
great.
a doctor. The smell of tin.
Processed metals. My wife will love this.
Yes, what a great commercial.
Nothing else says I love you like slitting somebody's
If
wrist
you
with a razor.
sharpen the stem,
Oh, yeah.
it's also a stabbing tool.
That is a dagger.
That'll go right through
This
the
is
ribs.
really one of your sponsors?
He's right there.
Believe it or not.
You're doing it right in front
What's
of him.
happened to you guys?
And I'm the best they could get.
I know.
I'm kidding.
He's our best sponsor.
He's our only sponsor.
I really want to say, buy tin roses.
Yes.
Thank you.
Joel, it is
After I-
Valentine's Day coming up, and that hence the roses to show your love for your woman.
This is how
That's
I
a
would
real
present.
rose in there before you broke it.
Yes, yes, like you're knighting her.
This thing, oh.
He broke it.
Joel,
Joel's just destroying the rose.
I know, the little rose. That's
He's
okay.
doing the quality test right
we
now.
get to see what they're made of.
You can see that they're real rose.
There's wood and styrofoam in the middle, as
That's
you can see.
genuine,
There is real wood.
gold
There's
tip
evidence
rose.
of wood. You wait. You put real. You have a. Where do you get the gold?
They're real roses. Dipped
This
in
is a real rose?
24 karat gold. Yes.
This was
I
a
kid
real
you
rose
not.
at one
In there,
point.
there's petals.
Oh.
When you peel that apart, and there's a stem and leaves.
This will take forever for my wife to get through that. Wait, this was a real rose?
It was.
Oh
Been
my
petrified.
It looks like a shoe heel.
Well, sometimes a shoe heel and an aluminum chair gets inside the mold. But
Are
listen,
you sure you didn't just get a box of plastic and write rose on it?
I've been found out.
That
How long does the process take?
It takes several weeks, actually.
Really?
Really?
They got to dry them.
You got to call the guy in China.
We got to get all the tin foil together.
Shipped over.
Giant shipping container.
I feel terrible. No,
Don't put the-
for
no,
those
don't
of you
feel
out there that
bad.
are listening, I was screwing around with it. It actually is very nice looking. It's real
Praise-
rose.
Praise the big crate with the gold rose on top of a rubber dog shit.
Have
Now,
Jill shocked as he walks out of the building.
Next to a lead painted the children toy.
This is great.
Singer loves it, Joel. Don't even worry about it.
This is
I hate
great.
Steven
He
Singer.
absolutely loves
Yes.
the fact that
Don't
you just
let
made
the
fun.
you really
asbestos
like it?
out of the rose.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's too late
asbestos,
now.
that's what keeps
Yes.
it fresh.
If
It's
you breathe in
mesothelioma, the
it
gift
will
that
stay
does
with you
last
forever.
forever,
when
yeah.
You breathe in the asbestos from the tin rose.
Joel, I got to ask you about, of course, the soup or whatever the hell they're calling it these days. Oh, Jesus. Some of the opinion on some of the recent videos that have you seen that gentleman that cracked that guy in the head with the hatchet?
That will be in the show tonight.
That will be on the show tonight.
It's one of the best videos.
He was
almost
looking
ever.
for a gold rose to crack his head open.
Yes,
He
he
had
was-
that, used the hatchet.
That guy rules.
So lamb.
I would have taken one swipe with the gold rose.
Yeah.
Could have slit his
Hand
wrist
would've
or
just-
hit him over the head.
What do you think of that guy?
It seems like it's out of a stoner movie. It seems like it's out of Biodome.
It really-
Or Undercover Brother or something.
Yes.
Where you're like, this is too good to be. This is too real.
Too many good things in there. It's crazy guy, the car hitting someone, people coming to the rescue, and then the guy grabbing a girl, and then the stoner guy hitting him with an axe.
Where do you get the hatchet?
He was traveling with it because he was homeless. So
Yeah,
he probably
I guess
had that with him all the time to
they'll
protect
try
himself.
with
He's a homeless hitchhiker, so you got to have some kind of
Well,
weapon.
when I need to eat, I just kill someone.
Yeah, with a
But this is
hatchet or
worth it.
a tin rose.
It's amazing.
Love to get
Yeah.
Because I think on the soup, because I know it's in the show, but we checked, I think 2 days ago or whenever it went up, it was like 5,000 views. And now it's
millions.
A million.
Now it's up there.
That guy's the best.
That will be an all-time.
That's going to be a
YouTube
biggie.
video.
It hit the news today. They're that far behind, so now
It is-
people are really going to
yeah.
start viewing it.
It's got to be though weird for the news people because it's not exactly a kicker story because someone's dead.
Right. So it's not all fun and games.
So it won't be.
Yeah.
Look at this cat skateboarding.
Right. Now, what about Atlanta security guard? Have you indulged in him at all? That tased that woman that had all the little kids around and was giving him crap, and they got in a little fight. There's apparently the security guard in Atlanta.
Can you call it up?
Yeah,
Jay
yeah, right.
Roses?
And
There we
he's running security at this mall, and he's got like a couple of batons and taser, but he wears a GoPro camera on his chest and
he
catches
recorded
all the
the
action.
crime he was committing.
Well,
No, he was
apparently the
justified.
cops give him carte blanche in this place because they don't want to deal with it. It's some very, very
rowdy mall in downtown Atlanta.
And he tases them all.
Yeah, check that
She
out.
deserved it, though. She was spitting on him. She was hitting him.
I really might.
she
We
was
really
terrible.
might put that in the show.
You should pop that. You got to see this guy's hilarious.
It might be as good as Dr. Oz's 12 or 15-foot erection that we're going to show. He has an inflated erection that we're very excited about.
Dr. Oz.
He's coming on the program. So is Brian Williams. Brian Williams and Dr. Oz.
And
will be
Brian
on the
Williams.
soup. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're walking on.
You get a lot of guys walking on now that normally you would think wouldn't be very happy with what goes on the program.
Well, with Brian Williams, we're always complimenting what he says.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever see his comment on the Apple commercial?
No.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
You'll have to just.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'll punch that one out.
What he said. It's the Zoe Deschanel one, who is delightful and cute.
She is.
But he has some pretty incredible jokes in it. But with Dr. Oz, we call him Old Mehmet Head. That's his and he's like, great, I don't care. I'm the richest man in the world.
You don't give a fuck.
I get Oprah is on my money. That's yeah. It's produced by Oprah.
Have you checked out Jeff Probst's show?
It's canceled.
Oh, well,
still on though.
Yeah.
Why
so they're just
would
running
it-
some episodes?
With a showbiz name like that.
I watched a couple of episodes. I could not turn away.
He's engaging. He's very. I like the guy. Do you like him?
I don't mind
Was it a bad
him.
show?
It was very awkward. It was an awkward show. He seemed out of his element, and his guests were. I mean, on our worst day, we've had better guests than he had coming on.
Yeah.
They were just terrible.
Need a lot of money behind him.
Who cares guests?
Yeah, they didn't help him out too well.
I mean, we used to. I like that, but we used to make fun of the Tony Danza show, and
One of my favorites.
What happens with those syndicated shows is they guarantee them a certain amount of time, then they cancel it, but they still have to fulfill their order because when Danza went down, Rachel Ray was the next one up, and it clearly worked out.
Danza, I loved his monologue. He had no clue what to do with like segues.
That's what we called it, Danzitions.
Oh, the Danzitions.
Yes.
That was it.
Danzitions.
Because he would be like, yeah, well, you know, that horrible accident. Thoughts and prayers go out to the families and stuff. Isn't a banjo a great instrument? and I was in horror. It was horrifying watching him. Because it was so uncomfortable. Like, something so bad is going to happen. I'm just going to be embarrassed for everyone involved.
But it's Danza, so there's something so like enduring about it, where he was just like, hey, Jets won again. Sad news. 2 little girls were killed.
Yes.
And
Danzitions, I forgot that's what he called them. Yeah.
We call that, and he had me on the show, and he was very good to me. And
yeah. Did you see the Spider-Man outfit that he had on for
No.
For Halloween.
Giant cock.
He had a bulge in his. It got to the point where the guests were uncomfortable, and he had to tie something around his waist.
They made him cover up.
It was really
Pretty
funny.
good show.
That's pretty
He
good.
had a great show. I miss
He
Tony.
is missed. And Rachel Ray's show just got canceled.
Did it?
Yeah.
Why?
Who's the big one up and comers? Because also
Not Rachel. Excuse me. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Rachel,
Ricky Lake.
Ricky Lake. Jeez, no. Rachel Ray
Yes.
took over for Danza.
Ricky Lake didn't make it, huh?
No.
Wow.
How long was she on
That
for?
seemed quick.
Yeah, that seems very quick. They finally brought her back after all these years, and she
Because there's no value in it anymore because
No.
it's not surprising anymore. I mean, there's nothing she can cover anymore that's not being covered already or hasn't been covered 500 times.
Right.
If she had stuck with, it was one of those. She left a working gig. I mean, it was going well. And if you were to, I feel like if you stick with one of those things, then you get all those people that started from the beginning.
You can't recapture that. You after
hard
Springer and Maury, and there's just no desire for it.
Yeah, Springer and Maury's still going.
Maury's still going strong.
How long was she off? 10 years or more?
Yeah.
at least
Wilco's doing good.
I don't know how Springer keeps his eyes open during a show. I'm sorry, he just doesn't ring a bell and just goes go for it.
He jokes about it on our show. He jokes about it. He knows. He knows.
Mayor of Cincinnati.
He does know.
Won the mayor of Cincinnati.
Yes. Becomes
he's good at talking politics too.
The trashiest talk show
he
guy.
is not dumb at all.
No,
He's smart.
Never thought that.
And then remember Maury was like, "Oh, he's a legitimate guy."
Oh, he was a news
20
guy.
years ago, was like, "Oh, this is," and then it just has got.
Here come the primordial dwarfs. Let's bring them on.
He started taking our people and putting them on his show.
Did he really?
Yeah, Stalker Patty. We had she's now 60, I think.
How much money do you?
She went on the show as a 50-year-old virgin.
Yeah, yeah.
As
He
for
took
real?
from us.
Oh,
Yeah,
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 right.
it's
So
a real
did
story.
they give you any credit?
Oh yeah, man, we
All
were
right.
all over the fucking
Yeah, that
place.
was funny.
It was great. We were pretty, excited about it.
We had this woman saying chicken tetrazzini on our show, and it became one of our most popular clips of all time.
It's weird what clicks.
Very strange. If
What,
someone-
the phobia shows were great with Maury. Does he still do the phobia shows?
It's I feel like it's
mostly
almost
paternity
all
now.
paternity.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But he went with the phobia for a while. That was great. Scared the shit out of
Not
those
the
poor
father.
people.
And
Do
everybody
they
loses their
tape?
mind.
They must tape what 10 of those a day or something, and
They have to.
bang them out.
It would be the
They bang 'em
easiest
out.
thing. You just do paternity shows, crank them out. Who are the big up and comers there? Some of the shows you're featuring on there.
Oh.
Are you doing that hillbilly shit that MTV's
Oh
running?
yeah, well, we always like Alaska's Gold Rush has been great for us.
Oh, right,
As
right.
They say glory hole every 2 seconds.
Yes, the glory
It's
hole.
so weird. And they came on the show, and the old guy was so sweet. He's like, "How come you always making fun of us?" I'm like, "Well, you do say glory hole, which is," and then you're like, "Oh, I'm going to explain."
I
what
gotta
a glory
explain
hole
this
is to
now.
guy. I hope you get a lot of gold. And Duck Dynasty has been pretty good to
Yeah.
us. And they came on; they were very nice.
You do the Housewives.
We always do the Housewives, but those go because there's so many of those. We try to wait for great clips, but those shows to me they get insanely boring.
Yeah,
because it's all setups where they're like,
yes.
I can't. Linda says she wants me to meet her down at the recording studio. I can't believe I have to go down there. And then the driving music. And
It's terrible.
Linda's, oh my gosh, Josh Groban's going to be there. Josh Groban's a terrible example because he would never do it. But then it's to promote the Friends song and it's all just all it's all organized. It's all setups and it gets really vapid.
Yeah.
Remember that guy? It was for the Beverly Hills one. So that one husband committed suicide.
he killed himself.
And
thoughts and prayers.
That would be Taylor's husband.
Look at you. See? And
I might know a little bit.
People see, but people will, and they treat it like they're not even people almost. They treat them like they're characters. And so I'd be getting asked on red carpets, like, so what do you think? Taylor's like, Taylor's husband. I was like, maybe they should have invited cameras into their home. Maybe they shouldn't have done that. I was like, it's terribly sad, obviously. It sounded like he had a lot of problems. Maybe you stop
Deal with those
allowing
problems in
cameras
private and
that something's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
But they were like, oh, okay. Instead of being like, so his character's dead. What do you think they can replace him with? It's really awful.
What's he moving on to?
Yeah,
I understand we got to wrap up.
Jimmy's,
Is that true, E-Rock?
E-Rock is telling us.
No, E-Rock's saying Joel's got to go. You got press against
Joel's
him.
got
a lot of
press today.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you for having me.
You're very welcome.
Thanks for coming in, Joel. Always fun.
Sorry about the small penis compared to that guy. In the,
the dressing room really got you.
How long did you break up with her?
What happened?
A year and a half ago.
All right.
We have to read this.
Oh, right. Anyway, Joel McHale here for 10 Roses.
Nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. The most memorable O&A appearances from the top names in comedy. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Oh.
Hey, who's the famous DJ on the 70s channel? His mic is way louder than it should be. Can somebody... it makes me
who's that
mental.
guy?
I have to get this in while I'm here.
Get Danny in here, please.
JJ Walker?
JJ Walker.
No, JJ something.
JJ
Walker's a black guy.
Spider Harrison?
Yeah, no, but it's Spider Harrison under a different name.
It's Spider Harrison.
He calls himself J.J. Walker.
That bassy voice?
But it's
He calls himself J.J. Walker, but it's not.
Why is
it's
he so
Spider
loud
Harrison.
when he comes on the mic? It
Is he
makes
really
me
loud?
fucking angry.
Spider Harrison. J.J. Walker on the 70s.
Why be JJ Walker when that's Jimmy
J.J.
Walker from
That's what he
fucking-
calls himself, yeah.
I
It's
had
6
it right.
p.m., right?
Tell him to turn down his goddamn mic.
Look what we do to people around here. Danny used to be well dressed. Now he just
he's a
shuffles
bum.
down the hall.
Well, he had to get rid of his
now.
clothes.
all disheveled.
Look at him.
He's 100 grams.
This guy loves radio, Nick. Be
Oh, he's a
prepared.
student
I
of
know.
radio.
I know
Danny.
Dennis.
Danny.
How you doing? Dennis Falcone.
Nick
There
has
he
a
is.
question
He's got
about
his
Sirius
folder,
XM.
his Schweppes,
2 pens.
two
in case one runs
pens.
out.
Are you listening to Jocktober, by the way?
Yes.
his Sirius hoodie.
Is this good shit?
It's the tried and true contest. Those are the national contests. I did them when I worked for Clear Channel. I did the same things. Everybody likes them. Everybody does the same.
Who likes them?
Nobody likes them.
You guys don't like it. The DJs, we didn't like it because you'd get the winner and you could just say, "And congratulations to Bob Taylor." You couldn't say he was from
I got a question for you, Dennis. Are you dieting or dying?
I diet.
The fuck you living on? Dust?
I did the South Beach diet.
The South Beach.
What you doing? A fucking 8-ball in the morning and play in the sun?
Jesus Christ! I don't eat the macaronis anymore.
The South Beach.
Even his diet is old-fashioned.
Yeah.
He's fucking
don't eat macaroni.
You don't need to lose weight there, Danny.
No, a couple of years ago, I worked at a place and we got a bunch of those books for free. So I took one and I read the diet, and it worked well.
How much did you lose?
Of course, it was a free book.
About 20 pounds or so.
No, I mean,
20 pounds.
Yeah, I went down from
I meant
size
how many
30.
years on your career?
You're teasing me.
You should probably gain back another 8. Another 8.
I went down to like a size.
No, the
30,
skins get a little
29.
saggy. I think
that's
Nick's
not
right.
just from quitting pasta. Fucking please.
Yeah, AIDS.
There's no
what
way.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think your ass is rotting out like a fucking tailpipe on a 6-year-old bus. Something is wrong with.
We need an example of what Nick was
He
talking
looks
about.
good, I'm just saying.
On the
Go ahead.
70s channel. The guy's mic is too loud for Nick DiPaolo's taste.
Yeah, J.J. Walker there. Tell him to fucking turn it down.
When he comes on, it's real loud.
It's hot. Yeah.
Hot
He's
mic.
got a hot mic.
Hot mic.
I guess the fuck.
Yeah, but he's not saying anything important,
No,
so why does he
exactly.
have to be so loud?
He's loud.
But if you're not saying
Do
anything
you notice
important...
that? I mean, I turn it down in the car.
Wow.
Okay.
Is he a boss jock?
He's a boss jock, so you don't turn it up louder in stereo and rip off the knob.
Hey, how you doing?
He seems like he's
turn it up
hurting for
louder.
attention. I know
Yeah.
he's been around forever, but
He's a good jock.
yeah, he's a good jock.
Why does he have 2 names?
And why is he a good jock? What makes him a good jock?
He's got good pacing, good timing, good jokes. He just sounds good.
There's
Good
no
jokes.
jokes.
If you
Rocking
It's the
the-
unfunniest thing I have ever heard in my life.
Here's Spider Harrison giving someone a shout out.
Keep in mind, he's Spider Harrison on Hits 1.
Right, it's the same
And
guy,
he's J.J. Walker on the 70s.
Oh, he's got to change his name.
Of our own shows.
We're not making fun. We're just observing.
It's an homage.
Okay.
I'm a guest. I can shit all over it.
Yeah.
I don't work for the motherfucker.
This guy?
The first set of Wallfellows people like me at Facebook.com/Spider Harrison, Spider with a Y. Call him
Spider with a Y.
Including Tim Alfred from Fort Hardy, British Columbia, in Ottawa, Ontario, Remy Bronny, New Brunswick.
I want to hear him on the 70s.
I can't hear you.
That's not doing it
It's like
justice.
he's like on a Radio Shack color radio.
Yeah.
Coming through the little flavor radio.
You'll have he'll be playing music, then he'll be 8
That's him?
times louder
Yeah.
than the music.
But we have celebrity guest host Flo Rida
Oh, yeah.
on for me, counting down the top 45 on Sirius XM Hits 1. So
That's not it.
I'm just hanging out.
What's the camera?
That's not it.
This is all in his house.
What?
He doesn't even have to
his
come to
studio.
work?
He doesn't come in.
He doesn't come in?
He doesn't even have to come in?
He lives in Florida.
He's got a studio.
Why the fuck do we have to come in?
I don't know. A lot of guys don't
They have
come
the
in.
easiest radio job to begin with, and they don't even have to fucking come in?
I don't understand why Sam is giving away all these secrets behind the curtain.
Oh, yeah. Denny doesn't like
I
this.
don't like
You can
that.
do radio from anywhere.
That would rule. I would sit on my couch and just fucking,
that's why
yeah,
I'm
what?
fucking, that's
But
my
if you're-
end goal.
Oh, that'd be great.
But if you're a music jock, which
You're
is,
a
let's be
music
honest,
jockey,
no
you
one
can do
gives a fuck about what you're saying.
It's all computerized. You're right.
At the
No.
very least, they should make you come in
Show up.
to make it look like it might be a
He
real
sounds
job.
good, man. I'd sell my soul for a voice like him.
Oh my God! Why'd you bring
Come
the
on,
company
seriously.
man in to ruin this segment?
That's why we
Denny,
do it.
you got a
actually.
great radio voice.
No, I don't.
Nah, he doesn't.
Greats on everyone.
He really doesn't.
Let's say that.
I like that.
That old fucking.
Are you the fugitive?
Ding, ding, ding.
The fugitive.
Oh, wait. I
Denny.
might have some.
What?
Oh,
What you might have.
Let's take a listen.
got some sound?
What do you got?
The radio. This is like the first time in my life I ever asked a girl to marry me, and she said, yes.
This is his J.J. Walker demo.
Yeah, I know.
No, you just need to play him introducing a song like that.
Yeah.
And it's all
He
loud.
just fucking makes it. It's annoyingly loud.
All right, so he's got a good voice. Who gives a fuck?
Well, that's what people liked back in the 70s.
I don't know if they ever liked it.
Yeah,
it was just
no.
there.
No, it was a hook by the industry, created by the industry.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
It sounded good though, but you have a very authoritative
But what
voice.
would that mean? That
It
you
just sounded big. It's
if a guy was introing Freebird, but his voice wasn't like that, then you're not listening to Freebird.
didn't sound big. Did not sound big.
Who gives a fuck? You still get to hear Freebird.
It's like the announcers in a sports broadcasting booth.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck who's in there? I'm watching
Seriously,
it because it's the Pats and
do you
know.
Do you want to listen to Denny Green doing an NFL game?
I want to listen to Denny Green doing anything.
Remember the coach of the Vikings?
I know who he is. Yeah, another guy that
did
cried.
not have the strongest voice.
Who cares if they don't have the strongest voice? You're still watching the game.
Well, but to listen to it for 3 hours straight talking, it just gets a little.
No, there's too many guys in the booth to begin with, all right? I need one guy. I need Keith Jackson. Nelly.
I enjoy
How do you
it.
sum up a rivalry between Michigan and Ohio State? Well, it's about not liking somebody since about 1939. It's the best. I go on one voiceover audition in L.A. I'm coming out. I'm coming into the building. Who's coming out before me?
Oh, no. Wow, no kidding.
I went in, I handed the script to the guy. I go, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
Is this
well now?
You said
wow.
Good luck, you little guinea.
That's JJ?
Yeah, Y100 Miami.
Back in
90.
What are you doing? Picking every fucking show that I don't want to hear him on?
Go.
Hi, this is JJ Walker for South Florida's number one Y100. You're watching Smash Hits with Scott.
No, he's on. Play something from last night. He's on every night on the 70s.
Right. He's got a good voice.
That's some voice. Hey, you're listening to.
But you know what? You're listening.
I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
listening for the music, you motherless fuck. I'm not listening for
That's the point we're trying to make today.
No, you see, when I
don't listen to the music channels for the jock.
I want to hear Last Train to Clarksville. I don't want to hear this.
What do you mean you do?
See,
Why?
when I was a kid, we'd go on vacation somewhere, and the second the disc jockey would, talk, once the song would play, I'd change the channel, list for another DJ, see if I could find another station.
Wow,
the DJ
he
talking,
is Mr. Radio.
Or hear what jingle he's playing or something, or
You
contest
are
or fun stuff like that.
Mr. Radio.
Were you gathered around the radio near the fireplace?
We used to love doing stuff like that.
Oh,
it's the early 40s. What are you going to do?
Exactly.
I say that like I'm 30. I keep forgetting I'm 51.
That station in Canada?
20 good years left.
We got what Nick DePaulo requested.
Okay.
This JJ Walker cat
intro.
Sirius XM 70s on 7.
Monday with your brother JJ Walker.
Yeah.
Locked and loaded with your totally
Oh, yeah.
super 70 sounds non-stop.
When you're in the car, it's worse.
Oh, yeah.
Sirius XM.
It makes me jump. He's too loud, Dad. Tell him.
Oh, and then we get a little,
see? This is why I'm
from
listening.
Saturday Night Fever.
I
That's
actually
right.
like the music.
That's where you change it, though, right, Dennis?
What's that?
That's where you.
I'll go over to the 60s, see what they're doing there.
They're not doing anything at any of these places. Stop going there to see what they're doing.
They might be stretching out the weekend like I do on Sunday night.
Oh, shit.
He's got a great voice. You can't deny it.
That started the whole world crying, but I couldn't see.
I just gotta get a message to you. Oh,
Play more JJ.
Play more JJ.
You know, you could just go to a computer.
There's a bit going on here.
You could listen to all the voice
Him
tracks.
singing
and,
the Bee Gees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for once in my life, I'm alone.
But you'd rather hear the guy with the voice instead.
How can a loser ever wear? How can you stop? What makes us I have a tumor. How many's left? One?
I think there's just a B.
The guy with the big teeth?
One B.
He's still around, right? The
Yeah.
big teeth
We got one B.
Barry Gibb.
The guy that was like the
sad.
handsome BG, right? He's the last.
We lost all the G's, and I think we're down to one B.
No, we got one G left. All the
G?
B's are gone.
All the
It was
B's are
brothers-
gone?
It was
Gotcha.
the brothers Gibb.
The brothers
Now
Gibb.
there's just a Gibb.
Gotcha.
Was Joe
Okay.
Gibb part of the coach?
Joe Gibb, the coach. Yeah.
Was he one of the...
I'm not sure if he.
Sirius XM 70s on 7 Monday.
Yeah.
With the Walker Channel on Twitter now at JJ Walker 70.
It sounds fine. Give
me the people to free my soul.
JJ, turn your shit
and Andrew
down.
Lesk in Toronto, who grew up in Sudbury.
It's Sudbury.
I'm here in Miami, Florida, but grew up in New York City.
groove.
He's giving
Whenever I
content.
return,
He's
I
giving
get in that
content.
groove. Ace Frehley on 70s on 7.
Wait, what did you do there, Dennis?
He's giving some content.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, and he's doing it too loud is the point.
What was the content?
I don't know. Everybody was talking over it. He was
Dennis
delivering
very upset.
content.
We're talking over the content.
It's all computerized. He tapes
There's
that
no
shit.
content.
He sits in his house and tapes that shit.
Yeah.
And then they punch a button, right?
And
it
they
runs throughout
send
the
it
night.
out.
No.
Takes like 20 minutes.
He's actually in the studio?
Oh, yeah.
No, he's
I think this is the cat's out of the bag then. We're going to have to keep up this front end.
on 7.
Time.
1976.
J.J. Walker remembering the bicentennial year.
See?
From coast to coast, the United States celebrating the 200th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. It was also the year NASA released the famous Face on Mars photo taken by Viking 1, and the year the Scottish Bay City Rollers invaded North America.
75. Or 76.
You like that, Dennis?
Yeah, it was great. You hit the post and everything. Do a little something.
Wait and see.
Yeah.
Ever since you met, you got a hold on me.
S-A-T-U-R.
It's crazy, but it's true. Oh, crazy's in that song. D-A-Y.
What do you mean he gave you something?
He gave you something, talked about 1976.
We do that laundry list, then hoping that it might spark some comedy.
You know what else?
He just gave you a laundry list of shit that happened in 76. Who cares?
Because he's on the 70s channel and he was playing a song from 76.
I know, but it comes up
so
when the
he
song
related.
plays.
Right.
It tells you the year.
It comes up.
It takes all the guesswork out of it.
Then you could just pick up your phone and go 1976. You hit it and you find out what happened yourself.
So you don't really need a jock anymore because all that info is now on the radio.
I have another question about these channels, like the 80s and 70s. How come on the the 70s channel, it'll put the date of the song, but on what is it, vinyl? What's the other channel?
Oh yeah, like fucking
classic vinyl,
classic rewind.
Why does it not put the date?
They might play the album version too of the song too. So where the 70s channel might be playing "Do It Again" by Steely Dan. Play the 70s, the single version.
And nobody knows when the album's put out what year.
And we care why.
I liked it.
I do like a good date on there.
I do like a date on my
knowing what
songs.
year.
I do too.
I can listen and I go, I remember that.
But
What was I doing back
But you don't
then?
need the jock giving you the year.
No.
If it says it on there, but sometimes if you have to hit the post, 1976, boom.
Classic vinyl doesn't tell you. I don't like that.
If you got music jocks, you should set them.
1976.
You should set them free and let them do their shit.
Oh, that excited Denny gets about a year being blurted out before the music starts.
My point
By the way, this was
Monday Night Football.
What was his name?
5 Pacific, 8 Eastern Time.
Yes,
Sirius
he was an
XM,
American
NFL
werewolf
Radio,
in London, and he was the Dr. Pepper guy.
J.J. Walker, Paul Simon on 70s on 7.
Norton.
David Norton.
David Norton. Yeah.
See, he had nothing there.
He was talking.
Great
you guys
movie.
talked all
A
over.
singer and an actor. Well, I was trying to give some content. I was talking about David Norton being the guy from American Werewolf in London and the Dr. Pepper guy. I'm a pepper, you're a pepper. Remember him? And he was the guy that sang "Taking It."
Making it.
I'm jacking it.
And what movie was that
Grabbing
in?
my cock and whacking
Werewolves
it.
in London.
What movie was the
No
song?
more,
in?
no more smacking
Wasn't
it.
he the Werewolves in
Meatballs.
London guy?
Very good.
Was he the Werewolves in London guy?
I can't even look at this.
Yes.
This story's infuriating.
You want JJ to turn down his mic.
JJ, yeah, I listen to you all the time.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
This next segment is when Bill Clinton comes in. April Fools!
What are you eating?
No.
You didn't eat enough?
Oh shit.
Wipe your face, Bobby.
Kevin
you
Hart,
little
ladies and
fucking-
gentlemen.
Wipe your face.
Listen, you little midget. Just sit down.
It's the complete opposite. I look at you, you're,
What's up,
you're
buddy?
big, and
How you doing?
Jim,
Kevin?
Jim won't stop losing weight.
Speaking
It's
of
disgusting.
Danny DeVito,
Oh shit.
sit down, you little feet dangler.
My friends are falling apart.
Is your phone? Someone adjust the seat for him.
Shit. Oh. Jesus.
Jimmy, it's called working. People are calling me. Yes, that's why I have the cell phone.
He left his phone on it.
No, I did not leave it on, Jim.
Yes, you
Someone
did.
was calling me. It happens. Hey, Sugar Pop. Come here.
Oh, look at you two. You two are adorable.
Come here, Bobby.
God damn.
Come on, Bob. Give little Kev a hug.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
What's going on,
you guys?
guys?
That's,
How you
that's
doing,
by the way,
man?
that was the hug of a millionaire hugging his two broke friends.
It definitely was. It definitely was. I'm going to rub that
one
off when I
broke
leave.
friend.
I'm going to rub that. I'm going
One
to rub that
emotionally
smell
broke
off.
friend.
Right. Yeah, you're both emotionally busted.
Yeah, I'm actually broke.
What happened?
Believe
What do you
me.
mean emotionally? What
Destitute.
happened? What did I miss?
Oh,
What?
please. You know these guys well enough to know
Bobby
they're emotionally,
again?
they're
Again,
emotional
Bobby?
disasters.
Well, Bobby is physically broke.
Yeah, physically.
What do you need?
What do I need?
Look at that. You see, I help right there.
You don't help anybody.
That's the turn of a millionaire. What do you need?
Oh, shit. That is good.
What do you need?
If you don't get your little
I'm gonna give it to
baby
you
finger
right
out of my
now.
face, I'm
What
going
does
to
he
fight
need,
it
Jimmy?
off.
That is good.
He
I wanna
needs
help him
he needs
right
a little
now.
bit of money, maybe a part in a movie.
man.
Bobby's a very good actor.
That's nice.
Oh, Kevin's peeling off hundreds.
Oh, yeah.
Keith does that on Saturday after he's done hosting.
That's for Bobby right there.
Oh, man. That'll buy a stroller.
Fucking Bobby.
I'm taking it.
You
Will that
did
buy a
right. You're gonna
stroller?
take it, Bobby. That's because I love you.
A stroller, man. Come on.
Nobody knows what that was. All I did was hair stuff, Bobby. That was for me and you and Jim.
Well, that's more for you and Bobby. Jim didn't get his taste.
Jim is still on air, so I don't know if anything's wrong with Jim yet. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm gonna go to AIDS with that fucking money.
Are you gonna...
What's up, man? What's going on?
How was the garden?
Been hanging bullshitting.
Just hanging?
How was the garden? Chris Rock, I think, tweeted or texted or put it on Facebook. It was one of the best comedy shows he ever saw.
Holy shit.
Let me tell you what's crazy about Chris. Chris bought tickets. He didn't even call me for tickets. Like, he just showed up and came, which was amazing. Like, that's, I think that's bigger than someone saying they're coming and supporting you. The fact that Chris Rock came, bought tickets, and then showed up after.
Well, if someone could peel off hundreds better than you, it's Chris Rock.
Well, no. First of all, let me tell you the biggest shock to my ego. So in LA, a friend of mine is having a birthday party at a comedy club. His guy named Chris Spencer. Been out in LA for a long time. Everybody always comes to his birthday. All the comedians come out and say hey and go on stage. So literally, I think I'm going last. I show up late. Yo, Kevin Hart's coming. Oh my God, Kevin Hart's on stage. I come on stage. Happy birthday, Chris. I do a little set. And he was like, how do you follow Kevin Hart? Oh my God. Chris Rock, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
like,
shit.
Chris just comes up after me and I just...
Did he do well?
Oh, damn.
It doesn't matter. He just came up after me.
It doesn't matter well or not.
He couldn't even went on stage to talk about anything. The fact that he showed up.
Did they all say you don't belong there because Kevin was just here, or were they happy to see him?
No, they went crazy. I think they immediately forgot that I was even on stage.
Oh,
Immediately. But that's the power of Chris Rock. That's why he's
This
amazing.
cocksucker, I'm in an airport at like 6 in the morning. I'm exhausted. I just did 7 shows at an improv. He comes walking through like it's fucking 4 in the afternoon. Versace matching everything,
right?
What with an entourage and a hot chick, and he walks. He looks at me. I'm tired. I got like a fucking honey bun in one hand, a coffee there, and he in front of everybody. He goes, "What the fuck happened to you, man?"
Oh shit!
Then he goes, "Yo, man, you need me to get you through security? I got a lady that just walks me through. Did you wait in line? Did you do that?
Oh my!
Because I don't wait in line, but if you need me, I was the last person in the world, and I just kicked his fucking stupid.
You didn't need that.
No.
He had no energy to do anything else. The only thing extended was his foot. That's the only thing that moved. Was the bottom half of his foot. That's it.
He gets the lady who walks you through. He doesn't.
Right.
He doesn't go through security.
That's what happens, Bobby.
There's a fat lady in a red
That's
vest.
fucking great, man.
This is a level of life that I'm at.
Yeah, they're called the greeters, right? They walk you through.
Yeah, they just walk you through. I don't like to.
Wow, that
I don't
is
blame
nice.
you. You can get that too, Bob. You just got to pay for it.
Yeah, that's all, Bobby. You just gotta pay for it. I give you money. Just pay for it.
I fucking hate you. I really do.
Holy shit!
He just.
He really does know how to rub it in, man.
He's the best.
That is good.
How much is a greeter? How much is it to get a greeter?
I don't look at bills. I couldn't tell you guys. I don't even know. Who knows?
Whatever,
They're
right?
nice people, though. They're great. They're
That's
great.
it.
They're great people.
When did you reach the point where you didn't even have to look at bills anymore, or fucking you just knew it was going to get paid?
You asking me?
No matter
First of all-
what you bought, you knew it wasn't going to interfere with your fucking living.
Well, here's the thing: if you as a human say you at the point where you don't look at bills, it means you're dumb because it means everybody's robbing you.
Well, that's probably true. Sure.
Yeah, so I always look at bills. That's just me joking.
You don't have to worry about them.
Oh yeah, worry about them is different. No, you know what? I'm okay financially, but in the back of my mind, it can always go back to what it was, and these guys definitely know what it used to be.
Yeah, were you like broke?
Oh, it was beyond that. It was a level. It was broke, and there's a level underneath broke.
I remember your car.
The
You
people-
just had a shit car.
No. People. That's what I said. They know. They know where it was. So my appreciation for where I am right now is at a different level.
Oh,
so
shit.
when you're the reason why I can act like this with them is because you can only be like this with people that know you.
Well, you'd be a complete asshole if you just walked up to strangers and
he knows we won't cry until he leaves.
It's literally like you can be the guy that you always wanted to be and act like with your friends that really know you. You can be obnoxious. You can be a jerk.
of course. Fuck
but
it's good because it's with your friends that really know you. But you know, for me, it's a certain level of appreciation and humbleness that comes with getting to where you got that makes you go, okay, breathe deep. This is crazy. This is amazing. Relish in it, but at the same time, stay focused. You don't want it to stop. So that's constantly going in my head.
That's really the fucking the niche of the whole thing is like, oh fuck, now I got to sustain this shit.
It's
because
very true.
The fear of going back to picking up fucking half oatmeal cookies under the locker on the floor of the school and eating it.
He did that. There was an oatmeal cookie on the ground and he ate it.
Under a locker in school and he ate it.
Oh, I ate that fucking cookie.
The fear of taking verbal abuse from two guys who you know don't look better than you.
Oh, shit.
is the worst thing ever.
That's the nightmare for you.
That's the nightmare.
Hey,
the fear of
Kevin, what happened?
Yeah, just the fear of look at you.
The fear is to walk back into the cellar broke and Keith not even bad enough. Oh, we knew you'd be back, stupid.
Yeah.
Hey, are you careful with, like, I'm sure you are, but your business managers and stuff? Like, I don't let anybody, even on my financial level, I don't let anybody a power of attorney.
I give everybody power of attorney, and I just sit there because it's so convenient.
They would never steal.
No one would ever steal from me. I'm too nice.
No, I went through that road. I had business managers before. I've been broke after having money before.
Oh man, you went through a well-off and then a broke.
Yes, that's the best lesson to learn. It's the best lesson ever.
Fuck that! It's a good lesson once you get fucking money again.
Once you get money again, I was gonna say it's the best lesson. But here's the thing: they never stole from me. Nobody ever stole from me. My business managers never stole from me. It was people working for me that just did their jobs. In other words, they paid bills, paid taxes, but nobody explained to me how money worked, how taxes worked. And at the young age of 25, 26, you know, you get these checks and you're thinking they're yours and this is your money.
Oh, yeah, they didn't take anything out.
10% to the agent, 10% to the manager, 30% to the government.
They didn't tell me anything. It was just, okay, time to pay this and wipe.
And you're like, hammer time.
What do you mean I got $300 left? I just had. So that was the lesson I learned. So
I
now,
got audited once. It's terrible.
Oh, it's the most disgusting thing ever.
Yeah, I almost jumped out of fucking
Why
window.
did they audit you, Bobby? What were they? They didn't have anything else to do. Listen, what I'm saying is,
they ordered his fucking easy form.
Why would they do that? Bobby,
I don't know what that is. That's the one. That's the one sheet
Bobby?
that you fill out when you're going to get a fucking $100 refund.
Bobby, will you get the fucking food off your face, please? Jesus Christ. Bobby, will you just not be big for 2 seconds?
Damn.
I told him and Keith when I first moved back to from LA that I got a joint bank account with my chick. They smashed me. I remember I had notebooks
I remember that.
and papers, and they ripped them all up in the car and threw me out in Jersey City.
And they should.
Made me get out of the car.
It was the most in love thing I've ever seen in my life. What? Oh, we both got the same bank account.
Yeah.
She sees what I see. What do you mean?
Let me tell you a little something about a joint fucking bank account. When you get when she gets a divorce lawyer, and then you go to the bank to take half the money out, half for me, half for her, of the $40,000 that was all I had in the whole world, and I go and fill out a $20,000 withdrawal slip. You see where this is going, don't you? And I'm told, Mrs. Cumia, that account is closed. There's nothing in there. Oh, well, what happened? Oh, yes, the other account holder took out, and I was going there to take $20,000 out, half. And she
because you're a nice guy.
And then she took that, and then I still had to pay her legal fees and support.
It's the most disgusting thing ever.
I'm like, but wait a minute, she took $40,000.
But Bobby was so in love. Like it was so like he had that thing in his neck. Like what do you like? You know when you squint your neck and you can see a heart on the side of it. We share everything. It's the best. He had no idea. He had no idea.
And they finally stopped that when she got disgusted with the amount he was putting in. She was like, I'm not fucking. She asked for a prenup.
Chill out. Let's relax. She don't make that money.
Oh man, that was just not nice.
Yo, I'm fucking happy to see y'all, man.
It's good to see you, man. I'm
always happy.
I've been watching Roots on BET. I was watching it.
Jesus Christ.
Wait a
fucking
minute.
racist.
And
what just happened?
It's great.
Want to get some cream for his hands?
That's nice. Let me tell you, I saw some old Amos and Andy's, and it was fabulous.
During the commercials.
Black Week on BET. Jesus Christ.
I just happened to turn on Roots,
And the commercial, because I watched for hours, every commercial was for your show. I didn't know you had a show. Every commercial was for the Real Husbands of, was it Hollywood?
Yeah, Real Husbands of Hollywood. It's actually good. It's actually good. You know, I would say it because I know that you guys would trash me later if it wasn't. It's actually good.
It looked funny. I mean, I would love to give you a beating, but it looked funny.
It's the... Okay, what I did was I did a sketch when I hosted the BT Awards. This is one of many award shows I hosted by me.
I just can't wait till he hits his second fucking... When it's all taken away again.
Be amazed. Whatever. There's so much stuff going on.
I can't stand
So, anyways.
How's your restaurant doing?
Which one?
Wait a minute.
Which
Wait a minute.
one?
You have a restaurant?
Which one?
How many restaurants you got?
I don't know, Bobby.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, my God.
What
How
are
many
you talking
restaurants?
about?
You don't have a
Bobby?
restaurant.
Yeah,
He does.
I actually do. In LA.
Wow, really?
What kind of food?
It's upscale. They call it upscale American. Wow. So it's like it's a mixture of like Jamaican with American food, like jerk chicken and
I love a good jerk chicken.
Turkey burgers and fries.
What's
but it's
the name
like,
of
it's
it?
like it's called Zen. Dwayne Martin, he's married to Tisha Campbell. It's his overall idea, his restaurant. I'm just one of the major investors in it. I don't know how
that works.
Listen, here's a
little
little
something. I used to play dice with this asshole at the cellar.
Hey,
It's the
let's
20s.
play. Hey, Jacob.
You know what he did? Can I just say one night? One night, stupid Keith Robinson was playing with him. They were playing for hundreds.
Oh.
He rolled sevens. When you roll 7 in dice, you win automatic, right? He rolled sevens with Keith Robinson
shit.
7 times.
No fucking way.
I am not. He rolled it, kept rolling sevens.
Give me them fucking dice.
And he took Keith's money. He slapped his fucking hand on the table and left.
Yes.
Holy shit.
7 bills. Robinson's heart was hurt.
Oh, he must have been fucking pissed.
Stupid, you better give me. You never did that.
That was rent. He took his rent. I watched Keith trying to welch on a bet last week at the cellar, a Cowboys bet with one of the other comedians. Yeah, they were fucking, like, the guy wrote it down in August what the bet was, and Keith's like, the guy, who's the Cowboys big receiver?
You're talking about number 88.
He got hurt.
You're talking about number 88. I know you're talking about.
I should know that, but I haven't.
He's a black guy.
Yes.
There you go, Jim.
Yes. Unless we're talking
yes.
unless we're talking about a good receiver before 1982.
Dallas Austin.
It might have been, but he bet Keith that he would have only X amount of yards. And Keith's like, no, he'll have this many touchdowns. But he got hurt the first game of the season. But Keith didn't think that he owed the money. It's like, but you did owe the money because you know that that's a risk you take. And you say he won't have X amount of touchdowns if he gets hurt. Too bad.
Bob, let me give you the funniest story about Keith. And Keith, he's going to kill me tomorrow for telling this story, but it's the best thing ever. This is like 3 years ago, right? So Keith calls me on the phone. He's like, stupid. It's like, hey, all this shit is going great for you. Make sure you handle your books, stupid. Okay? So what are you talking about? Make sure nobody's signing your fucking checks. Okay? Sign your checks. All right, stupid. I'm like, Keith, I'm not, like, where does this even come from?
Yeah, right.
I'm doing okay. Like, I know what, shut up! He's like cussing me out, right? He's cussing me out.
That's such Keith.
3 days later, he calls me. They got me.
They got me.
What are you talking about? Income taxes, stupid. They got me. Son of a bitches. Hey, like, he's talking as if he can beat the government.
Right.
He's like, I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna call them and show them. What are you talking about?
What are you gonna show them?
Shut up, stupid. They're gonna fucking know. They're gonna know who they're dealing with.
Did he beat them?
No, he didn't fucking beat him. What do you mean?
Keith is a fucking jackass.
Oh, that's
you remember
funny.
the roast when he thought he'd walk in and just wing it?
Take
Wow, that was brutal.
And Ben Bailey
Was that Patrice's roast? Yes.
Yeah.
Ben Bailey had prepared for months to do this roast.
Keith just came in.
Oh, Ben Bailey.
What's up?
Ben Bailey annihilates. His best joke ever was Keith Robinson takes a lot of comics. Like Kevin Hart under his wing, and then little Kev ripped that wing off and flew to Hollywood with it. And now Keith is stuck between Philly and New York, going in circles. Yeah, Keith has one wing, and he's going in a circle between Philly and New York. I remember that was the funniest roast joke ever. I mean,
that's great.
The place fucking popped. And then Keith comes in after, and he didn't know Ben just annihilated, and he
was late.
bombed.
He was late. He walked in the door right up to the podium.
you.
Just to fucking go up, and he was just waiting, and he started off with some dumb red buttons joke.
What's up, everybody? What's up?
Why are we roasting this guy?
Why? Why? Out of all the people to roast, why are we roasting Patrice?
But this is the best part. When Keith knew he was bombing, then he reached into his pocket, took out a dirty napkin with like a half a joke written on it, and tried to read it with his stupid old eyes.
And then real quick. Let me see here. What do we got here?
Oh, man.
That's all you heard was this. All right, hold on.
Esty went to get him off stage, like to try to save his face,
so bad.
and he got mad. He goes, "Nah, Esty, get off! Seriously, stop!"
He was bombing so bad that he did the lean on the podium. Like when you lean on the podium, like you couldn't be more comfortable.
When you get that comfort, that when you make it seem as if you're comfortable when you know it's not. So what's going? How you doing, sir? He started asking people that had nothing to do with anything in the room. What's going on with you guys? You guys okay?
We kept yelling out, "Stretch, stretch!"
I remember that. That was brutal.
It was very bad.
Yeah.
Were you guys there for that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's right. You
Yeah.
and Hope came to that. That's where we were off
and
the
that
air.
was the most memorable part. Like everybody was hilarious, and you should have remembered that. But all I remembered is how badly he fucking bombed.
No, Keith definitely bombed.
Oh,
They're telling us Kevin has to go. In our ear. I guess you have TV in our ears.
TV.
Does he have TV? You have TV to do?
I got tons of stuff. I don't know, guys. There's so much
shit.
stuff to do. Whatever.
Wendy Williams.
This is my life.
I really, you know what, man?
What do you want from me?
Oh God, it fucking hurts.
What do you?
It just hurts.
Give him his money back, by the way.
I'm not giving his money back. Go fuck yourself.
We got to promote for Kevin too. It's on Twitter. Not that he needs our help. It's Kevin Hart for real with the number 4. And
7 million followers.
You have 7 million followers?
Oh, I think
you don't
so.
have 7 million.
I bet he does.
He does. Last time I checked, he had 3, and then I just stopped following comedians. I can't do it. It's too depressing.
Oh man.
7 million followers.
Who are you? What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? Yeah, but what did you do?
I don't know, Bobby. This is my teeth.
Kevin's charming.
Let me tell you something. I want to not like him so bad.
But you can't.
He's the most likable guy I've ever met in the business.
And I'll say this, Kevin is exactly the same guy now. This obnoxious, like, kind of lump of shit person is the exact same guy.
Well, he had a Toyota.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's no difference.
I'm never going to change.
Nah.
I'm never going to change.
Real Husbands of Hollywood.
It's a movement. Right now, I have a chance to change BET as a network. You know, I got a chance to do what the Chappelle Show did for Comedy Central. This is a great show.
Well, hopefully you have the same meltdown he did. Where's Kevin? He's on a fucking plane somewhere to fucking Soweto.
I'm gonna actually take this money and put it in a bank account for when you need it later.
It's a great opportunity, people. Honestly, watch it. It's a funny show. I'm actually standing behind it. I'm very happy at the opportunity that this show has right now. So make sure you tune in.
The trailers were funny. It was really funny. They were doing, a lot of them were like one-off interviews to camera, kind of smashing each other, but it wasn't cheesy. It looked really funny, so it's actually a show I'm going to watch.
And we're gonna do some things where we bring white people in.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, why don't you give Jim a shot? He's a great actor.
How's we gotta
hey,
get white
Kev,
people.
good to see you.
No, we gotta get white people that people know.
They're gonna have to re-white balance all the cameras over there at BET.
No, Jim, Jim is a
Yeah.
different level of white. He's just
They're gonna use Jim's face to start the segment.
Every scene, I'll just come in going, boo. See, I'm a ghost.
It throws the contrast of all the cameras off.
Oh, it's gonna be so embarrassing.
Jim is the white balance. Let's get a white balance in there,
white
guys.
balance on his face.
Jim, can you step?
Jim, take your shirt off, turn around.
Oh, shit.
Well, you can follow Kevin. It's Jim Norton on Twitter.
He doesn't need more.
I don't have to. I got a lot.
Yeah, he
yeah.
has
Dude, this is if you want to, whatever.
Fucking
But
nice.
just it's good.
Okay,
Dude,
so-
honestly, listen. I like coming here. Know some real shit, man. I love seeing you guys, and I hate that it has to be whenever I come in town to promote some big project.
Believe- You don't hate it as much as we do. You couldn't.
Jesus Christ.
I really do. He'll be here. Get a shark attack.
I can't wait till Kevin comes around because he has a disease and we're doing a benefit for him.
I can't wait.
You know what? I can't wait today. They're like, oh, Kevin, something's wrong with Jim or Bobby. You got to come down. We got to do a comedy show to save it. I'm like, I don't wanna.
Please, I'm thinking of faking one just to get you to do a fucking.
I can't. I would love to, but this is a difficult time for me.
Yeah. I'll
What you
cut a
guys
check.
say? Where did I come from? I was in New Orleans doing a movie with Robert De Niro's Sylvester Stallone.
I saw that Twitter picture, by the way, and I wanted to throw up. He has to go.
He's got to go.
But I wanted to vomit
man.
when I saw there was a picture of him and fucking De Niro and Stallone in at a table read, and they look like just three casual.
Robert and Sylvester.
Yeah, Bobby.
Here's the crazy thing. Let me tell you what's crazy, and this is like without even fucking with you guys. So yesterday is the first day on set, and I know they're saying I gotta go, but they work for me. It's okay.
Oh.
So I'm it happens, guys. So I'm like, we're on set, and I catch myself calling Sylvester Stallone Sly.
Oh shit.
Hey Sly, you like that take? And he's like, yeah, Kev, no. And like in the back of my head, I'm like, I just called Sylvester Stallone Sly. Like, who the fuck? Like, when did I get this comfortable with myself?
Yeah.
Sly, hey, you want like? Dude, it's the craziest thing. I call Robert De Niro Bobby. Bobby. What do you want to do? You want to warm up or not? Like, it's the most. It's
These
the
are
most
the guys
disgusting
from
ever.
fucking. That's fucking Rocky.
It's fucking Rocky.
That's fucking
and
Rambo.
That's the Raging Bull.
I'm going to get a job at a fucking shawarma cart on the way home.
Man,
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, dude.
That is amazing.
Like Bobby, if you came to say, I can literally have you kicked off. Like, that guy needs to go.
You'd have to get me on first.
It's the craziest thing ever.
That would be great if he brought you on set just to kick you
Just
off.
to kick you off. I'm going to invite you.
Fuck, would that be great?
I'm going to invite you. We're going to do shoots somewhere close to New York. It's not in New York, but it's close enough where you'll drive.
I'd like to go there and meet Bobby and Sly. Hey guys, how are you? They'd probably see me somewhere.
No, they haven't.
Yeah,
Jim.
I didn't think
but
so.
you should definitely come. You should definitely come.
It's terrible.
It's just a great experience.
Thanks, Jeff.
And so, a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving draws to a close. Listen for more throughout the weekend. And happy holidays from the Opie and Anthony channel. All right, well, that sucked. To hear the Opie and Anthony show 5 days a week live on satellite radio, online on your phone or tablet, or even on demand, go to SiriusXM.com. Also, interact with the Opie and Anthony show on Twitter, @Opie Radio, @Anthony Cumia, and @Jim Norton.